just still in the process, because it is early, of getting some stuff set up and moving a few bits and bobs around as we kind of get ready for the start of the stream. Obviously, we're a good few hours early. We always are. And the reason for that is so that we can kind of get our teeth into any of that kind of developing news, any stories or things that we need to talk about. I'm still in the process of catching up on social media, actually, with bits and bobs that have been sent over the past probably 4 or 5 hours. I've had about 4 or 5 hours. Well, how long have I had? About 3 hours, actually. About 3 hours sleep. Which, you know, that'll get us through. And tonight we're going to see if we can do cage fighting as well. We've got UFC set up. So, busy day today. We're doing Crown Jewel. We're going all the way through. And then we're going to try and do some videos and bits and bobs. And then we'll come back and do a bit of UFC tonight. So, busy day. With that being said, let's just jump over and look at the card so that everyone's on the same page as to what it is we're actually getting today. So here you can see we have got champion versus champion. Cody Rhodes against Gunther. This obviously the first ever Crown Jewel match for the Crown Jewel Championship. And I don't want to really repeat myself. I know many of you join us for streams and many of you join us for like Unseen and things like that. But I'm going to repeat myself. There'll be the odd thing I'm going to repeat. I think the addition of the championship ring was a positive. I think that was a good addition. I think one of my biggest criticisms of this is that it feels a bit hollow in the sense of the winner will get the belt. And then I think we all know we would never see the belt again. I don't think it's a surprise that Triple H revealed that the belts are going to live in Saudi Arabia. I think, you know, we expected that. And that was part of the problem, was that you're going to win this prestigious match, but then you're not going to see the belt again. And I'm sure they'll mention the fact that they won this match. But I don't know. It would be good to have a reminder, really. It would be good to have like a belt or something that shows that they reached this mountaintop, right? If we're gonna treat this as a mountaintop, an annual mountaintop, champ versus champ, who's the real champ, then it does feel like you should have something to show for that. And so holding the belt and then leaving that belt in Saudi Arabia until we come back next year didn't really do it for me. But this championship ring thing means that you will at least have something that, you know, you can wear and show when you do meet and greets. You know, if ever you're doing an interview, Ariel Helwani. I always get those two names mixed up because they're so close. Ariel Helwani or whoever you're doing an interview with, Chris Van Vliet, they might ask about the ring and it could get shown in an interview just randomly, like months and months and months from now. And it does at least keep a presence there, you know. So I will say that that I thought was a positive development. It's not anything massive, but it is true. The winner of this will get to hold that Crown Jewel Championship, get their picture taken, of course, become the first Crown Jewel Championship winners, and then will receive rings, much like when you go into the Hall of Fame. So, didn't mind that. I thought that added. So, we got Cody Gunther prediction. Hard, actually. I'm thinking that Cody wins, because when I did my predictions last week, I thought Gunther would get involved. But since then, we've actually had word that Gunther's not expected to be on this show. And Gunther is actually the favourite right now. I don't know that we want to give Cody a loss. We can, and it'll be fine. But do we really want Cody falling short against Gunther? I mean, it'd be good for Gunther, but do we want to do that? As Cody is embarking on, you know, whatever he's about to embark on as we build to WrestleMania. I don't know. I don't think it's a massive deal if he does lose, but obviously it's going to be interesting. Him being a champion and him losing would be interesting. I don't know. This is interesting. I'm interested to see which way they book this. This is the challenge with champion versus champion. One of your champions is going to have to take an L. and that's a bit of a problem. So I don't know how we're going to do it. Actually, let's go in the chat and we'll see what you lot think, because it is quite interesting. Who wins? Who is going to emerge as the first ever Crown Jewel champion? Do you think it's going to be Cody, or do you think it's going to be Gunther? Let's see what you lot think. I'm going to stick with my guns, and I'm going to say that Cody wins. I think the odds are quite close, but the odds do definitely have Gunther as favourite. Then we've got Nia against Liv. So I think the intrigue on this one is like Tiffany, and is she going to cash in? And who's she going to cash in on? And I wouldn't be shocked if she does cash in on Nia. I think the crowd are going to want her to cash in on Nia. I think, you know, Nia's a heel, Liv's a heel, Tiffany is going to come down, she's a heel, but she has been getting abused, and I think the fans are going to want her to stand up for herself and basically, you know, get one over the bully and turn her face in the process. So this is kind of like heel versus heel, but with a potential face running down to cash in. And that, for me, is the intrigue here. Tiffany. Is Tiffany going to cash in? I think she'll certainly try. Whether she'll succeed, not sure. So that's tricky as well. Who leaves as champion? I don't think Liv needs the win here, to be honest. But then equally, I don't think Nia needs the win. There are definitely three moving parts here with Liv, Nia, and Tiffany. The winner here could be Tiffany. This is another one I wish we did a poll on, actually, because it would be really interesting to get your thoughts on this match as well. I think most people would go Tiffany as I'm leaving with the belt. I think most would go Tiffany. But I don't know. Let's see. We might ask this question later and see what people think. In regards to a prediction, I think I went Liv, but she doesn't really need it. It could absolutely be Tiffany. I suppose the one that would shock me is Nia. I'm really not expecting Nia. I think Nia doesn't need it, because if she fails, surely it's going to be Tiffany's fault. Somehow it'll be Tiffany's fault if Nia doesn't win. And if Tiffany cashes in, that explains why she didn't win. But if she loses, I think it was probably because Tiffany distracted the ref, and then Liv nailed Nia. You know, I think Liv will find a way of getting this. Liv or Tiffany. It's difficult, that. Then we've got Roman against an Usos against Bloodline. I think the Bloodline win. I think Roman and the Usos need Sammy. They need Heyman. They need the wise man. So I think the new Bloodline are going to get that one. Then we've got Seth against Big Bronson. I think Big Bronson, just to keep this feud going. I think Seth's only just come back from injury. He's only had one match, I believe. A dark match against Dirty Dom. He might have had some on a live event, I'm not sure. But even if he did, he's only had a couple of matches. So he can totally blame ring rust. So I'm going to go with Big Bronson Reed. Then Randy against Kevin. Hard to not have Kevin win unless you're going to have him disqualified. Maybe he grabs a chair and just starts wailing away on Randy, and the ref calls for the DQ, so Randy wins, but really Kevin's just beating the hell out of Randy. Either way, I can't see Kevin not standing tall at the end of this. He might take the L, but I think he beats Randy down after. So I've got Kevin either winning or standing tall at the end. And then we've got LA Knight, Andrade, Carmelo. I think LA Knight retains. I don't see a need to take the belt off him at this stage. Then we got Jade, Cargill, Bianca, Kyrie, Io, Lash Legend, Chikara, Chelsea. But this is just a way of getting women on the show in my mind. This is not... it's been okay as a build. It's been okay. It's not been like a disastrous build. Like, you know, it's been quite nice seeing all the different brands getting involved. It's nice that we've got NXT talent on the show as well. So I'm kind of into that. So the build's been okay, but really at its core, this is just a way of getting women onto the show, as many as possible. And I think that Jade and Bianca will retain as a result. So that is kind of what we're looking at in regards to the card and predictions. And it's just worth kind of doing that for anyone that's joining us that hasn't had a chance to kind of see the predictions video or even know what the card is that we've got tonight. So just worth kind of quickly running through that. I've seen a lot of people in the chat saying hello. Hello to everyone that's joining us. I hope everyone is well. I will jump in and say hello specifically to people as and when I can. I do just want to see. Yes, there is. Good. I was going to say, is there a post that lets people know we're live? And there is. So I've just retweeted that. Beautiful. Okay, Daniel Fox, shout out to you, buds. Sean, is that? No, C-I-A-N. What would that be? Actually, I don't even know how you pronounce that. I'm going to see. C-I-A-N. Pronounce. Here we go.
We are looking at how to pronounce this Welsh feminine given name.
It's a Welsh name?
We're going to be looking at how to say more interesting Welsh and Gaelic names as well.
All right, Boomer.
Sean.
Sean. Should have got that. Do you know, I don't have any Seans in my life. Well, I do now. Sean, welcome. Sean. It's a nice name. It's not a name that I've encountered much. Sean. S-I-A-N. Sean. Very nice. Helen, shout out to you. William, shout out to you, my friend. And Carl, everyone's favourite killer. Killer Carl. Killer Carl. That's your rap name. Killer Carl in the house. Killer Carl is saying, oh my God, it's early here. 6 a.m. Hello days. So, Killer Carl, shout out to you, my friend. Shout out to you. Right, let's go back over. Sean. Charlotte is scheduled to return in January 2025. She's recovering from the injury last year, MCL, ACL, and her meniscus, says Adam. Hello, Adam. Connor said, here's 7 surprises for Crown Jewel. Tiffany cashes in. Yeah, I could see that. Charlotte returns. Not expecting that. Randy turns on Cody. Could happen, but unlikely, just because Randy's not involved in that main event. He could come down to help Cody, but I would say that would feel a little rushed if we did that tonight. Goldberg returns. That was the rumor, but I'm not expecting it now, only because of what was rumored earlier this week, that he's apparently not involved. Hikuleo debuts, apparently going to NXT, but something to keep an eye on. Sammy comes to the aid of Roman and the Usos. That could happen. I think they will need him, and so that could happen. Sammy turns heel. Not sure, to be honest. Not sure. Only because I think he will join up with the Bloodline, and we will get that OG Bloodline. So Sammy joining up with Solo and joining the other Bloodline, not sure, to be honest. So yeah, those are potential surprises, but to be honest, there's a good chunk of them I'm not expecting. Ian said Kevin will beat Randy by DQ, and then he'll do what Randy did to Sammy back in the day. He'll slam him on the edge of the ring. Then he will cost Cody, setting up a Survivor Series match. No holds barred, said Ian. Edward, shout out to you. Said, Days, love you. I've tweeted you. It's going to be a great PLE. Yes, I agree. It's going to be a lot of fun. I'm looking forward to this. Obviously, as we get closer to it, it gets more exciting. People asked me the other day how we were feeling, and I was feeling good. But now it's actually here. Definitely feeling more excited. Andy said, I want Mattel to make Sid Justice Ultimate Editions. Well, they could do. They've been making lots of Ultimate Editions. So they absolutely could do. Connor said, my predictions are Cody, Orton, Nia, Bianca, Jade retain, LA Knight, Roman, Jimmy J, and Bronson Reed. So Cody, Orton, Nia. I'd be surprised at Nia, but I think she might be, she might be the favourite. I can't remember. We looked at it in Unseen. Bianca, Jade, I agree. LA Knight, I agree. Roman, Jimmy J, I've gone the other way. Bronson Reed agrees. So interesting. Seems like this is definitely one that the people have got slightly different opinions on, which is good. That means it's not super predictable. But William Hensey, the PLE starts at 1 p.m. Eastern. Yeah, we are about an hour and 45 minutes away from the countdown show. So we are literally working our way towards that. Then I think the countdown show is like 2 hours long, and then we get to the main cards. Logan comes back after the US title match. Logan's not a bad shout. I don't know that he's travelled, but it's not a bad shout, Logan being on this card. He could return and then set something up for Survivor Series. So, yeah, I don't mind that. Good morning, Eclipse Tyrant. Shout out to you, my friends. Hope you're well. Yeah, there's been a lot of talk about Jacob not being able to wrestle in Saudi Arabia, and some people are saying that maybe they won't let him in the country, but he is there actually. He is there. He is actually in the country. There's pictures of him being put with in the desert with Natalia and whatever. So he is actually already there. So there's no problem with him not being able to travel. There is just a little rumor doing the rounds that Jacob might not be on the show at all, but he's in Saudi Arabia. So new contracts taken. William, shout out to you. Kim Strains said 2 changes to Crown Jewel. Paul Heyman returns with Rhino, who then gores the new Bloodline. Alondra Blaze returns and takes out Tiffany and Liv. Well, there are some wondering if Heyman might return with Hikuleo. That's a rumor that I've seen kind of people pondering about. Again, I have to go back to what I've read, which is he's expected to go to NXT rather than come to the main roster. But and I don't think we're going to get anything like that tonight. But, well, I don't know. You can never rule it out. We've seen that they're more than happy to have people come straight to the main roster, like Jacob, like Tama, like Tonga Loa, like Motor City Machine Guns. So you certainly, in this day and age, don't have to go to NXT first. But the rumor mill was that he was NXT bound. So I would be very surprised if that's the direction we took. But there are people wondering if Heyman might show tonight and he might come out with Hikuleo, who is 6'8". I mean, he is really tall. He is something special. But to be honest with you, I don't know quite how good he is in the ring. He's never been someone that I've watched in New Japan. So I don't know if he's ready for the main roster. I mean, he's been in New Japan, so I would guess he is. But, you know, Finn Balor had been in New Japan. We still put him in NXT. Shinsuke Nakamura had been IWGP champion. We still put him in NXT. Asuka was one of the best women's wrestlers in all of the world. We still put her in NXT. So is Julia right now. So is Stephanie Vacour. They're in NXT. So, I don't know. The Hikuleo one, I'll definitely be keeping an eye on it. But I am expecting him to go to NXT because of the rumors. Days, you got a Finn Balor figure, said Cold Edits. Yeah, I got a couple, buds. In fact, one of my favorite ever figures is a Finn Balor Ultimate Edition. Sometimes I get asked from people, like, if you could recommend any figures, what figures would you recommend? And my answers are normally the same. My answers are, I would definitely recommend Ultimate Editions, because I collected a lot of figures before the Ultimate Editions came out. And honestly, a lot of those figures now don't look very good in comparison. Ultimate Editions are a little bit more expensive. They are in the same scale as other Mattel figures. And it's just you get a load more accessories and you get a lot more articulation. So you can pose them in lots of different poses. And the accessories that you get are more plentiful, more interesting. I think one of the best figures I've seen is the Ultimate Edition Finn Balor. The body paint detail, the accessory swappable heads, for example, that you get, put it above like other figures, but you do pay more. So you do have to have that little caveat. I mean, you're getting more, but you have to pay more. But honestly, if someone was to start collecting Mattel figures now, I would say, you know, really dial into the Ultimate Editions. get those, because really I don't think you're going to need like too many of the non-Ultimate Editions, because for a lot of wrestlers, their best versions are the Ultimate Editions. I think the best Finn is his Ultimate Edition. I think the best Roman is his Ultimate Edition. And you could say the same for Asuka as well, and, well, literally everyone. Seth, there's loads. They've been making them for a good few years now, so there's a lot. There's a lot of Ultimate Editions out there now. So, yeah, I would definitely point people in that direction. If you don't have any figures, but you was thinking of getting one, you quite fancy picking one up, I would say Google search Mattel WWE Ultimate Edition and just look at the results that come back and see if any grab your attention, because those, I would say, are the best that Mattel make. They're certainly amongst the most expensive, unless, you're going for something that's limited. Andy said, I've enjoyed watching the Wrestling Escape Pod. But that's good, Andy. I really appreciate it, my friends. And I saw that you sent a video in of your figure collection, which I was trying to get into this week's episode, but unfortunately I overslept. So we were 10 minutes late. And then we ended up, doing what we normally do and going off in a million different directions. So I will see if I can squeeze that in next week. But even next week's quite hectic, because next week is our election special, which I have no idea what we're doing for that. And it's probably going to be offensive. I'm not going to endorse anyone, so don't worry about that. But yeah, when it comes to politics, people are obviously quite easily offended. So I don't know how that stream's going to go. It's probably going to be a disaster. But and I have no idea what we're doing for it. So should be an interesting watch, to be honest, because I ain't got a flipping clue what we're going to be doing for that on Tuesday. Connor said 4 ways Becky could return at Crown Jewel. She could confront Liv if Liv wins. She could cost Liv. The man returns alongside Rhea. She teams up with Lyra Valkyria. I would quite like her to team with Lyra, actually. I really like Lyra. I think that Lyra is, I've had a lot of people get in touch saying it would be awesome if we have Julia, Stephanie Vacour. They've kind of given me a bit of a list to say, I want these people at Survivor Series. And I kind of responded by saying, I understand what you're saying, but these new people, they have only just arrived. We've got so much talent that is being underutilized. I feel like we need to dig into that more. If you look at the fact we've got Lyra Valkyria and we can't get her onto the show, Zoe Stark, who's got great potential. She finds herself in Pure Fusion Collective, which is not a very exciting faction. I feel like we need to make that an exciting faction. We need to make them badasses. We need to make them cool, right? We need to do some work with that group, because really, we shouldn't have people wanting Julia, Stephanie Vacour to be at Survivor Series. We should want the talent that's not being utilized on the main roster, like Zelina Vega, who, is definitely got a bit of a fan support. We've been talking about the whole push Zelina movement. But I look at Zoe Stark as someone that's got talent. I look at Lyra. I really like Lyra. I think she's got a lot of talent. There's definitely women on the main roster that I wish we could find a way of better utilizing, and I'd much rather we try and focus on them than, Julia and Stephanie are really exciting, but I look at them as ones for the future. Like, they've just arrived. We're working with them down in NXT. I just don't think now's the right time to shove them on Survivor Series. And have to do a whole piece of work where we have to introduce them to the audience. Because don't forget, NXT gets, 600,000, 700,000 viewers? That's like half of the views that Raw gets. So that means there's a lot of people that watch the main roster that don't watch NXT. So you would have to introduce who Julia is. You'd have to introduce who Stephanie Vacour is. And so that would be a bit of work to do. Rather than doing that work, I would rather we invested that time into Lyra, into Zoe, into making Pure Fusion Collective work. Because it doesn't work at the moment. They just feel so bland. They're just boring. They got a boring name. They look boring. Their promos are boring. it's just boring. Like, we need to find a way of making them not boring. I think they need to find a way of them not being boring. I think they could be putting out some stuff on social media to make themselves not boring. You know, I think social media is a very, very powerful tool in 2024. Because if you're not being utilized, look at how Carrion uses it. Carrion does a great job of putting promos out on social media and does a great job of kind of engaging with the fans. You know, there's been a lot of people in this community, actually, that have reached out to Carrion and had responses. And, you know, look at that picture he put up the other day. You lot are effing idiots. And he did it in a slightly cryptic way by switching some of the letters around. Like, that's fun. That's engaging. That's interesting. So, do you know what I mean? Like, that is definitely a way that I think Pure Fusion Collective should use social media with, like, you know, furthering their feuds, getting some of their personalities across. And, you know, even if they're not being used on TV, because I haven't seen them in a few weeks, even if they're not being used on TV, they can still have a presence. So I'd like to see us invest in that talent. So Becky coming back and working with Lyra and helping to get Lyra even more over, you know, I'd be totally down for that. I like Lyra. Carl and Dawn said, workings of the day, boring, lol. Carl, hope you're well. I hope that Dawn is doing well as well. I know we like to joke. If you're joining us for the first time, we do like to joke that Carl has murdered his wife. It's all just banter. But, yeah, no, it should be a good day. I'm really looking forward to this. It's good, actually, to have wrestling on a Saturday. And as we said, we should be moving on to... cage fighting after as well. So it's a pretty stacked day. It's a pretty non-stop day. Days, if Becky does return and team up with Lyra and join the WWE Women's Tag Team Championship match, well, I wouldn't be expecting all that tonight. I mean, I'm not expecting Becky to be back until at least the Rumble. I mean, she might show up at Survivor Series, but I think the truth is Becky has become, well, this is what I think the truth is. Becky has become a mom, and I think it really has changed her priorities. She was Becky the wrestler. She was Becky, you know, making money and trying to find a way of making it in life. And she went to WWE. She made it. She became the man. She main evented WrestleMania. She met her husband. They had a kid. And all of a sudden in Becky's life now, there is something undeniably more important than wrestling. Undeniably. Of course. Her daughter. And I just think that it must be really hard for Becky. And I think it's hard for a lot of women, actually. I think women find it harder than men. That might be quite stereotypical, but I'll stand by it. I think women do find it harder than men. I think to leave their kids and go off to work and everything, like, I think this is part of the reason why Alexa hasn't returned, is because, you know, she went off and had a kid, and we've not seen Alexa come back. Granted, there's rumors that the creative hasn't been quite right, but I don't know. I think she's really enjoyed her time with her, I think it's a daughter, isn't it? And it's hard to kind of leave that time with your baby to come back to work. You know, no one is going to enjoy doing that. Even if you're not a wrestler, you're not going to enjoy that moment where you have to leave the baby and come back to work. I think Becky is in a very fortunate position where she has got money. She's got financial security. Her husband earns loads as well. I mean, like, not even the money she's earned, but she's married to a millionaire. Like, they are multi-millionaires. She doesn't need to worry about work. So she can spend the rest of her life with a kid if she wants. And so I think that she's gone away to be a mom. And I think she's gone away to, like, help her daughter at this time. When her daughter was a baby, you know, you could take the baby on the road, look after the baby, but the baby's just sleeping a lot, right? And when the baby's awake, you engage with the baby, of course, but it's different when they get to an age where they can ask questions and they're learning about the world and they're learning about right and wrong, and they're going to school and, you know, they're getting an education and they're becoming the people that they're going to become. I think her daughter has got to an age now where I really think Becky is going to struggle to leave her daughter, because this is a critical kind of age. This is where she's really, and, you know, she'll keep learning, of course, as we all do, but this moment is setting her up for the rest of her life. And I think Becky has decided to prioritize that, which is great. So it's hard to see her coming back at Crown Jewel. It's hard to see her coming back at any time soon, to be honest, because I think she is there for her daughter. And the only reason that I would say she would come back at the Rumble is so that she could have that moment, set up her feuds, which would set up a WrestleMania match, wouldn't need much builds, because, you know, it's easy to start a feud in the Rumble. Becky gets eliminated by a heel that gloats about it. Boom. Match, feud started. Done. Couple of Raws on the road to WrestleMania. WrestleMania match sorted. Done. So she could come back at the Rumble to have that pop, have that moment. Could set up her feuds. Couple of Raws on the road to WrestleMania. Match done. WrestleMania match done. And then she goes away again. That's the only reason I would say that she could come back at Royal Rumble, is really just to set up a WrestleMania match, because no wrestler's going to want to miss at WrestleMania if you can help it. Some people might say that it's a bit rude because she's taking a spot away from someone that's been on the card all year round, and I do definitely understand that, and I do definitely hear that, but she is also, Becky, a legend. She's a legend, and we do have legends that come back to have matches at WrestleMania, so I could see her doing that, or something along those lines. But obviously, you know, we're going to have to wait and see. After everything I've just said, she might rock up tonight. she might rock up, and yeah, it was, we'll have to wait and see. But I'm not expecting her, as I said. Right, lovely, 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 lovely. It's good to see the conversation flowing like a fine wine. That shows that even though it's early, we are ready for whatever it is they're going to throw at us. Is anyone able to let me know how longer until Crown Jewel, said Dane. Dane, shout out to you. An hour and a half until the countdown show, kickoff show. And then as soon as we get to that, 2 hours of probably nothing apart from video packages. Certainly there's no matches announced for that countdown show. We don't tend to do that so much these days. There will be like some backstage interviews, and there'll be the odd prediction that they make and the odd interesting point, but to be perfectly truthful, we are 3.5 hours away from the start of Crown Jewel. But we do have a 2-hour countdown show to get our teeth into before that. Craig, hello my friend, shout out to you. Said, good afternoon. I hope everything is well. It's still morning here. Well, just after lunchtime here. Well, 12:30. So still early here, but yeah, not as early as what you've got it. But yeah, it's good. You never know with these streams quite how many people will be around. Obviously, more people will join us as they're waking up. It's Saturday morning. It's early. You know, it's definitely not ideal, shall we say, but we've done enough of these, so I hope the Usos will have an entrance tonight, said Noah Klopp. Yeah, I don't know kind of how they're going to do the Usos bit. Maybe the Usos will come out with their old theme, or maybe they bring them out individually as like Jimmy and Jay as two individuals. Let's go down. Thanks, I am in Australia, so I'm not sure if I'll last that long, said Dane. Dane, shout out to you. Connor said, do you think we see Sammy? If I'm a betting man, I'm going to say no. I think there's a good chance. I'm going to say I'm 70-30 no. The reason, because I think Sammy is going to need convincing. I think that we planted a seed on Monday of Jay kind of being a bit off with Sammy, and I think that's going to need to be apologized for. I think that Jay is going to have to apologize to Sammy for that comment of saying, yeah, you don't understand, you're not family. After everything that Sammy had been through with the Bloodline, and you could see that later in the show, Jay was Like, oh man, after what I say, like, he was really like, I shouldn't have said that. So I expect Jay to have to find Sammy and go, listen, dog, I didn't mean it. I didn't mean it. I'm sorry for what I said, you know? But yeah, I think that that work needs to be done first, which is why I could see OG Bloodline getting beaten down, people wanting Sammy, but it doesn't make much sense for Sammy to come and help because he certainly doesn't like Jimmy or Roman, and Jay just snapped at him. So it feels to me like there's a bit of work that needs to be done there first. Will UFC Fight Night immediately start after? I'm looking forward to 12 plus hours content, said Angel Imperious. It won't, unfortunately, mainly because the show doesn't start immediately after. So I think the UFC show, let's have a little look. UFC tonight in the UK, the coverage of it begins at 9 o'clock. This stream, so let's have a look. This stream, I think that there's probably going to be about an hour between the Crown Jewel stream finishing and the UFC stream potentially starting, right? The reason why I say potentially starting is because my priority today is Crown Jewel. And as soon as Crown Jewel is finished, I definitely want to do an unseen video. And I definitely want to do a review and an opinions video. My goal, and to get a couple of reaction clips up, my goal is to try and get those things done and then start UFC. So there will be content, but it's just going to be a bit of a mixture of different content. So it will be like videos and streams and reaction clips and all that kind of stuff. To be honest, the way that I'm viewing UFC is it's a bonus ball. UFC is something that I really do want to do tonight because I really like the card, but Crown Jewel is the priority. If unfortunately Crown Jewel took up all of my day, then so be it. Today is Crown Jewel day. So Crown Jewel's my priority. So we do the stream as soon as the show ends, work on Unseen, work on the review video. That'll take a couple of hours. And then I think I've scheduled, I mean, the great thing about UFC is the main card doesn't start until midnight. That's a good chunk of time. So there should be a lovely period of time between the two shows where I can really get some stuff done. So shouldn't miss out on anything today, really. There's not really a reason, unless things go disastrously wrong for me, there's not really a reason as to why I can't get this stream done, Unseen done, a review done, reaction clips done, all uploaded, all shared, and do a UFC stream as well. It's going to be, nip and tuck. It's gonna need a bit of work, but there's no reason why we shouldn't be able to do it. Dane said, I think I'm most excited for the US title match and the women's tag match. What do we think about Crown Jewel returns tonight, Days? I'm going to watch it on the network. I'm really not sure there's going to be too much in the way of returns. I'm really not looking at this show as being a show where we're going to get loads of stuff. I don't think that Charlotte is ready to come back. There's been no word of her being ready to come back. I don't think Alexa's ready, and I don't think they've got anything planned for Alexa, so I don't think there's anything there. Brock, we know, is not coming back until his legal troubles are sorted. I don't know, and then you start to sort of run out of big names, really. So I don't know. I don't know that there's going to be a great deal of shocks in that regard. But Tiffany cashing in, I could definitely see that. Bronson and Seth doing some crazy big spot, I can definitely see that. So Goldberg, I still think there's potential for Goldberg to be on this show. So even though the rumor mill says that he's not expected, I still think there's potential for him to be on the show. But yeah, it's going to be interesting. We're going to have to see how it all shakes out. But yeah, I wish I could sit here and go, oh yeah, I think we're getting Hikaleo. I think we're getting Charlotte. I think we're getting Alexa. I think we're getting Brock. I think we're getting Braun Strowman. I think we're getting Omos, you know? We could go down the list, but I'm really not expecting a great deal in that regards. I don't think this is the show for that, but we could end up with something. I think there will definitely be moments and talking points. But I don't know. If you look back at some of the recent Saudi Arabia shows, they're not dripping in returns. Kim Shane said, "What are the chances of the biggest swerve in history with Baron Corbin, Indy Hartwell, and Tegan Nox doing run-ins?" I mean, I think that would be, as you said, one of the biggest swerves if they were to do that. I would give it like chances of 100 to 1. Because I don't think they would want to upset the fans to only then, you know, do that swerve. Like, I think there's some things you can sort of use as storyline, but like using releases as storylines is definitely something which would generate some bad PR for WWE. I think the negatives would outweigh the positives. The stream is flowing like a twig on the shoulders of a mighty stream, said Miss Clown. Miss Clown, shout out to you. Hope you're well. Ryan, hello, my friends. Ryan said, Days, do we think the Usos and the OTC will get along today? And if you was Triple H, where would you take the story after War Games? Ryan, that's a great question, my friend. I really like that. I think there will be some moments between Jay and Roman that are a little bit off. There's not really a reason for any tension between Jimmy and Roman, but you can definitely have some tension, and you should have some tension between Jay and Roman, because we haven't done much to get them back onto the same page. This is all very rushed. So, you know, there should be a bit of tension there, right? There should be a little bit of tension there. And I think that there will be, right? Only little moments, little looks as they try to get back onto the same page after all. Think of all the drama that's happened, yeah? For that to just be completely done now, and we're all, you know, best friends, everything's amazing. I would just put, if I was booking it, just the odd little bit, right? The odd little look, the odd little miscommunication. But very quickly, they're like, come on, you know, getting back on the same page. So I've got no problem with that. But like big falling out, big drama, no. Because I think we're heading towards Survivor Series, which is going to be Bloodline again, but only with more people like Sammy involved and maybe Paul Heyman involved and a Cage involved, right? So I think we're heading to Bloodline at Survivor Series. So it doesn't make any sense for this team to fall apart. But I don't mind the odd little moment, right, during the match. So we build towards War Games, and I think your question's really good because you didn't say what do we think's going to happen after Crown Jewel, because I think that's quite obvious for a lot of people, right? Bloodline, War Games. But you said what will we do after War Games, which is a good question, because that is where things I think get really interesting. This is where we have to look at WrestleMania and what's rumored, because that gives us an idea of where we're going, right? So it's not nailed as to what Roman's doing. Some reports have said there's a triple threat floating, which would be Rock, Roman, and Cody. Well, if we're doing Rock, Roman, Cody, that definitely says to me that Roman is going to have to deal with The Rock in the builds, because The Rock is going to side with Solo. So that would say to me that we're probably going to do Roman versus Solo at some point after Survivor Series. The Rock is going to come back, and then all of a sudden we build towards Rock Roman, but it's not quite Rock Roman because Cody will be involved with the title if we get the triple threat. There is another thought that they might do Rock Roman at WrestleMania 41, so it'd be the exact same thing, only we don't need to worry about Cody, right, and the title. There is another thought that it could be Roman versus Solo at WrestleMania, and that just changes things a little bit, because then I don't know when The Rock's around, and I don't know if Roman has to deal with The Rock in the builds. I mean, listen, The Rock's going to make his presence felt. He said when he can, he will be showing up. Like, WWE is a priority for him. Well, which makes sense because he's on the TKO board and he needs that TKO stock to be doing well. And a great way of having TKO stock doing well is making sure that WWE do well. And a great way of making WWE do well is having The Rock on the show. So The Rock knows he can influence ratings because people will tune in to see what he is going to do. I mean, WWE have done monster numbers this year. So I think you're going to get The Rock all over the build for WrestleMania, but we still don't quite know what the matches are that we're building towards. I think the front runners are Cody, Rock, Roman, Solo, but Cody came out and said, you won't believe what we've got lined up. It is going to be unexpected. And he said, even those that I see talking online that think they know, it's going to catch people off guard. So all of a sudden now, we're really in doubt as to what it is we're getting at WrestleMania. We really don't know where this is heading towards. So to answer your question, what would I book? To be perfectly honest, I would book Cody versus Randy, and I would book Rock versus Roman for WrestleMania. I think Cody, Randy, I think Randy turning on Cody, teasing it like he's been doing, but when he finally turns, I think there's going to be so much to dig into. The whole history of legacy and the fact that Randy was a mentor for Cody. Like, that's not a feud that I want to rush. That's a feud that I really want to give time to because I think it deserves it. I think this is a really personal feud. You know, like how Randy would be a big feud for the Wyatt Six? Because, of course, Randy and Bray had such a rich history. You know, it was Randy that beat Bray for the title at WrestleMania 33. It was Randy that beat Bray at WrestleMania 37. It was Randy that burnt the compound down. You know, like, Randy and Bray had such a rich history that if the Wyatt Six ever get their hands on Randy, it's going to be a rich story with lots of, like, backstory to it. Lots of really fascinating, like, stuff for us to dig into. Exactly the same with Randy and Cody. Like, Randy was a massive part of Cody when he kind of first came in the business. And the whole legacy thing, you know? In fact, wasn't it WrestleMania? We did Ted DiBiase versus Cody Rhodes versus Randy Orton as a triple threat match. So, I mean, like, there's so much to dig into. I would not just rush that for a month and then build to, say, Royal Rumble. I think you could go bigger. And actually, you could have Randy beat Cody for the belt. And it could be that Cody's title reign ends at WrestleMania 41 to the hands of heel Randy Orton, which maybe then sets us up for Randy versus Cena or something like that at some point. So I would be interested in that. And then I would pull the trigger on Rock Roman. I think it's going to be difficult to get all the way to WrestleMania 42 before we do Rock Roman. That strikes me as being quite a challenge to get all the way. It's like another year and a half away to get all the way to WrestleMania 42 before we do Rock versus Roman. So I feel like Rock Roman is the match that people want to see. And I think people are really interested in the Randy Cody feuds. I think that's something that people would be on board with. And I would do I'd probably do Gunther, Cena. I think Cena going for a title, trying to get 17 at WrestleMania. It's hard because then, of course, the question is, what do you do with CM Punk? Which is a perfectly acceptable question. But unfortunately, we are so stacked with talent, it does feel like someone's going to miss out, you know? I mean, people will say, well, what do you do with Solo? What do you do with Jacob? What do you do with Drew McIntyre? Like, they're great questions. But it's also a great situation to be in, isn't it? Where we've got so much talent that it's actually a challenge to get everybody onto the show. Like, that's just a great situation to be in. I think you have to kind of do what is right in the sense of, don't worry about who's not on the show. Just try and make the best card you can And if you end up having, you would definitely find a way of getting Punk on the card. And you'd find a way of getting Seth and Drew and all these others on the card somewhere, right? I mean, there's 2 days to play with, so you'd find something. But yeah, disappointing. I understand that we're not going to have people in title matches. But you just can't have everyone. You can't have, like, unless you're going to do triple threats and like that. But I've said before, I'm not a fan of triple threats. But, you know, maybe you could book something that makes sense and, you know, book a triple threat. But I think I would much rather see Gunther Cena one-on-one, you know. That, to me, I think would just be an amazing match. Randy Cody with the right builds, I think would be an amazing match. Rock versus Roman with the right builds, I think it would be an amazing match. So I really like the question because it's not a straightforward one because there's so many moving parts that it's a little bit tricky to answer. But I think you have to look at WrestleMania and you have to start of work backwards from there. So it really depends what we book for that. So yeah, I would have, like, say, the new Bloodline lose at Survivor Series, and then just where OG Bloodline feel like we've got this, we're back, Rock comes in and stands with Solo, and all of a sudden the game changed. You know, all of a sudden now the OG Bloodline have now got a massive problem because they might have beaten the new Bloodline, but the new Bloodline just got a hell of a lot stronger. I would try, though, to not keep the Bloodlines together too long. Certainly not the OG one, because I think Jay could at some point next year, but as we've just demonstrated, probably not WrestleMania, but could at some point next year challenge for the World Heavyweight Championship. So I really wouldn't want to be keeping Jay locked up for too long in the Bloodline. I still think he has got massive potential to go and become a World Heavyweight Champ, so... yeah, we could sit and talk on this for so long. I mean, no problems whatsoever for this to having its own video and just really digging into loads of different thoughts on this kind of a topic. But good question, really good question. I hope that kind of puts a few things out there that can, you know, be branched off with and explored. But yeah, feel free, get your thoughts in. This is what it's all about. Join the conversation, get your thoughts in. What is it that you would do with these stories? AWC Legend asking about what time it starts in the UK. Well, just over an hour, and then we will be at the countdown show, and then the countdown show runs for 2 hours. So I think in the UK it starts at 5. So I'm expecting it to be done. Is that right? Starts at 5? I believe so. And then I'm expecting it to be done around about, say, 8. So if it finishes about 8, my hope is that I can then just spend a couple of hours doing Unseen, doing review, like reaction videos, review video, a couple of hours doing that, and then that means that I can get to UFC and start the UFC stream. So Retro MC, shout out to you, my friends. William Hensey said, I've DM'd Indy a job offer as my co-driver. Well, we'll have to see if she accepts that. I would imagine she's probably got quite a few job offers coming in. So we'll have to see if she responds. She's probably a little busy at the moment trying to figure out, like, you know, what the future holds for her. And I'm not sure that future is being your co-driver, but, well, you know, I can't speak on her behalf. Kim's Chains, shout out to you. Shout out to you. That's really kind of you to put in some gifted memberships. So shout out to you, my friend. Really appreciate it. And we are family. I love that. Really good. Name your team for New Bloodline versus OG. Oh, it's really simple, to be honest. I mean, I would keep it 4-on-4. I would have Roman, Sammy, Jimmy, and Jay, and they would be taking on Solo, Tama, Tonga Loa, and Jacob. So I would just keep it as that. I mean, I don't really feel a need to make it bigger than that. I mean, I'm not aware of there being a rule where it has to be 5-on-5. I think that if you add anyone to that OG bloodline, it's not so much the OG bloodline then. it sort of stops being the OG Bloodline, because obviously the original Bloodline had Solo in it. So, I mean, you could put Solo back, but is he really going to go back? I mean, absolutely nothing says that he's going to go back. I mean, if you wanted to put the OG Bloodline back together, then Solo would switch over, wouldn't he? But if you do that, then that means that the new Bloodline is going to have to find 2 new members, because they're going to need the extra member to get them up to 5, and they're going to have to replace Solo. So, I mean, you could drop in Hikuleo and The Rock. You could add those 2 if you did go in that direction. But again, I have to say, Hikuleo is expected to go to NXT, and The Rock work in Survivor Series. He could do. But it's really the other stumbling block is, are you going to have Solo switch back? Nothing suggests that's happening. So I've got to think, like, and again, if you add someone to the OG Bloodline, then they're still OG Bloodline, but it's just a bit weird adding someone else in, isn't it? That was never there originally. Like, I don't know. There's rumors that Cody could get added to. I hate that. I don't want that at all. I don't want Roman, Sammy, Jimmy, Jay, and Cody. I don't want Cody involved. Like, and then who would be on the other side? What, Kevin Owens maybe or something? Like, they just feel like they're added on to get him onto the show. They just feel like they're chucked in there, so it's not the direction I would go. I'd just keep it 4-on-4. There's nothing that says yes to be 5-on-5. A lot of Survivor Series matches were 4-on-4. So, but yeah, otherwise, like, there is a rumor of Cody getting involved, but not what I'd be looking for. We are family. Shout out to you. What would you do? We are family. Would you go 5-on-5? Would you add Cody? Would you add Kevin? Would you add Randy? Would you add The Rock? Would you add Hikuleo? None of them satisfy to me, only because, as I said, I think the appeal is OG Bloodline taking on new Bloodline. It's sort of like the Bloodline we watched taking on this new Timu Bloodline, you know? That's the story. Anything that gets added beyond that is just garnish. Is just noise. Even if it is Cody Rhodes who's super over, this ain't his dance. This ain't his party. This ain't, in my mind, got anything flipping to do with him. Like, he is someone that should go off and defend the title at Survivor Series. I'd have him defend his belt. I'd have him defend his belt against Kevin Owens or something. That's how I'd get Cody on the card. I wouldn't shoehorn him into this. But maybe some people would. Coach Co said, I'm walking my dog. I'm picking up his poop. Poop like a nice citizen. Say, can you see by the light so proudly we have for the lead email? Is that felt like an American anthem or something? Oh, say, can you see by the light so proudly we have lead email? And the Rockets, man. Wow, God. It's a high song, isn't it? I've never really had to sing it, but it's quite high. Is that a challenge for people? I would need to do some practice if I was going to do the American National Anthem. That's hard. And I don't think those are the words, to be honest, Coach Co. I'm not sure those are the words. But maybe they are. Maybe they are. Kian, shout out to you. Kim Shane said, does Coach Co write cryptic messages for the Wyatt Six? I always struggle to understand those messages. Well, I was picking up some USA vibes in it. I don't know about you. Kim Shane said, if anyone is going to be added, it's got to be Naomi and Nia or Haku and Rikishi. They make perfect sense. Well, I don't know that you would do a mixed person, like mixed gender Survivor Series War Games match, because those women are really only going to interact with each other It's not really the WWE way to have them interacting with the guys. I mean, there was that time when Nia went into the men's rumble. So, but like she was not in there that long. But so to do a whole match where they're battling away with like majority guys, I couldn't see that. Rikishi, I don't think is in any sort of shape. You know, there was a lot of people that wanted Rikishi to be guest ref for Jimmy versus Jay. And they revealed, like, the reason he didn't do it is because he's not in the best of shape anymore. I mean, to be honest, I don't know that Rikishi was ever in the best of shape, but, like, physically, even being a guest ref, I think would be a bit of a barrier. So, yeah, I get your vibe. Like, for it to make sense, it should be someone, like, from the family and add them in that way. So I'm picking up what you're putting down, but difficult, to be honest, because I don't think the women feel right for that type of match, and I think the legends are just not able to perform at the level we would need. Days, if they put Cody in the Bloodline and have him as an honorary Uso, then truly monkeys are booking the show, said Nathan. It is a rumor that did the round that they could go in that direction. Unfortunately, and I think you might know what I'm about to say. Unfortunately, sometimes we have to do these types of things just to get people on the show. You know, it's not so much because it's the right thing to do for the match. Because to be perfectly truthful with you, the right thing to do for the match would be 4-on-4. It doesn't matter that it's 4-on-4. I know traditionally you would do 5-on-5 for War Games, but it doesn't matter. In fact, if anything, I think it's better because it means there's more room inside the cage, right? There's a couple of less people in there. And also, we don't have to wait as long for the match to flip in start, which always irritates me. You start with 2 people in, and then every few minutes, someone else comes down. And the match doesn't even start until everyone's in the ring. So that means there's a good 20-30 minutes of us just watching people beating up each other. And the match can't even finish. The match hasn't even started. So for me, cutting down that, I think you should be able to pin people and eliminate them. That's what I think. From the very beginning, right? From the very beginning, I think you should be able to pin people and eliminate them. But that's not the rule at the moment. The moment is that, the 2 teams come out and the match starts. And, it's not until everyone's in the ring it begins. So actually, if it's 4-on-4, we would get that process done a little bit quicker, which I'm totally on board with. So, yeah, sometimes we, chuck people in because that's how we're going to get them on the card. And that's why you get, triple threats and fatal 4-ways and stuff like that, because, again, it's a way of getting people onto the cards. So I don't know. We'll have to wait and see if Cody does get added. I certainly don't think he'll be getting added because the story demands it. The story benefits from it. I think it'll be because this is how we're going to use him for Survivor Series. So we'll have to wait and see. But he should be able to pin from day one-ish, said Miss Clown. Kim's Trains, shout out to you. Hello, International Megastar Wrestling Days. Hope you are well, my friend, said Rick. Rick, shout out to you, but I hope you're excited. It's good to see so many people around. We're nearly knocking on 500 here, which is not bad, considering it is still so early in America. Haku, Solo, Jacob, Tama, Roman, Jimmy, Jay, Rikishi, Survivor Series, said Kim's Trains. Jack said, good morning. From the East Coast and West Virginia. Days, it's a little chilly here today. Oh, is it really? It's not too bad outside. Little bit overcast here in the UK. A few clouds around, so it's not a very bright day, but there's no rain. And I would say it's okay. I would say, it's, there's a little chill in the air, but it's... considering it's November, it's really not bad at all, to be honest. This is the positive side to us ruining the climate. Is that this should be, colder than it is, I feel. This is November now, and I can quite happily go outside in a t-shirt, and it's okay. It's acceptable here in the UK at the moment. Ian said, I could see Jacob being the surprise inclusion. No one will see coming at WrestleMania. He's a special talent, but I want to see him in with Bron Breakker as well. I think I would have Jacob go after a mid-card belt next year. I think him and Bron Breakker you could definitely do. In fact, there are so many matches for Jacob you're fine for years. So many. I mean, we just because he never had that run in NXT, we haven't seen him with anyone. So, like, pretty much anyone that he goes up against is going to be an intriguing matchup. So, yeah, loads of amazing matches for Jacob. I think next year we can really start digging into some of those. Which is why I'm not too worried about kind of keeping the Bloodline stuff, like, going. I feel like Bloodline has sort of... I feel like, and I know this is going to sound crazy, I feel like it's coming to an end. What I mean by that is, what is the end goal of this Bloodline story? What should be the end goal of it? For me, the end goal is we should catapult all of the people involved to a bigger, higher level. Well, Roman is much bigger than he's ever been, yeah? I mean, do you remember back in 2015, he was getting booed out the building, yeah? Now, we've got fans chanting, we want Roman. Fans chanting OTC. Roman is like bonkers over, right? So it's worked for Roman, yeah? This heel turn has been the greatest run of his life. That title run, everything we've just done, the whole Bloodline thing, massively over. Jey Uso, you want to talk about over? Jey Uso. I heard a stat that apparently he's like crazy when it comes to merch sales. Jey Uso's merch sales are absolutely insane at the moment. Like, really just people cannot get enough of Jey Uso's merch. Which, you know, could be true. I don't know. I haven't seen the numbers, but yeah, that's what people have said. So, has it worked for Jey? Definitely. I think we need to do a bit of work for Jimmy. I think Jimmy definitely needs some help so that he can get catapulted. But really, other than like getting Jimmy going, which, you know, we can focus on a bit now, and maybe just reinvigorating Sammy a little bit. Jacob is crazy over, so that's worked. I don't know if we can do a bit of work with Solo, but in all fairness, if we are going to do Roman versus Solo, that feud should help Solo. And, you know, what we're doing now with, like, Solo, like, people had a lot of praise for his vignette from last night's SmackDown. People had a lot of praise for that. So I think that it is helping Solo, but I think his aura is struggling when he's having to stand near Jacob. So that is a bit of a problem for Solo. I think I think we all know Jacob should have been in that position. Jacob should be the tribal chief, really. It should be that Solo is Jacob's enforcer, to be honest. But, you know, it is what it is. It's worked out the way it's worked. I think it's a case of, what are we trying to do? We should try and get all of these people over. We should try and get all of these people, in a much better place than when they joined this story. And I feel like we're there or thereabouts. I feel like Sammy is much better place than he was before Bloodline. Jay's in a much better place. Roman's in a much better place. Solo's in a much better place and will further benefit. Jacob, well, I mean, he's just come straight in and become like one of the top stars. You know, the Gorillas of Destiny, they're just going to be a tag team. That'll be absolutely fine. Bit of work needed for Jimmy, definitely. I think we could definitely help Jimmy more. But really, other than that, what's the purpose of the Bloodline? What are we continuing to do? Like, it doesn't, you know, if it's going to get to the point where it's actually going to get in the way. Like, I think people want to see Jay go off and be a world champion. So if we just keep doing Bloodline endlessly, then you're all of a sudden starting to prevent this talent from really going off and, you know, having their solo runs and becoming the big stars they could become. So I think, like, maybe Survivor Series could be a bit of a swan song. It might be that is not the last time we see them all together, but I certainly don't predict 2025 is going to be a whole year of Bloodline stuff. I think we'll see a lot more of these stars going off and doing their own thing, you know. So yeah, we could be kind of coming more towards the end of a bit of a big chapter of this kind of story. The great thing is, though, the story never really ends, because whenever needed, they can always come back together. You know, they're always family. They can always come back to they've always got each other's back. You know, Jimmy could always come in and help Jay if needed. Roman's always around. We can always do a 6-man tag with Roman, Jimmy, Jay. If Solo needs to, if Sammy needs to win the title, imagine Sammy trying to win a world title and he's getting screwed like Cody was, with people interfering, and oh my god, here comes Roman to deal with the outside interference. Roman's come down to help his honorary use, and Sammy gets the world title, like world heavyweight title, not the WWE one. But that's my point, like, it never needs to really end, but equally we don't need to keep them all together for, like, you know, long term. Right, Days, how about Kevin sees Sammy joining OG Bloodline and decides to join Solo's Bloodline because all his friends are joining the enemy team? Would that give way to Cody joining OG Bloodline, said Justice. Well, that might be how they get to it. I mean, for me, I am not crazy about it, because, to be honest, I would much rather we just did Cody versus Kevin as a singles match, rather than, I mean, for me, like, Kevin joining up with... Kevin's had so many problems with the Bloodline, so for him to then join up with Solo, someone that he's had problems with, and, like, join that Bloodline, and, like, get involved in this, and... I don't know, like, you can make it work, but it's not my preferred destination, if you will. As I said, for me, the OG Bloodline, this feud for me is like about family, and, you know, Sammy might not be family, but he was very much part of this story back in the day. He was the honorary use. So for me, like, I'm not interested in the outside noise. I'm not interested in Kevin and Cody and all of that nonsense. Like, for me, this should be the the family members. This should be OG Bloodline as they were against New Bloodline, going up against each other. And, you know, Cody, Kevin, no problem with them facing each other, but just do that as a separate match. So, yeah, I mean, I really like what Justice has said there. I really like your comment, because I think you've come up with a great way of getting these extra people into the match, right? I mean, from a booking point of view, you can do what Justice Brutus said, which is, how about Kevin sees Sammy joining the OG Bloodline, and so he joins the other side, which then brings Cody in. Like, it's a good, logical way of bringing those people in. But the end result is you've still got two people in the match that I wish weren't there. You've still got two people in the match that feel like they're bolted on. Even if the reasoning for it is sound, it's still not the match that I would ideally be looking for, because they're not really meant to be in the flipping match. So, but how you actually book it and how you've got to it, I think, is really good. Russell Andy said, what time is this the equivalent for? Did you sleep yet? Yeah, I managed to get 3 hours, just over 3 hours. What time is this the equivalent of for me? Honestly, I reckon I'm always about 12 hours out. So I would say this is about 2 in the morning. Because I tend to go to bed around about 12, 1. So that's like lunchtime in the UK. So that's kind of like going to bed at midnight or 1. And then that normally means I'm up about 7 for dinner. And so that's like getting up at 7 in the morning for breakfast. So I definitely operate 12 hours out. So by that logic, this is 2:15 in the morning for me. Which I must admit, I'm surprised that I'm as okay as what I am. I feel really awake. I feel really fine. I feel really good. I don't know why, actually. I think I was quite good at making sure that I got some really good night's sleep on the Wednesday and the Thursday, because I knew this was a big weekend. So I think I've kind of gone into, like, last night and gone into today, like, quite well rested. So I had 3 hours, 3.5 hours in between SmackDown or the end of SmackDown after I did Unseen and starting this stream. And as I said, yeah, I feel really good. Feel really good. So you watch later. By the time you get to UFC, I'll be like, oh, Jesus Christ. But no, right now I'm feeling good. I just hope it's going to be worth it, kids. I just hope it's going to be a good day for all of us involved. Icky, hello, said debut of Zilla and Hikuleo. Not expecting it, but Zilla is not signed with WWE. He is signed with Reality of Wrestling. And there's no word that WWE have signed him or anything. I mean, could he be a surprise? Yes, but it's unlikely because Zilla is someone that all the talk is he needs a bit more work. He's also someone that's no-showed shows on the indie scene. He's someone that's made it very clear that he wants to get to WWE and he would like to be used in the blood. No doubt what he wants. But I think WWE are all right at the moment. I mean, WWE has got maybe more talent than it knows what to do with. We were just talking earlier about WrestleMania and about all of the people that, you know, we've got to find CM Punk a match, we've got to find Drew a match, we've got to find Seth a match, we've got to find Jey Uso a match, Roman a match, maybe Rock a match, maybe Cena a match, maybe Randy a match, maybe Cody a match. Like, bringing in all these new people, it's not worth doing just for this feuds. It's certainly not worth doing just for one match, Survivor Series match, right? So I wouldn't be unless you bring them in for one hit, but that's not really what we do, to be honest. I wouldn't be down on that, actually. If they brought in for one match Zilla and we used Hikuleo for just one match for Survivor Series, and then Zilla goes back to the Indies, Hikuleo goes back to NXT, I wouldn't mind that. I could cope with that. But how this is where you go, okay, but realistically, in the real world, how likely is it that they would do that? It's very, very, very unlikely. That's not something that we do. That's not something WWE do. We don't ever do that kind of thing. So if we're going to sign Zilla, he's probably going to be on a permanent deal. It's probably going to be for a good few years, and I just don't think there's a need for bringing him in. Plus, the word on the street is he's someone that needs a bit of work still. Maybe with his, maybe there's a bit of immaturity there. You know, he's no-showed certain shows on the indie scene for whatever reason, and had a big falling out with Booker T, as we said. And even though that relationship's been repaired, if I'm WWE, there's definitely some red flags with Zilla. So I know there's a lot of excitement around him, and I know there's a lot of people that want him to come into WWE, but I think there's a bit more work to be done. And in regards to Hikuleo, the rumor is that he goes to NXT first, so I'm not expecting either of those today. If we was to get one, Hikuleo would be the one I would expect of the two, but even that would be a genuine surprise for me. So, but you never know, do you? Never know. Frankie said, Days, how do we think Crown Jewel title compares in size to the Andrade Big Championship title? It's a different shape, isn't it? This belt is more of a square rectangle plate. Is this not more like the AEW belt? The AEW belt's like a rectangle plate. The Andrade one was kind of like a big Hogan 86. If you look at the Andrade one, which was known as the Andrade 87, if you compare that belt to the Hogan 86, you can see that they're relatives. So the shape of that is similar to the Hogan 86. So it's kind of like got a rounded kind of top, and then it kind of comes out at the sides. A bit winged eagerly in that kind of regard. So it's not like just a rectangle or something, or it's not round or whatever. It's kind of got like a traditional faceplate shape, if you will. So size-wise, I would imagine the height of it is probably comparable. because this feels a big belt, doesn't it? But I think with the Crown Jewel Championship, it doesn't it kind of fall down quite quickly, because the center plate is a rectangle that then I think kind of falls down. The Andre one, I'd imagine, was a bit more sustained with its height. So I think it would be very close between the two. I think it would be very close because this is a big belt, isn't it? This one. But I wouldn't be shocked if this one kind of the main plate falls away and drops down a little bit before the Andre one, which I think was a bit more sustained in its shape. So yeah, both. Oh, I was going to say both are nice belts. So I don't know why I was going to say that, because this one isn't. I really don't like the Crown Jewel one. The Andre one is not a bad belt. It's okay, but it was. I think it was. It's revered because it's people, wrestling fans love, because I love these, like, oh, did you ever see this belt? Kind of, did you hear about this? Like little facts, little, these kind of little things. And the Andre belt is so interesting because for those that don't know, the Andre belt was made for WrestleMania 3 because if Andre won, the belt Hogan had wouldn't have fitted him. He had the Hogan 86 at that time, and that belt wasn't big enough. So they needed a belt for Andre just in case Andre won. And they showed it on Primetime Wrestling. It was actually on the table in front of Gorilla and Bobby. And they showed the belts of what Andre would have. And they showed that belt off. And we never saw it again. I don't even think it was at I don't remember them showing it at WrestleMania 3, actually. I don't even know if it was at WrestleMania 3, because I don't remember seeing it. And obviously Hogan won, so we never needed that belt again. I hear that belt actually got put onto a white strap and was used in the film No Holds Barred as a prize in that film, right, as a prop. And then, because it had been in that film, it ended up going to Planet Hollywood, where it was displayed on the wall as being in the film No Holds Barred, but it was actually the Andre 87. And then I heard it got lost. And so I don't think anyone knows where it is now. And that is the journey of the Andre 87 belt. So, yeah, to answer your question, I think they're going to be quite comparable. But as we said, differences in shape. And if I had to pick one, I'd pick the Andre 87. I wouldn't even think twice about it. This belt, I think, is the only redeeming quality of this belt, the one Crown Jewel one, is the fact that it is bejeweled. And I don't even think those are real jewels. Like, they try to make out that this thing's like $1 billion. I mean, I don't know that that's true. I wouldn't think it is. But then saying that, the Saudis are bonkers, aren't they? If the Saudis have agreed to spend like a load of money on an amazing belt, maybe they would. I mean, they've got money to just burn, haven't they? I mean, they're building that city, aren't they? And that straight line, and like, do you know what I mean? I mean, they've had to scale it back, but have you ever heard about that? They're building this line, right? Where it's got all apartments on different levels, and there's a train at the bottom that runs through, and there's going to be like cinemas and stadiums, and it's all in this straight line, and you can like just walk this city. It's a whole city. It's like there's videos all over YouTube about it. I think it is called The Line, if you've never heard of it. And it was meant to be like, it was going to house millions of people, but they've massively scaled it back now. So it's not going to be as big as it was. But it was going to be in the trillions. It was going to be mental amount of money that it was going to cost them. So a couple of million on a belt, they wouldn't even notice they've spent it. But I don't think it's real. Because even I think that would be a waste. Even if 2 million is nothing to them, I still think it would be a waste of 2 million. We're only going to see the belt once a year, and then it's going to live in Saudi Arabia. So you might as well just use some fake gems. Like, and you really, why spend all that money when you can just use some fake gems instead? So I'm not even convinced that it is as valuable as they claim it is. But what with it being Saudi, you can never be too sure. We've got a message from Chelsea Green about Indy. I know Indy Hartwell's future is full of opportunities and success, but it still hurts to hear the news. I miss you at work. Sam. Is that her real name, Sam? I didn't know her name was Sam. I'm counting down the days, 90 to be exact, until you take over the world. I'm definitely putting that in unseen. Well, we've got a releases folder, actually, so there we go. Larry, thank you. Thoughts on tonight? Randy turns on Cody. Usos turn on Roman. I don't see that. Roman still heel turns on Usos. Tiffany cashes in on Liv or Nia. I can see that. Gunther wins the match. Number 6, more twists. And even more twists. WrestleBuzz, have you seen this? Oh, hello, what's this? New rules. What's Dana saying? What's Uncle Dana saying?
For those of you watching tomorrow the rules change. The 12-6 elbow is now legal tomorrow. And the grounded fighter rule where you put one hand down on the ground, gone. So you can't do that anymore, and 12-6 is legal.
Yeah, I'd heard those. I'd heard that. I didn't know it was this show, though, so I appreciate that. Final Hash Brown said, F yeah, we got the human highlight reel, Tonga lower. What's that in relation to? Oh, yeah. Look, Jacob Fatu will not wrestle at Crown Jewel. The tag match will be Roman J. Jimmy against Solo, Tama, and Tonga lower. If that happens, that immediately makes me think that the OG Bloodline are winning. Immediately, because the only reason you wouldn't include Jacob is because he's injured, and I don't think he is, or you don't want him to take an L. So him not being involved is actually really interesting. Really interesting. I think we're up to speed. Oh, what's this? Bray Wyatt's story is one of reinvention. His journey showed his identity. It's a battle. Why did his complex legacy resonate? Find out in a new video. Very good. Oh, yeah, and we spoke about this, look. There are talks to strengthen Damian Priest's character. He's going to lean into his Puerto Rican culture, and it's believed that he might start wearing this mask going forwards as he leans into his Puerto Rican heritage. We spoke about it on Unseen. Unseen genuinely yesterday was one of the hardest Unseens I've ever had to do, because just the Halloween stuff alone would fill Unseen, no problem. And then like the Wyatt 6 tweets, I get tagged in those so much, and I really appreciate it. But it just, my notifications just floods. It just floods my notifications. So, but I really appreciate the support. I wouldn't want that to change. But that happened as well. So my notifications were swimming. And then, of course, we get the news of the releases. And we had the kickoff show, the Crown Jewel kickoff show. And we had SmackDown. So my notifications were just, oh, God. It was a dumpster fire. So, you know, ideally, if we'd had a bit more time, I would have tried to have found this picture, rather than just go, you know, the mask he wore at WrestleMania. They're looking at him returning with that. I think it would have been better if I could have found the picture, but that was just one. That was just one thing we spoke about in a list of so many in like the latest Unseen. I was so pleased that it didn't clock in at an hour. I think it still went 40 odd minutes, 48 minutes or something, but I thought we might even hit the hour mark. And I wasn't looking to do that, because I knew people were going to go to bed, and when they woke up, we're going to be streaming. So I knew people wouldn't really have much time to watch a long Unseen. But had I have had the time, I would have included this image, which is pretty badass, isn't it? If that is the direction that he's going to be going in. So, yeah, that is Damian Priest. That's what's happening there. Are we up to speeds with that? We are. Lovely. Carl and Dawn said, after all is done with the Bloodline, what does the Bloodline look like after it's done? Well, I think the Bloodline will always be able to come back together because they're family. So when everything is said and done, I would like to think that the whole family will be reunited in some regard, right? I mean, you can always bring in a faction that's going to need Roman, Rock, Solo, Jacob, Usos, Sammy to actually reunite against some big faction. Like, you can always bring in new enemies, people for them to go against. So, I mean, listen, that would be like Avengers Assembled, wouldn't it? Imagine that. Imagine if in like 3-4 years' time, we actually get Rock, Roman, Jacob, Solo, Usos, Sammy. You know, I don't know that we don't necessarily need the Gorillas of Destiny involved. But, you know, if needed, we could include them. But to take down some, I don't know, like Nexus type group. Some really big group. You know, like we've had Nexus or like NWO when they were like really bloated and really big. Yeah, we could absolutely build towards something like that. I think it would be nice, actually, if that was the way it would end, like this final shot with the whole family together celebrating having just won this big match. And that's kind of the last time we get to see them all together, you know? That would be really cool, if that would be like how it would conclude. But really, I think there's going to be a lot of people just going off in their own directions and doing their own things and sporadically coming back together when needed if Jimmy needs some help, or Jimmy feels like there's an opportunity to win the tag belts and Jay's not really doing anything at the moment, then of course they could reunite and go off and do that. Or yeah, I mean, there's lots of different directions, lots of different things that people can do as and when, but I do think they should go and do their own solo pursuits as well. Jed J said Noam and Aura are going to help Lash and Jakara. Oh, you think so? You think they've travelled? I don't know. I think Noam's still injured, isn't he? I don't know if he's cleared yet. That's an interesting thought. Jed J, shout out to you. Dean said, Days, no thoughts today. I'm literally just saying hello. Okay, Dean, shout out to you. Yeah, no, it's good. It's really nice, actually, to have people phone in their thoughts and chucking some conversations around. And I suppose it is worth just saying that even though I get asked questions and I give my opinions, they're only opinions. They're only things, you know. I mean, I'm fortunate in that I read a lot of, like, obviously news and rumors, and I do Unseen every day. So I feel like a pretty good understanding as to logically where things are heading, but of course there's always a degree of like having to put pieces together and not have the full information. So by no means am I saying I'm right. I mean, for example, I base a lot on like the rumor that Hikaleo's going to NXT. Well, if that turns out not to be true and Hikaleo turns up tonight on the show, which he could do, then all of a sudden, you know, a lot of the stuff we've discussed is not correct. But because we're basing it on rumors and reports that have been doing the rounds. So it's good to, like, you know, have a idea, I think, as to where we're expecting things to go. And I feel like, I mean, I don't know the percentage, but I feel like our success rate is pretty good, because most of the time these reports are proven to be correct. But yeah, by no means do I think that I'm like getting all this right, or come and join us, I'll tell you exactly what's happening. So no, it's still all open to conversation and debate and interpretation. And but I like that. I like people coming in and saying, well, I get what you're saying, but I think this and this because of this. And those are good conversations. So, yeah, feel free to join us and join in the conversation, even if I don't see your comments, because obviously I'm getting stuck into other comments, or I'm keeping an eye on Twitter or whatever it might be. You know, there are other people in the community that will see your comments. And I've said before, I think that the great thing about our community is that we put the chat on screen, and that means that people can see your comments. And so, like, if I was joining this watch along rather than hosting it, I would definitely be reading some of the comments, and I would definitely be going, yeah, I agree with that, or I'm not sure I agree, or do you know what I mean? It's not just me and my thoughts that people are reading or taking on board. People, I believe, do read and engage with this as well. And I tell you how I know that's true. Whenever I ask the members for nominations of Hall of Fame, who should go in the Community Hall of Fame, I always get quite detailed responses like, well, I really think it should be this person because blah, 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 blah. Like, you know, they're always in the chat. I love the points they're making. So I know that you lot read each other's comments. I see it when it's time to nominate names for Hall of Fame. So I know that stuff goes on, which is brilliant. It means the conversation can happen even away from me. And quite often I jump in and people are saying hello to each other. I'm looking for like a comment to kind of start the conversation or whatever. And there's just a load of people going, hi, Billy Bob. Hi, Joe. Hi, John. Hi, John. Hi. Hi, Sally Mae. Which is good. That's brilliant. You know, that's the kind of community we want, of course. Carlin 1985 Gareth, appreciate the support, my friends. Thank you for the donation. It's really appreciated, and thank you to everyone that has supported, donated to the channel. This obviously is a pretty big stream for us. I mean, we're quite fortunate in that we've actually got 2 pay-per-views this month, so this is the smaller of the 2. It's not that far away until we get to the end of the month where it's going to be Survivor Series. So that should hopefully be... And a lot of stuff here is going to lead into Survivor Series because, for example, Bloodline, I think will set up Bloodline. But it will set it up inside War Games, and I think we'll get Sammy added, and, you know, so on, so on. And, you know, as Brutus said earlier about, like, maybe Cody gets involved, maybe Kevin gets involved for these. I totally could see it going that way. I thought that was a good comment. But, yes, I think that we're well on the road to Survivor Series because it's not that far away. So we're very fortunate in having 2 PLEs this month. Carly 1985 Gareth said, Days, I'm looking forward to Crown Jewel. Should be good, my friends. Definitely some talking points coming out of it. And it's lovely, as always, to have some wrestling on a weekend. We've said before, these are always my favorite weekends where we can get some wrestling conversation going on a Saturday rather than just doing some boxing or just some UFC. I wish that we had wrestling every weekend. I tell you what, I'm looking forward to Saturday night's main event as well, because later this month we've got Survivor Series, but in December we've got the first of those specials. We've got the first Saturday night's main event, and as we said, you know, that should be really fun. I'm really looking forward to that as well. So that, in a way, I think they're going to treat like a PLE, even though it's not a PLE, but I think they're going to treat it like a PLE. So I'm really interested to see what the card for that's going to be as well. I still don't know if we're going to be able to watch it in the UK, but I would imagine we can. Because they're going to build towards that show. And why would they not show that show, like, in the UK? So I would imagine they will. If not, I'm going to have to VPN and find a way. We are streaming that. One way or another, we are doing the watch along for that. So, yeah, Cartley 1985 Gareth, shout out to you, sir. Sonny, hello. Said, Days, Mark wants to take me. I'm sure he does. To Survivor Series. Did you meet up with Mark, Sonny? Yeah? Has that happened? Your meeting? Hey? That's no. I know that you was meeting up. I know that love was in the air. Look at this. We might be getting a community baby. That would be so good. Wouldn't it? That would be so good to get like a community baby that we could all help raise. And, you know, I could teach it how to be amazing with women. I'd do that, no problem. I mean, I wouldn't teach it that from the very start. I'd let it get a little bit older. But, yeah, we could all just chuck in our knowledge to this child, and it would grow up to be the greatest. It would grow up to be the most knowledgeable wrestling fan ever. In fact, Sonny, I think you should have a baby, just so that we can all share our wrestling knowledge with it. And it would just be bombarded, wouldn't it? Just would be like, whoa, jeez. Oh, man, just 24/7. Oh, just us firing in wrestling facts. It'd be amazing. I'd love that. You should do that for us. Have a baby for us. Afzalt said, I think we will get WrestleMania, Orton versus Cody versus KO. And the Bloodline segment was pre-recorded, said Afzal. It was. SmackDown, all of SmackDown was pre-recorded. We shared our frustrations on that. I did my thumbnail with the word spoiled. Or, yeah, spoiled on my thing. I was not full of praise for yesterday's SmackDown or last night's SmackDown. It was not a show that I was too keen about. But again, it doesn't matter. It's in the past. I have definitely complained enough about that show. I don't need to complain about it anymore. Although I would like for it in the future to be coming live from Saudi. I would much rather that we did that show live from Saudi Arabia than taping it like the week before, you know? Don't really get why we can't do that. What day is Saturday night's main event? Oh, it's on a Tuesday. Tom, shout out to you. I thought we already had a community baby. Barry the Boomer baby has been demoted, said Kim Strains. Now, I love Barry, but I think Barry's a bit mentally scarred because Barry is Tony's baby. So he's not really our baby. And he's also terrified of the world because he's growing up in a haunted house where they've got like terrifying zombie gnomes. And didn't they have like a blanket on him that was something depraved as well? I seem to remember the blanket having something on that was very questionable, like Pennywise or something. I can't even remember now. But I remember the blanket being terrifying. I remember the gnomes being terrifying. I think Barry's a lost cause. I love Barry, but I think he's a lost cause. I think if we had a new, fresh community baby, we could start bombarding it with wrestling knowledge, like really from day one. And that baby would be down since day one-ish. So, so really, if Sunny cared about this community, she would squeeze a baby up. After all, shout out to you. Macarai said, Days, if you had money. If I had money. I'm just going to enjoy that thought for a second. Days, if you had money and had to put it somewhere, I'd put it in an ISA. I'd put it in a premium bonds. But let's read it. Put it somewhere. New Bloodline, not OG Bloodline. What, today? It's a hard one, you know, because I would go New Bloodline, but the word on the street is that Jacob is not going to be in the match. And if that is true, my question is obviously why? Why is he not in the match? Is it because he's injured? I don't believe he is. Or is it because we're trying to protect him? Because actually this bloodline, New Bloodline, are going to lose. But in my mind, it makes total sense for the New Bloodline to get the win today. OG Bloodline are sad, right? Because they lost. So they go and get Sammy. And then they challenge Bloodline to a rematch. And they win at Survivor Series. So I think OG Bloodline loses today, but wins at Survivor Series. That's how I would book it. That feels pretty much like the straightforward direction you would go. Unless they're going to do it like a weird swerve. A weird swervy swerve. But it's hard to see swerves coming, isn't it? Because they're swerves. So, I don't know. It's tricky. It's tricky. I think my money would still go on New Bloodline. But if Jacob really isn't wrestling, it's giving me food for thought. Days can babysit every Monday, Tuesday, and Friday for you. That's true. I mean, it will have to be like digitally, but it's pretty much as good as me being there. So, okay. When is Roman Uso's Bloodline match? No idea, Paige. The word on the street is it's going to be the first match that opens the show. So if that is true, right, and that information is correct, in fact, I should look at Fightful Select because normally they have info like that. But if that's true, then that means that it is going to be in about 2 hours, 15 minutes. Probably 10 minutes into the start of the show. So probably about 2 hours, 25 minutes, something like that. If that information is true. But I don't know that it is. Because I have not seen any information on an official rundown yet. So let's just go Fightful Select and see if there's anything there. There's information on the cuts, but no information on Crown Jewel. But word on the street is that that match, Bloodline, will open the show. Look at this. I haven't read this. 14 hours ago. So this was actually before I did Unseen, so I never saw this. This is Fightful Select talking about the releases, right? Baron, Tegan, Indy are leaving WWE. Corbin was informed that his deal would not be extended, with internal speculation being that his deal runs until the end of the year. Numerous indie bookers already asked Fightful when he would be available, with one top booker saying they hoped he would continue his wrestling career. So it seems like there is interest from the indie scene for Baron Corbin. Corbin told Fightful recently he initially wasn't sold on teaming with Apollo. He didn't feel like he could top the Lone Wolves. Corbin has rarely been used on TV throughout the year, but has been a regular backstage at SmackDown and has worked some dark matches. Tegan was released and has got a 90-day non-compete that will see her eligible to wrestle elsewhere in February, as will Indy Hartwell. Tegan had not been on TV for over 6 months. She hadn't even been booked for dark matches or live events. We've heard of no extended creatives for quite some time. She was occasionally at SmackDown tapings. Indy Hartwell was the most unexpected and had even had a match on SmackDown this week. When asked for reaction, several staff and talent felt that she was coming into her own with the social media skits. Yeah, I had praise for those. For those asking, Indy's "what wait" tweet was a rib. She didn't find out about it on social media. Fightful hasn't and won't report on releases unless a talent knows already. And rarely, if ever, will we find out before anyway. How would they know? So when I've seen this question asked and it was not answered. How would they know? We wouldn't report on releases unless the talent already knows. So when Fightful are told, do they ask the person telling them, like, have you told the talent already? Maybe that's how they know, right? Or do they check with the talent? Like, have they got a direct line to the talent where they can go, have you had this news? Do you know this? Have you heard this? This is what we've just been told. I wonder what the procedure is there. I would imagine they ask the person that's telling them. I would imagine they ask the person that's telling them if the talent has found out. But then, I don't know who their sources are. I don't know who's telling Fightful this information. So, would the person telling them even know if the talent has already been told? Do you know what I mean? Like, there would be good to get some clarity on that, because I did see someone ask on that, and the response they got was a little unclear, shall we say. Contrary to tweets going around saying that Dijak once claimed in an interview that talent usually find out via social media, that isn't true. He said other talent finds out about who is released via social media. Nox and Indy will likely have their visa situation sorted to continue wrestling in the US, but that has not been confirmed. We weren't told of any reasons for these cuts. Talent were told yesterday. For those asking, the internal claim was that this is the extent of the cuts. We're not sure of the time frame of that phrasing. So, yeah, that is a good point, actually. So that's it for this round of cuts. But when is this round over? Is today a new round? Like, I get what they're saying there. Like, what is the time frame of that? It's all well and good saying, no, that's it for this round. But when's the next round? Today? Tomorrow? Next week? Next month? Next year? No one knows. So, yeah, well, that's interesting. But that's the latest info. That dropped 15 hours ago now. So that is Fightful Select. Days. So we answered that. Sean Ross Sapp is an unsavory character. He gets stuff right, but yeah. I mean, look, I don't interact with these people because there's no need for me to. I have had Sean Ross Sapp contact me a few times. Just about, I mean, one time was because, and it's worth saying actually, he has requested that people don't tag me in his tweets. Not in a nasty way, but just because of Unseen, there's a lot of people that tag me in news. And I think it was getting to the point where he was going through his notifications and it was just people tagging me, things that Sean had said. So Sean just was like, would you mind just telling people not to, not to like constantly tag you in stuff I put out. It's blocking up my notifications. I was like, yeah, no worries. But that's, you could argue that's the kind of thing that doesn't bother me. I'm not bothered about that. It really doesn't bother me at all. That's his right. That's his prerogative. It's his notifications. I can understand him not just wanting to go through his notifications, constantly seeing my name, right? I totally get that. So that doesn't bother me. But that's the kind of thing that I think other people are like, that's a bit petty, It's kind of like you see him respond to a lot of trolls when it's just not really needed. Like, I can sometimes bite on that as well, but I don't quote tweet it and make a big deal out of it. I do find that hurts the perception of people, actually. I mean, I think that's one of the reasons why Dave Meltzer gets a lot of the criticism he gets, because he's just, you read his feed, it's just him responding to trolls and people just like, oh, you always treat WWE different to AEW. And his response is normally, tell me you've never read a single episode of the Observer without... issue of the Observer without telling me you've never read a single issue of the Observer. It's something like that. You've never read a single word I've written. Like, go away. I would much rather that Dave Meltzer just put out really interesting wrestling facts, really interesting wrestling stories. Like, he's a really good wrestling historian. I think he's really good at looking back and talking about where we've been. I think where he can get unstuck is, sometimes he comes out with things that aren't quite correct. When he's talking about where we are right now or where we're going in the future, that seems to have really hurt his reputation. I think his bias for AEW has hurt his reputation. But I feel a bit sorry for him in that regard, because I put myself in his shoes and he is not a WWE fan. Like, he covers it because it's the biggest promotion, but he much prefers Japan. I mean, he does, and he doesn't hide it. It's a bit like, if a lot of us had to do Dave's job and, we had to sit there and watch a load of AEW matches, we might not like them. I mean, we just might not engage in them. We might sit there and watch them like hologram or whatever is flipping called. We might watch that. We might watch the deathmatch stuff. And we just might be like, I don't think this is very good. And so we might be down on AEW. It's just that Dave's the reverse. Dave, I think, genuinely watches a lot of WWE stuff. And I think genuinely is like... I don't think he secretly thinks it's good, but he's like, no, I'm going to give him a bad score. I think he genuinely looks at it and he's like, I just don't like it. And so then he scores it the way he scores it, and then a load of people get upset. Just like if I was probably to score AEW, a load of AEW fans would get upset with me going, how can you give this a 3? It's clearly the greatest match there's ever been. So in that regard, I do feel a bit sorry for him, because I don't know that there's necessarily an agenda there. I don't know that he's trying to, like, you know, stick it to WWE. Maybe there has been a bit of that at times, but genuinely, I just don't think he really rates or enjoys the WWE product as much as he does like AEW or New Japan or CMLL or AAA or, do you know what I mean? Like, I think he cares about those more and likes those more. But if you're in this field of work, you can't not cover WWE. So this is why I've said before, the way that I enjoy reading Dave Meltzer's work or engaging with Dave Meltzer is I only read the WWE stuff. That way I don't get upset because I'm not reading the AEW stuff where he's like singing and praising it and saying it's the greatest thing ever. And then I have to read about how WWE's rubbish. So I don't do that. I just engage with his WWE stuff. And, you know, if he is a bit down on WrestleMania, but then has a lot of praise for SummerSlam, well, that's really interesting, isn't it? Because that's kind of implying that he thinks SummerSlam is a much, much better show than WrestleMania. I'm only comparing his thoughts on WWE to his thoughts on WWE. If you compare his thoughts on WWE to his thoughts on AEW, it'll drive you insane. And you would get quite angry. And people do. But that's not how I interact with, like, Dave. So I feel a little bit sorry for him. I do think that there's a good chunk of it that is his own fault. But to be honest, I just don't really engage in any of them. Certainly don't, like, have conversations with him or send them messages or anything. I can't see anything good coming out of that. So there we go. Anyway, that's the news on the releases. Ratings are just opinions, said Brian. That is true. That is very true. And he's entitled to those opinions, just like how everyone here is entitled to their opinions as well. So, yeah, it is... it's one of those, isn't it, where people, I think, have their beliefs, and it's very hard for them to believe that anyone feels different. It's a weird, I think, human quality, actually. We're so adamant that what we believe is the right thing that it's very hard to see someone saying something different and to understand where they're coming from, you know? And I don't think that's just wrestling. I think that extends to all of different, you know, politics and everything. That people can look at the same thing, interpret it different, and see something different and feel differently about it. And not feel the same way as us. I mean, there are nearly 600 people in the chat right now. And there are absolutely for a fact, there are no two people in the chat right now that would agree on absolutely everything when it comes to wrestling or comes to politics or, you know, there are no two people in the chat that agree on every match that's ever been, scoring it the exact same score. You know, there's going to be matches I think are 5 stars, you might think are 4 or 3. There's going to be matches I think are 4 or 3 that you think are 5. There's going to be wrestlers you think are amazing that I think are overrated. There's going to be wrestlers I think are amazing you think are overrated. And it's absolutely fine. It's absolutely fine. That is normal. That is absolutely normal. So I think that, like, you know, that is... I don't know how you kind of detoxify. I do feel like there could be some changes to social media. What those changes would be, I don't know. And this isn't the right time for such a conversation, but I do think that, like, there surely should be a way of us having conversations about wrestling without it, like, constantly having to descend in, like, warfare, you know? There's a lot of big arguments and arguing and stuff that can happen online that I think is unnecessary. Thankfully, not so much in this community. I think we've got a pretty good understanding. But, yeah, some of the stuff you see online. Bonkers. Right, talking of bonkers. We've got the kickoff show Watch live. Let's go. So this is the kickoff show, and it's going to go into the countdown show. And so we will be getting underway with this. I would have started even earlier, to be honest, but I mean, it's early, isn't it? I think this is early anyway. So starting even earlier than we did, I'm not sure was necessary, but yeah, lovely to have people around. I hope everyone is well. I hope everyone's excited. Should be a really fun event today. Crown Jewel, and as we said, lots of very interesting matches lined up, coming up. Meltzer and Sean Rossap are crybabies, said James. James is not a fan. Please consider buying my first book, The Thoughts Within, said Sunny. Let's pop this in. Boom. I experienced this with Star Wars, said Nathan. Yeah, I can believe that. I can believe that. I could imagine this being the same in a lot of different communities, yeah. I can believe that. Sometimes it does feel like it's just the wrestling community that have these kinds of dramas, but no, far from it. I can believe what you've just said there. Okay, so we are on the countdown show. Jojo, shout out to you, my friends. Hello, hello, hello. With love hearts. Look at that in the chat. Tom said, that's an opinion I can agree with, James. Days in 2 weeks. Mark will be here. Is coming from Toronto, said Sonny. Well, Sonny, have a wonderful time. I'm sure you will. Just bear in mind the fact that we would love a little community baby. Who's pulled up? Is that Cody? Cody Rhodes arriving. So I don't think there's going to be loads with this countdown show. It's going to be one of those where it's worth just keeping an eye on, but really the countdown show is just... It's going to be in the background. We're seeing Liv, Raquel, and Dirty Dom arriving. So they have pulled up. We've got Nia and Tiffany. They've traveled together. So that's interesting. Nia and Tiffany. There's the WWE store. There is the Crown Jewel Championship. The Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. It's got 32 precious gems. I really wonder if it does. Part of me does wonder if it really does, because this is Saudi Arabia, and they could have gone bonkers, and they could have actually made quite a precious, belt, you know. So, right. I also get it with the Marvel community, said Kian. Where's my phone? Oh no, I don't have my phone. That's going to make me sad. Oh no, I'm sad now. Don't even have my phone with me. We will either get Goldberg interference or Kevin Owens interference during Cody versus Gunther. Oh, why don't I have my phone? Rubbish. No. Need that for thumbnails and things. Afternoon, loving the midday wrestling, and UFC is early as well, so I don't need to stay up till 7 a.m, said Adam. Yeah, it'll be good. It'll be good, buds. I am also looking forward to it. Okay. What time did Crown Jewel Championship start? It's not started yet. We've literally just got the beginning of the countdown show, which, as we said, it's just going to be a load of kind of video packages and, you know, just previews, really. So we've got Big E, we've got Corey Graves, and and we've got Michael Cole. It'd be good to get an update from Big E, actually, to know where he is with a potential return. I know it's something he's still working towards. Right, I'm not sure about any of what the matches mean. Even the Bloodline match, does it really matter who wins come SmackDown, said Retro MC. Well, this I think that the addition of the championship rings has been a really good addition because those championship rings, it means that if you win the Crown Jewel Championship, you get a ring now that you can permanently wear, and that does feel a little bit better because now what Triple H was saying is how many rings are people going to be able to get? You know, not only do you need to be champion, but, you know, if we can make it so that being champion at this time of year matters, because this is a match that people really want to be a part of. I mean, this is going to live and die by its booking. It's as simple as that. If you, treat this as something really important throughout the rest of the year, and you refer to it throughout the rest of the year about how you want to be champion, and you want to be champion when it's time for Crown Jewel because you want one of those rings, and you're having this conversation in February or March, that's only going to help the prestige of this new Crown Jewel concept championship, right? If we don't talk about it until next year, that is going to be a big L, right? Because this needs to be spoken about. It needs to be a thing. This will only succeed if you make it feel important. So, on the one hand, is it going to matter by the time we get to SmackDown? It's really going to depend, isn't it? How much importance we put on these rings. You know, going in the Hall of Fame matters. Winning world titles matters. How many times has someone been a world champion? That matters. If now the conversation is going to be how many times has someone won the Crown Jewel Championship, and, you know, it matters, and we make it feel like it really does matter, we could get somewhere with this. We could get somewhere. But it really needs that level of support. So, I don't know. It's a hard one to answer. I mean, I agree with you. Bloodline, whoever wins, it doesn't really matter. Because I think we get the rematch at Survivor Series anyway. But it's just the next chapter in the story. I mean, the good thing about tonight is this is the first time these three are going to be in the ring working together since when? When was the last time we had Roman, Jay, and Jimmy all in the ring at the same time? I mean, it's got to have been a while. I don't want to say since Survivor Series. Back in, not last year, the year before, was it? I don't want to say that, but it could be that. 2022, when we did, we had the Bloodline in there against, was it, what year was that? Was that last year or the year before, actually? It wasn't last year, was it? Nah, it must have been the year before because Sammy was with them. So it must have been the year before. So, yeah, was that the last time all three were in the ring? It's going to have been a while because Jay's been over on Raw for quite a while. So, you know, it depends how much importance you put on those kind of things. We got Jackie Redburn, we got Kathy Kelly backstage. Gunther's going to win, said Batman Big Fan. Days, who do we think will win out of Gunther Cody? Well, I thought Cody... and it seems like we've had over 1,000 votes. We've had 1,248 votes. 74% of people have said Cody's going to win. So at the moment, it seems like people are in agreement that Cody is going to get the victory tonight. I think Cody, because I still think there's a chance we could get Goldberg, who could cost Gunther. I also think, do we really want Cody taking a loss? It's not a big problem if he does, but if we can avoid it, wouldn't we try and avoid it? So, yeah, for me, I definitely would try and keep Cody strong. I think Cody is someone that has managed to get to the top of the mountain. He is the WWE champion, He's the face. He is the guy. I don't know why we would want to damage that by having him lose. Unless it's not going to be clean, of course. I mean, if Ludwig Kaiser comes down to distract Cody or something and Cody ends up losing, then, of course, Cody's got an explanation for the loss. So it could be Gunther because of Ludwig Kaiser or something like that. It could be Gunther because Kevin Owens comes down and costs Cody. So, you know, I think if Gunther wins, there has to be a way of explaining why. Because they really wouldn't make much sense to me just to have Cody lose clean. So I'm thinking Cody wins. But there's definitely a path for Gunther to get the win. Corey Graves, if fit enough to return, he could interfere in Summit tonight, said Kim's Trains. I don't think he would, to be honest. I don't think Corey is... I mean, I don't even know where we are with the Corey returning news, but if Corey was to return, I think he would likely return for WrestleMania or probably the Rumble. I'm not sure that he would like get involved in like Crown Jewel. Bournemouth are beating Man City at the moment. They're struggling, aren't they? They're struggling, Man City. They've got a lot of injuries at the moment. I think Gunther, because of Kevin, after he eliminates Randy for the night, he will either distract the ref or get knocked out, and you know what could happen, said Antonio. Nathan said 1,000 votes, but we've only got 398 likes. Oh my god, yeah, like. If you've not left a like, leave a like. We don't really ever ask for them on these streams, but on the UFC streams, we always try to get to 1,000. So the fact that we're already at nearly 400 is pretty impressive considering the countdown show only started 12 minutes ago. So yeah, if you haven't left a like, leave a like. It's really appreciated as they're just taking a look at Cody and Gunther right now. And they're just going to run down, I think, how we got to that. We've got a little interview here with Gunther. See what Gunther's got to say. He's sitting down with Joe Tessitore. Talking about earlier this year, of course, King of the Ring, which was also held in Saudi Arabia. We had Randy Orton against Gunther. Gunther said, I saw Randy as someone that was a big obstacle. His pedigree in this business is very impressive, says Gunther. Cody's here. I'm a little bit ahead, says Gunther. What makes Cody a different challenge? Cody comes with the support of everybody. It's interesting. If you don't leave a like, Days will send Tony's Gnomes of Doom. Yes! Kim's Trains, a.k.a. Nick Butcher. Kian said Liverpool are playing, which I want to watch, but I don't have TNT. I've only got Sky Sports on my dad's account, but let's go Liverpool, said Kian. Breaking news, the main event is subject to change, says Ash. Well, word on the street is Bloodline expected to open the show. What have we got here? What's this? So, The Rock has landed in Germany. So, heads up, The Rock is in Germany. So, for anyone expecting him to be at Crown Jewel, he likely won't be there. So, apparently in Germany. I mean, you know, I don't know if he's got something scheduled today in Germany. I don't know if I would imagine he probably does. It's it wouldn't be too difficult to check, would it? Metal Mama said, why am I getting shadow banned from the YouTube chat? I've been there for an hour. My chats are not submitting. I have honestly no idea. I have not done anything, and I would doubt that any of the mods would have done anything. So, Metal Mama, I genuinely don't know. Let's reply to Metal Mama, shall we? Honestly, don't. I have not blocked or timed you out, and I doubt any of the mods would. Does anyone know? Any mods know as to what that could be? Maybe Metal Mama's having a little bit of a YouTube glitch or something. I'm not sure. I know we jest and we joke, but I genuinely haven't. Perhaps she's on like the wrong stream. Perhaps she's perhaps been drinking. I mean, The Rock might have posted it to make us more shocked. Yeah, I did just think that, but I thought, well, if he's in Germany and he has actually got like a book signing or something today, that would be quite easy to verify. So he claims that he's in Germany, and maybe he's got some work in Germany, something he needs to do. But you're right, if he's not actually got anything lined up, then... I've only been here a few minutes, said James. Sunny hasn't been around as well. Well, let me just double check. I'll just make sure that she's not in like a block list or anything, but it doesn't make any sense. It's unusual. It's not unusual to be loved by anyone. So we've just had the interview with Gunther. He just said kind of stuff that you would expect him to say, really. Missions, community. Nah, we haven't got a very big block list anymore, to be honest. In fact, how many people are on there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. There's only 16 people on the block list, you know? And none of them are Metal Mama. There we go. Metal Mama said, I did not drink. I did not drink. Sure thing. Sure thing, Flower. You're the one saying that you're blocked and no one knows anything about it, so... You know what I mean? Eh? It's alright, it's a Saturday. You know, you're allowed to let the hair down. What are you showing me anyway? She's showing me something now. Oh God, what's going on? What is it? What are you showing me? What am I looking at? What am I looking at? Who is banning me? I did not drink. Is that coming through? I never saw that. I cannot see that. I have not got that. Who was that after? That was after Jumping Jeff Farmer. Oh, and James when he said I've only been here 10 minutes. Yeah, that is not in my feeds. Right, Metal Mama, you are not in a blocked list. You're not blocked. There's 16 names and you are not one of them. Right? Unless someone has timed you out... Which I've not seen. I've not seen anyone time you out, but what you're showing here is not on my thing. It's not on my chat. Oh, that means you can't comment for the whole stream. Oh, that's sad, isn't it? Oh dear. Oh, that's a shame. Well, we'll share our favourite memories, shall we? Nothing else I can do. You're not on my block list. I can't just magically make you appear. I don't know what you've done. You've done something in you. I'll tell you what you've done. You've had a drink, right? You've got drunk, and you've just smashed the keyboards, and you've gone and broke some, haven't you? That's what you've done. It ain't nothing I've done. So I don't know what you've done. But you ain't on my chat, so honestly. This is what happens when you have to deal with boomers. We've got a lot of boomers in our community that don't know how to use computers, right? It's funny because you remember, like, we were talking about that guy that got scammed by Alexa Bliss, and there was a lot of people like, how do you get scammed? Like, in this day and age? But there is a lot of boomers out there that don't know how to use computers. And, you know, they just sort of like pound away at the keyboard and hope for the best. And, you know, I'm not saying that's Metal Mama, but I'm also not saying it's not Metal Mama. But, you know, Metal Mama, shout out to you. You will be missed. I'm going to reply to her, actually. Well, she can hear me anyway, but it's fun to type it as well as say it. You will be missed. Rest easy, my angel. Rest easy, my angel. And then I'm going to put a tombstone. And I'm going to put like a... Have we got like a RIP like death emoji or something? Let's go with one of them. Rest easy, my angel. You will be missed. RIP to Metal Mama and her presence in this chat. She'll have to just be silently in the background now. She'll just have to be someone that we remember rather than... We can talk about the... Oh, man, do you remember Metal Mama? Some of you might not remember Metal Mama, but she used to be in our community. She was all right, man. She was pretty fun. Yeah, no, it was good. We had some good times. She doesn't come around anymore. I don't know what happened, but I think she left the community, but I just haven't seen her in ages. She doesn't really visit anymore. Never really hear from her anymore. JDS said The Rock is in Germany for his new movie Red One. It's a Christmas press tour. That is the reason why. Thank you, JDS. Appreciate it. Right, we got a few super chats to catch up with. Let's go. Carl and Dawn said, leave the community, raise into me. I got this. Carl! I am not leaving even a pint of milk in your care, let alone the community baby, right? You've probably bumped off Metal Mama, knowing you. We're wondering where she's gone. It's probably you. You've killed her access to this stream, just like you killed Dawn. Jed J said, crazy thoughts. The Iconics return at the end of the match. That is a crazy thought. I don't think they will, but it would be fun. I always liked the Iconics, but they went off to become moms. So I think that I heard a rumor that Peyton was interested in returning, but I don't know about Billy Kay. Billy Kay very much could be done. Jojo, shout out to you. Delwyn Jones, shout out to you, my friend. Said, I'm not a fan of when Saudi are doing sports events. I noticed that probably since Fury versus Usyk, it was fantastic, and WWE King and Queen of the Ring was a good PLE, but it is more of a B+ show. Money is the reason for it, like boxing right now. Oh, well, the only reason we're there is for money. If the money wasn't as good, we wouldn't be there, right? Definitely not. Because in this day and age, companies don't want bad PR, right? Companies don't want bad PR, and it's not great PR to be going to Saudi Arabia with their human rights records, or the way that women are, you know, not given the same level of freedom as men, and you know, there's big question marks around the way that that country is run, right? And of course, there's big question marks around the fact they're bringing in sporting events to make them more palatable to the West, to make them more familiar. I mean, it helps, doesn't it, having Tyson Fury going, oh my God, I love Saudi, I'm going to bring my family over here. You know, they know that their oil is running out, and they know that they're going to need to rely on a new form of income for the country going forwards. And the oil's fine for the next decade, 2 decades, whatever it might be, but eventually it's going to run out. And so they're trying to make themselves a major tourism destination. You know, they're trying to make it so, you know, we've got amazing theme parks, we've got amazing shops, we've got amazing sporting events, we've got some of the biggest concerts in the world. So they're trying to reinvent, but it doesn't hide the fact that there's the human rights questions. And I genuinely, though, this is a conversation we had years and years and years ago when we first went to Saudi. I'm going to be fair to Saudi in saying I don't know where we are with movements on those human rights questions. I don't know if those questions are, or if those concerns are as strong in 2024. I don't know. That's actually some work that I should do, where I look to see, you know, are those concerns as strong in 2024 as they were in, say, 2018? Because this was a big... There was people around at the time. I remember it. When we did the first Saudi show, people saying, I'm not watching that. People refusing to watch that first Saudi show. I'm not watching this. I'm not supporting this. And there's people that didn't want to know. I would imagine those people have started watching now because we've gone to Saudi quite a few times, and it's quite clear that these shows are not ending. And I'd imagine people are now on board with them. But yeah, it's interesting because there is a whole conversation to be had there. So it probably is worth mentioning on the stream, because it is still a concern for people. But I will hold my hands up and say it was a conversation we had years ago around the early first Saudi shows. That conversation has definitely died down now, and it's not... I don't even think about it anymore, to be honest. To be honest, I watch a lot of Saudi shows because, as you rightfully said, there's a lot of boxing and there's a lot of UFC that kind of come from that part of the world. So for me, a Saudi show, I don't even think twice about it now. But yeah, I don't disagree. This is like a B+ show. It's not an A show. It's not WrestleMania. It's not Royal Rumble. I don't think people have woken up today like with that level of excitement. But it is bigger than, say, a Clash at the Castle, or it is bigger than a Backlash. You know, it's a bigger stage. They tried to stack the cards. They tried to get some big superstars, big matches on. You know, it's you wouldn't get Roman on a Clash at the Castle, like not the one that was in Scotland. No, he did the one in Wales, but you know, this is you know, big cards, isn't it? They've I think B+ is definitely the way to word it. So yeah, Darwin, I can understand you being so uneasy. I can understand you not being too keen, but I do want to just be fair to Saudi friends in the sense of I do think the fans are very passionate there. I think one of the things we've learned is that they're not all just rich people sitting around going, what the hell's this? Like, they chant, they join in. There's clearly a fan base there that is very engaged with the WWE product. So I'm pleased that they get to enjoy WWE. So I like going there for them people, for the real fans. And I don't know where we are with the conversation about human rights and all that anymore. And it's brilliant. There's been movement on women being allowed to wrestle. So that's been a massive positive as well. So there's definitely some positives to go in, but definitely concerns as well. And Pocta Dill, shout out to you, my friend. Oh, look, here we go. Look at this. Look who's figured out how to use technology. Oh, well done. You can see me. We can see you. We couldn't when you was being a boomer. But look, there you are. Hey, do you know what's really interesting, actually? I've had a lot of people get in touch with me saying that they can't be in the chat. They're not seen in the chat. And I've gone in to look at the band list and they're not there. So it's really interesting that you've actually gone onto a different device and you've been able to get back into the chat. So are you telling me that your PC won't let you in the chat, but your phone will? Is that what you're telling me? All joking aside, just for a second, because I will continue to rip it out of you, because I can't help it, really. But that's a really interesting development, if that is what's happened. Metal Mama, I know that you've not been around, but I cried. I was so upset. I was really upset. When I found out, and the community will tell you this, when I found out that you weren't able to comment, and you wouldn't be able to, like, partake, I got really upset, and I was like, guys, I don't know if I want to do this stream. I don't know if I want to do this stream, because one of our most loyal supporters, someone that has really shown this channel a lot of love, is being cheated out of being, like, able to join us today. And I really questioned as to whether I was going to continue or not. I really questioned. Don't bother going back. Don't look back. It's a bit embarrassing, so don't do that. But I really struggled for a moment there. But the community said no, Days. She would want you to carry on. And so that's what I did. It was the community that gave me the strength I needed to continue. So it's brilliant news that you have now found a way of getting back into the chat. But oh, God, yeah, it was really rough there for a moment. There was quite a few in the chat, actually, that were like, I'm not going to stay if Metal Mama can't be here. And it really was like a big thing. So it's brilliant that you're around. Brilliant that you're around. They're just showing us the WWE experience, which looks... it looks alright. There's a few... I would definitely go and I'd have a good time, but I don't feel like there's tons there that's making me like... You know what I mean? I can't say that if I never go, it's a big problem. But we are outside of the WWE Experience event. And as we're heading towards the start of the show. Right. Another video package, this time just promoting Riyadh, and we're just looking at some of the food. There is Big E. This is exactly the kind of thing they should be doing, actually. Main event menu. So we've got Big E going around and trying some of the local food. This is the stuff I want to see, actually. Tender. There they are, sitting down and enjoying some meals. Camel? He just had some camel? Didn't we do this in France? Oh, that's it. Didn't we do that in France? And it was like a really fun segment. It was a really good with the Miz. I think, didn't the Miz go around and like sit down and try some little French delicacies? I remember that being a really fun segment. Hopefully we return back to that, to be honest. Right. I love your sarcasm, said they call me, I don't know who they call me. Loke is talking to. There must be someone else in the community. Raymond, shout out to you, tagging me in this from... I've just got a couple of things that have been sent over. Let's have a look at these. Jackie Redmond, what's this? Solo Sikoa said he was disgusted with the Usos for teaming up with Roman, and that he built a, quote, stronger, better, and more vicious bloodline than Roman Reigns ever did. Solo told Jackie to mind her business when asked about his parking lot conversation with Sami Zayn. Solo also said he was disgusted with the Usos for teaming with Roman, and that he built a, quote, stronger, better, and more vicious bloodline than Roman Reigns ever did. Oh, well, there we go. It's interesting. So he's not revealing what he said to Sami Zayn. But Raymond, thank you. Edward said, apparently The Rock's in Saudi. The Rock and Roman have touched down in Saudi. No, we've literally just read he's in Germany. He's just said he's in Germany. What account is this? Nico Extra 1. According to him, he's in Germany. Can't remember if we've had this on Unseen. I've seen the speed dating one. I'll put that in my later folder if I've got it unused. Put that there. What's this? Barnaby. Appreciate it. A picture of Roman and Paul Heyman backstage has got leaked. Yeah, I'd expect Heyman to be there, though. Heyman does work backstage for WWE, so I would expect that. He's been backstage at quite a few recent shows, so I don't think that. That doesn't mean he's going to actually appear. He was backstage at SummerSlam, for example. Coach Co said, don't do that. Don't build DLC. Come time DM. Coach Co, appreciate it. God, of all the people to struggle to get onto the chat, why was it Metal Mama and not Koji Co? Oh, God. At least Metal Mama puts comments in that make sense. Koji Co just leaves us all baffled. Right. Is Heyman there? Yeah, but he's been there at other shows. Do guys think that Sammy will help the new Bloodline? I personally don't, Ashley. I think that him talking to Solo is just to swerve us. I think that he was just chatting to Sammy, just calling him over like, Sammy, come here. Sammy went over and boom, that's what Jay saw. Doesn't mean that they were strategizing or anything, you know? The reason why I would say that is because there's no reason for Sammy to be working with Solo. And it's quite coincidental that Sammy is talking to Jay and saying to Jay, you don't have to go back. Remember what they did. And then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, he gets seen talking to Solo. And we've never seen that before. I've got to think that Solo called him over. And we just happened to catch him in that moment, you know. Carl and Dawn said, I let metal out of their basement. I let metal out of their basement. What? What are you on about? Don't turn into a new Kojiko where I haven't got a flipping clue what you're on about. What do you mean you let metal out of their basement? What does that even mean? What does that mean? And you should be going nowhere near basements. You know that. You know that. You know what the court said. I let metal out of their basement. What does that even mean? You're another one, aren't you, Carl? You're another boomer that just smashes the keyboard and I have to try and figure out what you're on about. Guys, come on. You can take as long as you need to make sure that your words are the correct words that you type, right? You haven't got to just go... I'm the one that has to pick up the pieces. I'm the one that has to try and work this out. Live, with people watching, as we're waiting for Crown Jewel to start. What does that even mean? Oh, you mean you let Metal Mama out of her basement? You was too lazy to write the word mama. I let metal out of their basement, right? You couldn't even write the word mama just to help me out so I knew what you was on about. Is that how lazy you are, Carl? Eh? Metal Mama said I haven't even got a basement. Took the shovel out the basement. See, even Jumping Jeff's like, what? Days is dazed, said A.B. Jobson. Batman Big Fan said we're all boomers. It's true. And I love you all for it as well. I am Gen Z, said A.B. Jobson. I wouldn't even know what Gen X is or Gen Z. I don't even know what they are. Everyone's a boomer in my mind, unless you're under the age of 21 and then you're a baby. So you're either a baby or a boomer. If you're under 21, you're a baby. If you're over 21, you're a boomer. Philip, shout out to you. Metal Mama said, I'm in tears. It's too early for this shiz. Well, I was in tears when it seemed like you weren't going to be able to join us, but thankfully you found a way. Yay. Really pleased you found a way to join us, Metal Mama. Thank you for persevering. Thank you for not giving up, just like John Cena said. So, lovely to have you around, buds. Alan said, on SmackDown, Orton hinted he wanted a title shot. Will he turn on Cody today? I'm going to lean to no, only because I think those hints are great, and I think they're going to lead to him turning heel. But I don't know that that's what we're doing right now. I mean, we could do Cody, Randy at Survivor Series, but I don't know. I kind of feel like it's a feud that I would really enjoy to have some breathing room, you know? It's a feud that I really want us to dig into. In fact, it would have been, like, really good if that was Cody's WrestleMania match. I really wouldn't have a problem with Cody Randy. I said earlier, I got asked what would we do for WrestleMania, and I was like, well, Cody Randy, Rock Roman. I feel like those are two really good feuds. Look at what Kevin's wearing today. He's managed to get a cowboy Bob Orton shirt. So he's been wearing Dusty Rhodes to throw shade at Cody. Now he's wearing a cowboy Bob Orton shirt. That is good. That is good. That is some next level shade, man. That is good. So, Kevin being interviewed by Kathy. What happens? We were in a car accident. Everyone is against me, says Kevin. They're making me do something that I didn't want to do. They're making me fight my friend, Randy Orton. I'm going to make it right tonight. They keep talking about this dune buggy accident, which I've not even heard about. Has she mentioned that on her socials? It's good to see that he's still got the fighting spirit after everything we endured. They do seem to be positioning Kathy Kelly in this really weird position where she's going to be aligning herself with Kevin, you know? Which is weird. I don't know how I feel about that. It's something we've not done before, having the announcer sort of side with the heel, you know? She said that this happened a couple of days ago, but I never heard about this. I don't know if she posted something online about it. I'm just having a little look now. Going back a couple of days ago, but I can't see any mention of it. You would though, wouldn't you? To be honest, if you was in a dune buggy accident, you would put something up about it. But I mean, I do Unseen, and I never saw anything about a dune buggy accident. So, but the way they're going on about it, it seems like it did happen. Dunno, can't see any mention of it on her socials. Right, let's get back to the chats, because we've had some super chats in that I want to get to. So, Delwyn again, shout out to you, my friends. Delwyn said, Crown Jewel title is not a great idea, but whoever wins tonight, they'll get a nice additional ring, like the NFL. I do give them credit for that, and Triple H for being fair about it. It'll mean something, and I am looking forward to Cody versus Gunther. Yep. I don't disagree with you. We've spoke about this actually a few times. So the announcement was made yesterday that they won't keep the belt. The belt will stay in Saudi Arabia, but they will give them a ring. And I think a lot of people, understandably, were like, great, cool, right? But for me, I think that does make a little difference. And I've said before, and I sound like a broken record, but I think for me, the problem is with this championship, the Crown Jewel Championship, we all know the winner will hold it up, the picture will be taken, and then we will not see that belt again for another year. And that's it. We move on. This concept is only going to work if we let it live outside of the show. If we never talk about this belt or this, like, how important winning this is, other than when we get round to Crown Jewel again next year, this concept's going to struggle. Because you need this concept to be something we're talking about the rest of the year. Even if it's just a passing reference. Even if it's just an interview with Chris Van Vliet. And he mentions, let me have a look at your ring. And they have a look and it's like, yeah, I won that for winning the Crown Jewel thing. Even if it's just little references like that throughout the year, that will make a big difference. That will help. So if you haven't got the belt there, that's not a conversation starter then, is it? You don't have that as a conversation starter. But if they do have a ring that they're wearing that can be brought up in interviews or can be mentioned in promos or whatever it might be, that will help. That will make a difference. Might not be a big difference, but it's definitely a positive. So I agree with you. I think this has helped. How much it's helped? I don't know. 0.5%, 1%, 5%, 10%. I don't know how much it's helped, but it has helped. It's a step in the right direction. I agree with you on that. So, yeah, the winners tonight will get, obviously, to hold up the Crown Jewel Championship, but will get a ring that they can have and permanently keep. And as Triple H said in that kickoff show yesterday, how many rings can people get? How many times can they win this championship? Which, it's good because, think about it, if you have won this Crown Jewel Championship, say 3 times, that means that you either had one title reign like Roman did, and that meant that you could get to this match 3 times, or you kept winning and losing the title, but you had the belt 3 times when Crown Jewel came around, and you won the match. So it's not only have you got to be a world champion, but you've got to be a world champion at this time of year, and you've got to win this match to get those rings. Those rings are not going to be easy things to get. They are going to be quite sought after. I agree. I think it definitely helps. I think it definitely helps. We've got an interview with Triple H. We love this partnership, he says. Of course he does. Hey? Of course he does. We had the first women's match. They're now on billboards. So he says that now His Excellency is asking for more women. I don't feel like there's enough women on the show. Can we get more women? It is interesting. I wonder how much is... Because there's not really any other show like it where someone's going to call them up and say, we want more of this, we want more of that, you know? But for these Saudi shows, I bet he has had phone calls, like, saying, we want Bray Wyatt, like, we want more women. And so they have to pivot and change the booking as a result, you know? We wanted something permanent, so he's talking about WWE Experience. The Undertaker graveyard experience. Riyadh is a cultural hub, says Triple H. So they're talking about the Crown Jewel Championship. What is the significance? What if Ric Flair had faced Hogan at their peak? What if Bruno had took on Harley Race? If we're going to do it, we've got to make the most impressive championship. Championships will stay here. We never look at what we've done before. So Triple H said, as soon as the show's over, we're always going to be looking, how can we make it bigger and better next time? So a pretty standard Triple H answer there. Yeah, pretty standard Triple H. I want to know Triple H's real thoughts on the belts. Yeah, I mean, that would be interesting, wouldn't it, to get his real thoughts on things. There is a lot of businessman Triple H's, and there is a lot of like him having to say the right things. So we've got a bit of an announcement that's well, we've got a couple of things that are coming through. It seems like things are heating up a bit now on social media. So let's just quickly jump over and see what's being said. Gunther against Cody is expected to main event Crown Jewel. I don't think there's a big surprise at that, because obviously Bloodline expected to open. So that would kind of, I don't think that'll be a shock that's going to close. Saudi doesn't deserve the Wyatts. Nikki wouldn't be allowed to wear her costume. Yeah, she would. She would. She's covered head to toe, so that would be fine. I can't see why she wouldn't be allowed to wear her costume in Saudi Arabia. If they, I think I said like how there was no Wyatt 6 on this show. I can't see a reason why Nikki would have to change what she normally wears. The stage is set for Crown Jewel. So there we go. That's the Crown Jewel setup. I'm going to pop that in my Crown Jewel folder. I need to make sure, actually, that we stay on top of social media, because as soon as the show ends, I've got a very limited window. So here, it's nice, actually, the setup there, isn't it? Look at that screen. This is pretty standard, but that entrance bit looks lovely, if that is the entranceway. It feels like it is. I can't see where else the talent would come from. So that's kind of big, isn't it? It's kind of impressive. So that's the Crown Jewel setup. That's the stage that we're dealing with tonight. So we've got that, and we've got wrestle votes. So what's this? This might be a spoiler. I haven't read it. Set to be announced at Crown Jewel, Monday Night Raw will host a fatal four-way to determine the #1 contender for the World Heavyweight Championship. Sources say the lineup will include Damian Priest, who I'm sure will win, Dirty Dom, who I'm sure won't win, Seth Rollins, got a chance, and either Sheamus or maybe a returning Braun Strowman, yet to be finalized. I would be shocked if Braun had got back after the injuries that he had picked up, you know? I would be shocked if he managed to get into it. So I wouldn't be. I'd probably be more thinking that that'll be Sheamus. But yeah, look, Damian Priest, I would imagine will get that, and then I think Finn costs him, and then we go back to that. So Damian was someone that was trying to get back at getting his title back. Obviously, he lost his title thanks to Finn, to Gunther. Damian wants to get that rematch, wants to get his championship back. I think Damian would be my my pick there, to be honest. But that's interesting. So, set to be announced during Crown Jewel. That just dropped in 7 minutes ago. So, there you go. Lovely. Lovely. We're on top of that. We've got a drawing of Uncle Howdy. There's so much fan art that's around for Uncle Howdy. Lexi said it's time to watch Days. Appreciate the support, my friends. Let's pop some hearts on that. Done, mate. Her arms and legs are exposed. No, they're not. She wears tights. She wears tights. He wears tights, white tights. Well, her legs aren't exposed. I don't even know if her arms are. Doesn't she have something on her arms? Can we search Nikki Cross Wyatt 6 images? Her arms are. I thought she had like some on her arms actually. Oh, she does. She does up to there. So she has some up to her elbows. So it's this part. So she may have to just cover this bit if she was on Saudi, if she was in Saudi Arabia. This, whatever this is, might have to just go all the way up. But that's fine, isn't it? I mean, in fact, a lot of wrestlers have to tweak what they wear if they go to Saudi Arabia, but by and large, I mean, that would be fine. I can't see that being a problem whatsoever, because as long as she's covered, that's all they request. Right, I think that caught us back up. Don't see it as a reason to keep them. Show. Boom, boom, lovely. Right. The Ring General said KO gets the Ring General a ring. Love you, Days. All right, so you think that it's going to be... Where are we with that poll, actually? Let's have a little look at that, shall we? So at the moment, we are sneaking up to 1,600 votes. If you are watching and you've not left a like, leave a like. It is greatly appreciated. I honestly cannot see the likes. I don't know how many we've got. It does show me in the backstage bit, but the way that I've got my screen set up, that information is actually hidden from me, so I don't have visibility on it. So however many likes we've got, leave a like. It's greatly appreciated. We've got just 1 more hour to go. We've already been live for 3 hours. Goes by so quick, doesn't it? We've been live for 3 hours. We've got 1 more hour to go, and then we will be at Crown Jewel, working our way through that show. So hopefully we can get to 1,000 at some point. We get 50 million a show in Saudi, said Batman Big Fan. Saudi pay for all the clothing for one show. Well, I mean, they get so much money in a roundabout way. Yes, they do. I mean, these kind of costumes that they wear, especially where they're covered, it's not that expensive. Those kind of bodysuits. 3 hours. I only just woke up, said Gaius. Yeah, we started. You know that we always like to start well before the kickoff show. This is a difficult one for people because, of course, you know, I think the excitement levels are a bit varied for this show, and it's early, and, you know, people just want to wake up when they wake up and then just watch Crown Jewel. So, yeah, it's one of those, you know, it'll do whatever it does. But, you know, let's go. Right, Tony Kanami Kuran said, less than an hour. If you guys want to watch Crown Jewel, you need to subscribe to Peacock in North America, TNT in the UK. Well, actually, in the UK, it's on the WWE Network. We actually still have the WWE Network. And there's another little bit of news that's come through. Angel Garza has undergone successful arm surgery. So, Jordan, thank you. Angel Garza has undergone successful arm surgery. So that is something for those of you that wondered what's happening with Los Garza. All you Los Garza stands out there wondering where Los Garza are. He's had a bit of surgery. JDS says The Rock is in Germany for a press tour. That's correct. With ring announcers being a hot topic, it's worth noting that the Crown Jewel ring announcer is going to be NXT's Mike Rome. When Days isn't talking, I never know if he's not talking or if the mic has cut out. Mic issues we don't tend to have so much now. I bought a new kind of little setup for the mic, so... Lovely. Lovely. Days, what's the best sweet out of Haribo? I always go for the cola bottles. It's a little bit of a boring choice, but then I don't know if there's an exciting choice. Days, do we think Tiff will cash in tonight? And if so, who do you think she will cash in on? I think she could, but she may not. It may be that she doesn't succeed with her cash in. And I think Nia. I think ultimately she will cash in on Nia. Whether that happens tonight or we have to wait a little bit later, not sure. Oh, there it was. There it was. So she's only put this up a minute ago. Easily the most terrifying moment of my life. So is that legitimately them? I mean, I can't... Are they looking for them? Easily the most terrifying moment of my life. This was a minute ago. I mean, it's only a couple of seconds long. What are they looking for? What's he getting in and looking for? Do we think that is legit? I think it probably is. Unless they're just trolling or having a little bit of fun, you know? There we go. We wanted something. I looked to see if she'd ever posted anything. She literally has. I mean, this is cutting edge that we're bringing to the stream. Do you know what I mean? Gets posted a minute ago. Bang. It's on. It's here. So, who are we thanking for that? We're thanking Barnaby Blockley. Shout out to you, my friends. Chikara said today's the day as well. Well, that's a sight, in it? Here, Cody lounging around in a Man City hat. There is that Kathy Kelly tweet again. So, boom. As we're heading towards the start of the show, we've got a few little bits coming in. Right, Uncle Howdy said, days it's set to be announced at Crown Jewel that there will be a fatal four-way. We just read that, buds. Yeah, we just read that. Interesting. That's obviously the show is getting recorded. Raw is going to be recorded on Sunday. We've got Big E now. He's trying some of this foods. They kind of tease this segment. He said it's quite refreshing. It looks quite interesting. Aha. Masa. Oh, it translates as the yogurt of your grandmother. I don't want your grandmother's yogurt. Then they just burnt a book. So they brought a book, opened it, burnt it, the top page came off, and inside was the dish. Every bite was an experience, said Big E. Do you know what? I really like those segments. And the food looks absolutely amazing. The only thing I'm not certain about is the prices. Like, how much would a meal there cost? Like, are you going to have to remortgage the house, you know? Is it going to be... is that going to be... Is that going to be like a big setback? Financially. Do you think Tiffy cashes in, or is it too early? No, she could cash in. I thought that it was a bit early before this, but we're kind of she's been bullied a little bit. Those briefcases have been on sale for quite a while now, so I wouldn't say this was too early. If we don't do it today, it's no drama. Days, do we think Tiffy... Oh, we answered that. KO was in a car accident, said Kareem. Gaia said, the desserts look good, but I'm not sure about the rest. It's all cats and dogs. Oh, I don't think it was cats and dogs. I didn't hear that it was cats and dogs. I wouldn't be down for eating cats and dogs. If they said that's what it was, that passed me by, but I don't think it was. Days, do you want to try my meats? I'm not sure how to answer that. Maggie said, I'm back whilst getting more chalky. I just remembered I was in the middle of doing Uncle's laundry. If you eat guinea pig, you're weird. They're the cutest pets, says Metal Mama. Batman big fan, shout out to you, appreciate the kind words. Nathan said Haribo Coke bottles are the best. Yeah, it was a boring choice and I hated my answer on it. But the other one I was thinking is, you know, the Love Hearts that have got like, well, in my mind they're strawberry flavoured, and then they've got like a white kind of soft back to them. I like those as well. But I'm always looking for the cola bottles, to be honest. I'm a cola bottle stan. I'm a cola bottle freak. I can't help it. Cola bottle freaks unite. Days, I wonder if this is going to decide who faces Gunther at Survivor Series. Out of this lineup, I can only see Seth being a likely opponent. Oh, I don't know. I think there's a shout for Damian Priest, to be honest. I think there's a shout for Damian Priest. So, yeah, Seth, there's a definite chance. But I don't think Seth's done. I don't even think we've really even started with this Bronson-Reed feud. I think the Bronson-Reed thing has got legs. I could see that going for a little while still. Jay has posted a picture of him and Rhea. So he still hasn't forgotten about Mommy. But we know that Mommy is injured at the moment, so that is coming from Jay. So, Belinda, thank you. Jay posting an image of him and Rhea. What's this from Barnaby? Mercedes with private party. That's AEW. Not interested. I'm going to respond. AEW news. Can I do a throwing up face? Where's my throwing up face? Because you saw, guys, I just threw up. I don't put emojis unless I actually do what the emoji did. So, where's my... There, AEW news. Such a child. Right, Geordie316, shout out to you. Days, have you been to any PLEs? Nope. I'm English, and we were abused. We kept getting neglected. Like we didn't get any, and then when we did get them, I was already living the streaming high life, so I can't now. It would mean me leaving you guys, and I just won't do it. I won't do it. I'm a slave to this. You know how much I love this community. You saw the tears when Metal Mama couldn't join us, and how upset I was, and I was like, listen, we leave no one behind. Yeah, it's one of those, you know, like Saving Private Ryan. This was Saving Private Metal Mama. It's like, it's one for all and all for one. So oh God, I just love this community so much that I just couldn't do it. So no, I haven't, and it's hard to see me ever going, to be honest. Geordie 3 months. Trying to see what Barnaby just replied. Sad faces, crying face. That's in response to my AEW news. Lol. Geordie 316, shout out to you, my friend. Hello. Miss Clown said Saving Ryan's Privates. I think that was the porn version, to be honest. It's Dirty Dom's time to be champ, said Jill. It could be. I mean, there's obviously been a big campaign to get him into this match. Maybe they'll give him the win and then he goes on to face Gunther. I don't think he would win the title, but I don't know. Maybe we could do a bit of a... we've started a bit of a focus on him trying to get to Gunther, so you never know where that's going to lead. If Goldberg wants to wrestle again, I'm happy to teach him a lesson. Those are the words of Gunther. I don't know if he said that on the pre-show. I sort of dialed out of that interview, yeah. Gunther said, I was invited to speak about the Crown Jewel Championship. We had a lot of legends in the house. I saw before that Goldberg was there, our eyes crossed. I was like, why not break some balls a little bit? He doesn't seem able to take things lightly. I tried to lighten the mood a bit. If push comes to shove and he wants to get back into business and wrestle, I'm happy to teach him a lesson. So there we go. Gunther talking about Goldberg, and I've no doubt that's a match we're going to get at some point soon. Days, we love you. I'm not going to lie. I'm excited for this PLE. Let's go. Melo, USA champion. He is him, said Felix. Felix, shout out to you, my friends. The odds don't look good for Melo tonight, but, you know, we've seen big underdogs coming through and getting success, so it's not impossible. Certainly not impossible, but yeah, it's going to be tough, I think, for Melo tonight. But he's got a chance, and sometimes that's all you need. Uncle Howdy said, booking 2 shows. There's been times that Raw has been better with the women than SmackDown. It's rarely ever gonna be even across the boards. The roster might be stronger on one show and not on the other. That's true. Yeah, quite often we get that, actually. Quite often we say that we thought Raw was the better show or SmackDown was the better show or whatever it might be. And I suppose that's the same when you dial down into like the women's feuds or the tag division. So it is very true. It's difficult to have both shows kind of firing at the same time and putting on engaging stuff, but that should be the goal. 2025, that should really be the goal, where Netflix is cooking and USA is cooking with Raw and with SmackDown, and ideally NXT as well, of course. So, you know, that is something they should be working towards. I don't know. I mean, look, we're very lucky because next year I think we're going to get a 3-hour Raw and a 3-hour SmackDown. From January to May, SmackDown will go to 3 hours. So there's going to be time to play with. So, yeah, very excited to see what they and how they use that time. And I've got to think the women are going to benefit from that. Even if it's not massively, it should be in some capacity. So, yeah, I'm interested. I'm interested to see how that works, how it feels. And maybe we'll be disappointed when SmackDown goes back down to 2 hours after that kind of WrestleMania period. Apparently it's January to May. So we'll have a good little run after. But they're doing it for WrestleMania, really. Right, we've got some backstage notes. Barnaby pinging some stuff over. Some spoiler alerts. What's going on? I'm not interested in spoilers, but I'm all right with knowing the order of the show. I don't think it's going to tell us that, to be honest. It's just telling us who the ref is for the main event. I don't give a flip. Why would I care who is reffing what match? Jesus. It's funny, isn't it, how like these news sites get like a little bit of information and they're like, guys, major spoiler. Oh my God, what is it? We found out who the ref is for the main event. Oh my God. Oh, I'm going to be sick with excitement. Sick, I tell you. How exciting. We know the ref for the main event. Mayor Pete said, leave no boomer behind. If that's not a shirt, then what are we even doing? Leave no boomer behind should be the flipping slogan of this community. Yeah? That's what we were chanting when Metal Mama was trying to join. We were like, leave no boomer behind. How would you chant that? Leave no boomer. It's like a song, isn't it, really? It's too long. I was thinking like fight forever, you know? Leave no boomer. Leave no boomer. Leave no boomer. But we need to get the behind him. Unless someone can jump in and say like, behind, you know? Leave no boomer. Behind. Leave no boomer. Behind. Leave no boomer. Behind, leave no boomer. That's good, actually, because we've got dueling chants. We've got one side of the arena chanting leave no boomer. The other side of the arena are jumping in with the fun behind, which you've got to time quite right, you know? Leave no boomer. Behind, leave no boomer. Behind. Oh, my God. I mean, I don't know if people vibing with that, but I got some joy out of it. Hey, hey, boomer. Ooh, I want to know. Will you be left behind? Hey, hey, boomer. Ooh, I want to know. Will you be left behind? Let's go, man. Let's go. Oh, my God. It's really, the excitement is growing, isn't it, as we're getting closer. We're only 40 minutes away. Oh, my God. Please make merch, said Metal Mama. Leave no boomer behind. Uncle Howdy said Days Saudi wanted their title to main event. It is what it is. We will be main event in War Games, so it is fine. Yeah, I didn't have any context. I wasn't really bothered by who was going to be main eventing. I didn't care if it was Bloodline, because I get it. It's Roman. You know, it's a big story. It's Jay. You know, there's some big stars in that match. But then equally, you know, if you do the championship, we're trying to make this championship thing feel like a big deal. So I gotta be honest, man, I didn't have a dog in that fight. I wasn't really fussed which way they went. Some people were really bothered by it, but as you said, Bloodline or main event Survivor Series, so it's fine. Right, Dijax sent a message. What's Dijax saying? I don't think he's contributing to the leave no boomer behind chant, right? Dijax said, sorry, I've seen this a few times, so let me add context. What I meant was talent would find out that cuts in general are happening and who was being cut from Sean Ross Sapp tweets. That's crazy, isn't it? So not the actual talent that's being cut, but other talent that are obviously not receiving those phone calls. So, like, Indy gets told, I'm sorry, this is the end of the road. Well, Austin Theory may have found out thanks to the Sean Ross Sapp tweet. It's not like they put a memo out to everybody, you know. So he said, I've only seen this a few times. What I meant was talent would find out that cuts in general are happening and who was being cut from Sean Ross Sapp tweets. That's mental, innit? That even WWE talent are finding information out from Sean Ross Sapp tweets. That's mental. It was nerve-wracking because you begin waiting for a 203 call, not a Sean Ross Sapp tweet. I will add that it seems like this process has improved since Vince left, and I don't think that talent are finding out via phone call after the cuts have already begun taking place. Oh, that's interesting. So back in the day, you would find out someone's been cut, and then someone would then get a phone call, and then you'd find out someone else has been cut, and then you would nervously be sat there as all these people are getting cut, right? Now what he's saying is, I don't think that's the same process. I don't think people are now waiting for phone calls after cuts have begun. I wonder how they communicate it then. I wonder if they call everyone at the same time, so it's just done in one go, and it's not like one person on the phone just ringing like 7, 8 people one after the other. I wonder if it's kind of done in one go now. I don't know. That's actually quite interesting. I'm interested in that. I'm going to add that. I'm going to add... You see, this... if I add this to Unseen, that means when I do Unseen, I'm going to have to click on Show More. When I click on Show More, it kind of can resize things sometimes, and it messes it up. So it's easier for me to add this to Unseen, right? Which I'm going to do. I'll put it in Other. Oh, actually, no. I'll put it in Releases because it is connected with Releases. But the person that tagged me was Jordan, and I need to make sure he gets thanks for that. So that's why I now have a thanks folder, because that ticks both boxes. Lovely. Some football scores. Not focused on that today. Right. We've had so many boomers featured in Unseen. My two favourites have been Sad Wendy Chu. That was amazing. And the boomer that dropped her phone. That was also amazing. I agreed. Ringside are saying, did someone pay for that to crash? Did someone pay for the buggy to crash? I don't think it's that deep. I suppose they could use it, but I don't know. What babyface is going to pay for a buggy to get crashed? That's pretty extreme, isn't it? It's pretty extreme for a babyface to have gone to those lengths. So, right. God, there's so much stuff that's coming through. It feels like the whole wrestling media world just woke up. PW Nexus said, it's a shame about Baron Corbin and Tegan Nox. So PW Nexus has got 7,000 followers, and I don't know where they're getting this from, right? Don't know where they're getting this from. So PW Nexus said, it's a shame about Baron Corbin and Tegan Nox. More apparently to come. They both can find success in other companies. Both are talented. What about flipping Indy Hartwell? Guys, it's a real shame about Baron Corbin and Tegan Nox. It's a real shame. Yeah, what about Indy Hartwell? It's probably not a good look if you're a news outlet and you start by going, it's a real shame by those cuts, you know. We really hope that Baron and Tegan are going to find it. Yeah, there was 3. What about the other one? So I don't know how true that is, that more are apparently on the way. Don't know. Kathy said, whatever you think about Kevin Owens, his first instinct was to protect me. If his instinct says someone paid the driver... ... So I don't think someone paid the driver. 2 days ago in Saudi Arabia, we got into activities. The dune buggy flipped and we rolled over several times. We were in a car accident. I have no doubt the driver was paid by Randy or Cody because everyone is against me. Do you know, this is weird to me. This is weird. Not him saying that, but Kathy siding with him. Like, why are we really going with Kathy removing her impartiality? I'm not keen on this. I'm not keen on Kathy sort of becoming part of the story. Whatever you think about Kevin, his first instinct was to protect me. If his instinct says that someone paid off the driver, you know, she's saying, well, I'm not gonna not... Well, you know, but it's just, I feel like we're taking little steps. And she made comments on the bus with Cody as well about how, like, you know, I'm not going to take sides and all this kind of stuff. But, like, I don't know. I just feel like we're taking steps towards her taking Kevin's side. I don't know how I feel about that. I'm not really looking for, like, interviewers to be brought into stories, but then I don't know, is that where we're going with it? I don't know if you've seen the interview. I think they just showed it, actually, the interview she did with Cody. Something to keep an eye on. Let's put it that way. Something to keep an eye on. Who tagged me in that? Barnaby tagged me in that, but again, it's the same example, isn't it? Like, I feel I need to get the full context. So we're going to do that. We're going to do that. We're going to do that, where we're going to put Barnaby into the thanks film. Anna J. AEW news. I'm going to put 2 throwing up faces because I only put 1 last time, and this one has offended me more than the last one. Because that says that Jordan's not even watching the stream. Otherwise, he would have seen how I reacted to the last one. And he wouldn't have sent me AEW news. I don't want that. Come back now. Right. Days 6 years ago. Shawn Michaels came out of retirement for an all-time classic, says Uncle Howdy. Absolutely. Jump in, Jeff. Me too. I forgot to make some before the stream, says Maggie. Here's Nia Jakes. Nia Jakes with Kathy Kelly. Nia Jakes, not like most girls. What's being said here by Nia? How you feeling? Feeling great. I'm gonna squash Liv. I'll even squash Dominic. I'm not worried about Tiffy. Nia says, I'm not worried about Tiffy. She knows it's not her time. Bye. Bye. Nia Jax. So she says it's not Tiffy time. Isaac said, James, I am going to a movie on Monday. I am going to watch Tom Hanks' New House. Is that a new film, is it? Metal Mama has decided that terrorizing me in the chat is not enough, and now she's going to terrorize me on social media. So they weren't even there 2 days ago. Truth, Ray, Dragon were having a blast. I don't know what Kevin is talking about. They weren't even there 2 days ago. Truth, Ray, Dragon were having a blast. I don't know what Kevin is talking about. Are you implying that he's making up this whole golf cart or this whole story? Are you implying that this is a complete lie? Are you implying that it's going to turn out this cart never actually flipped over? It is weird that 2 days ago Kathy didn't even mention it. That it is weird. We went back. I mean, if you was involved, I mean, God, in this day and age, someone sneezes and we have a full breakdown of it online, you know? All the news outlets are like, breaking news, Kathy Kelly sneezed, and it was quite close to catering, but thankfully she wasn't in catering. And it's like, we'll have a full breakdown with witnesses. So if Kevin and Kathy were actually involved in a crash in Saudi Arabia, how did that not get out? And how did they not put some up on social media? Unless they thought it was a bad look for Saudi Arabia. But then why are they using it now if they thought it was a bad look? So the whole thing is very confusing. Hello, Larry. What's this? You deserve a championship. I do. God, you're so right. I really do. I'm just gonna respond. I do. You're right. And I'm gonna put a crying face because when I saw this, I cried. Look at that. I do. You're right. I do deserve that. And it's a lovely belt as well. There'll be a Fatal 4-Way. We heard about that. We've seen the Chelsea news. This poster looks cool. They did that poster for him and it's cute. Yeah. What is this? What's this? What's this poster? What does that say? I don't know what that says. It might say he's got erectile dysfunction or something. It might say that he's pooped his pants. Mightn't it? It might have said Jey Uso poops his pants. That would completely change the meaning of this poster, wouldn't it? So is it a good poster? I don't know. If it says he's got a broken penis, then that's not a great poster, is it? I'm just saying, I don't know that it's a great poster. I mean, it looks great. But without knowing what it actually says, that could completely change the context. I'm going to respond. What if it says he has a tiny winkle? What if it says he's got a tiny winkle? Is it a great poster then? I wouldn't want that poster. What else have we got here? 6 years ago, Shane won a tournament to be crowned the best in the world. Amazing. Metal Mama is saying that there is a conspiracy. WWE have got a surprising choice for ring announcer, Mike Rome. Spoiler. Netflix Championship, doing the rounds that someone's made. No one gives a flip. This is better than the Crown Jewel title. This is better than the Crown Jewel title, that one. TJF, shout out to you. Yeah, this someone's made this, and I keep getting people asking me, like, how would you feel if this was a real thing? Depressed is the answer. This, I don't know what this is from Coach. I want to get back to the chat. I don't want to be looking at stuff like this. This isn't. Do you know what I mean? I'm trying to get through this so I can keep on top of it, so I can get back to the chat. And I'm being sent stuff like this from Kojiko, you know? This is the BS I have to put up with from this community, and then you wonder why I'm so bitter. WWE is opening Crown Jewel with a big match. That's good. Sergeant Slaughter, the real one, liked a post that was literally just my at. So, do we follow each other? He follows everyone, doesn't he? Look, he's got 106,000 followers and he follows 87,000 back. So, getting a follow from Sergeant Slaughter, the guy that main evented WrestleMania 7, is surprisingly easy in 2024. Master Taker said, I throw up every time I watch AEW. It says main event Jey Uso in Arabic. We don't know that. Batman parody. We don't know that. Because literally, there's only like 5 people that speak Arabic. So I don't know that that's what it says. So it might say he's got a tiny winkle. I don't know. And that's that. Right, we can get back to the chat. Where are we with the poll? We're not even at 2,000 votes. And we've only got 25. Where are we with likes, actually? I'm going to be one of those YouTubers that's like, guys, this is not acceptable. Where are we? 451! Are you trying to shut this channel down? Like, what's going on? Eh? I've tried the nice, lovely approach. Where I'm like, guys, if you wouldn't mind, if you could find it in your heart, you just throw that back in my face. So we can forget the niceties now. Now it's like, hit that flipping like button, right? And if you're doing it whilst you're crying, I'm not bothered, right? If you're doing it and you're like, I really don't want to, good. Just do it. I'm tired of being nice now and getting nowhere. Nice guys always finish last. So I'm bringing out the heel side now. 451. You might as well have come round and just spat in my face, right? You might as well have just seen me in the street, come over and push me over. That's what you've basically done. You've come up to me whilst I'm out shopping, right? Buying like food for charities, yeah, and whatever, just like things for I do lots of charity, yeah, so I'm out doing all my charity work and you've basically come over, you've pushed me over and you've spat in my face. That's what's happened, and I'm meant to act like it's all just fine. So 451. I've never been so insulted in my life. There's a real edginess in the stream now. There's a real weight that's kind of hanging over the stream now. And it's not my fault. 25 years ago, Kevin Nash came to the ring dressed as Vince McMahon. That's pretty fun. Liv, Crown Jewel, Corey. What's that mean? What does that mean? Better than the Crown Jewel title. I stand by that. Slice Wrestling, you're not going to get anything good out of them. I believe they are a nonsense account. Just full of nonsense. So, right, we are working our guys, you know how much I love and respect you guys. Thank you so much for joining us. It's very exciting being here for Crown Jewel. Nice and early. We're still in the process of waking up, aren't we, eh? We're all still waking up, stretching our arms and whatever. But we are live. We are here for Crown Jewel, for whatever it is that WWE are going to be serving us. If you've not hit that like button, hit that like button. Give it a little nudge. It's greatly appreciated. So big shout out to everyone that's joining us right now. The amount of BS Days has to put up with is ridiculous. Thank you, James. You're right. Honestly, it's amazing that I stay so professional. Ah, here's LA Knight. Yeah. Let's see what he's saying. See what this boomer's got to say. He's bumped into... we're backstage, actually. He's bumped into Kathy Kelly. One more time. It's a big birthday weekend for LA Knight. Not allowed to celebrate birthdays when you're over the age of 12. I must have soiled the Cheerios of Nick Aldis. So he was thinking about the situation that he now finds himself in, a triple threat match tonight for the United States Championship. Arbora said, this is not my favorite PLE, but it will be fun. Have a good one. Oh, you see, that's why spaces are like really important. Otherwise, you end up with words that don't make any sense. But have a good one, said Arborus. Thank you, my friends. Same to you as well. Appreciate the kind words. Lovely. So, LA Knight, just having a few words with Kathy Kelly. Geordie316, shout out to you, my friend. Hope you are well. Carl said, I'm the king of the boomers. You're definitely in the running, my friend. You are definitely in the running. You're in the right place, Carl. I think that being amongst fellow boomers is the right thing for you at this stage. And Arborus, shout out to you as well, my friend. Let's try and get back to some more thoughts. I feel like social media is distracting us a bit too much. The Rock and Roman have touched down in Saudi Arabia. Should the model Rick Martel go into the Hall of Fame next year? Well, he should definitely go in the Hall of Fame. Whether it should be next year, I'm not sure. But I would definitely like for him to do it whilst he's still with us. But, yeah, it would be good to see him go into the Hall of Fame. He definitely is deserving. I don't have any issue with him going in. He's definitely deserving. Be right back. I need to get my PC up so that I can record and see if the chat works, but I will still be listening, says Metal Mama. Metal Mama, shout out to you. Arbora said I can only get 50 characters. Well, I can't just turn off my sarcasm, can I? Do you know what I mean? What do you want me to do? Like, you've got limitations, I've got limitations. I mean, oh my god. It's just a nightmare scenario. That's what she said. Said, what's going on here? I heard Days turned heel and went into business for himself. You know me, mate. I'm a baby face for life. It's impossible for me to turn heel. I'm too loved by the people. Do you know what I mean? The people wouldn't accept it. Me trying to turn heel. If I did try to turn heel, people would just laugh at me anyway. Wouldn't they? They'd be like, oh, what's this boomer on about? No one takes me serious. So if I did turn heel and started ranting, people are like, oh, God, what's this boomer on about? So I don't know that I actually could. I've tried turning heel several times. No one takes me serious enough to, you know, actually take my insults to heart. Everyone just laughs at me. Which is probably quite good for my YouTube career, you know. I can't believe that Triple H had the courage to book a 7-match card. This is a big boy move for him. And we're very proud of Baby Levesque. Oh, look at you. Austin, hello, my friends. Yeah, imagine if Metal Mama never comes back. Imagine if Metal Mama leaves, the PC doesn't work, and then the phone stops working. Do you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to time her out. I've timed her out. I've timed her out for 10 minutes. She'll never know. I actually have as well. I'd love it if she said she was still going to listen, but I'd love it if she just had to step away to get a laptop. Oh, God. Oh, Jesus. Uncle Howdy said, why is it when men wrestle, they... I'm sorry, what? They get happy? Is it adrenaline? But adrenaline wouldn't be going down there. I don't know that they do they? That is not something that I've ever looked for or can say I've ever noticed. I really cannot ever give an example of where I have happened to notice such a movement. Genuinely. But then I don't, you know, I mean, listen, each their own, but it's not really something I'm looking for. You know? I'm not really noticing what's happening down there during the graps. I'm sure it does happen. I mean, you know, I'm sure it does happen. I couldn't explain as to why, but yeah, I don't know. Does it happen? I'm sure there must be stories. I'm sure it has. Did you know there's a WWE who to follow? Did you know this? I didn't know this. Let's flip over. WWE ID, is this legit? 12,000 followers. Follow the stories of who's this boomer? Number 20. Name someone who should be an ID prospect. Oh, I haven't seen this. Black and Brave tweeting out. Ivar. Oh, that was only a few days ago. Oh. Game changing. Oh yeah. Well, I don't really follow people. I don't really see the need in following people that ain't gonna follow you back, right? So if I follow them, I ain't gonna get anything from it. But what I can do is I can add them to my list. I can add them to my WW. I've got 221 people, and now I've got 222. See, that way I can still see what they're tweeting. I don't need to follow them. What's the point in increasing the people that I'm following? Because they ain't never going to follow me back. They only follow 10 people. Who are they following? They're following NXT, Shawn Michaels, Reality Wrestling, Black and Brave, Booker T, Cody, Seth, Triple H, WWE. They ain't going to follow me. So I ain't following them. Do you know what I mean? Scratch my back, I'll scratch your back kind of a situation. So that's why I don't follow a lot of superstars as well. Because they ain't going to follow me back. They're just out for themselves. Right. Guys, it looks like that Metal Mama going over and trying her phone. It looks like that's not worked. Because she's not around at the moment, so... Thoughts with her. Do you think we'll see Paul Heyman? No. Heyman is there, but as we've said, Heyman has been at quite a few shows. He's been at quite a few SmackDowns, and he was at SummerSlam. There was footage of him backstage, so he is there, but it doesn't really mean a great deal. So I'm not expecting him, but at some point he'll come walking out, you know? At some point I do think we will see him, but I'm not expecting that tonight. Not JPEG said, did Cody and Dolph ever face off? Not that I can remember, but almost certainly they would have, yes. But I can't remember, like, I can't remember a match, high-profile match, but I'm sure that we would have got Stardust against Dolph at some point, and I'm sure we probably got Dashing Cody Rhodes against Dolph. I mean, they were in at the same time. Oh my God, what's happening? That Metal Mama said, what's this? I might have just put on a little boomer curse. Wait until your mic or internet start acting up. I heard about a timeout. I don't know what you're on about. Just imagine if I hadn't. Now nothing is working. What the flip? Is this the boomer curse? Oh God, it is. Look, loads of look, oh my God, loads of female boomers around a fire. Wow. I don't know anything about a timeout. You say it's not working now. Try typing. Try typing and see if it'll work. It'll work. Perhaps you're not hitting the keys hard enough. Hit them harder to see if, like, the letters will show. Like, really press them in and see if that makes a difference. Yeah, no, oh God, that's awful. You know. Oh, and it was working as well when you was on your phone. Oh, that's a shame. I love Saturday wrestling, says Frank. We all do, Frank. We all do. What time out? I didn't see anything, said Austin. Yeah, no, I don't know. I think she had a little drink earlier. She was struggling to get on earlier, in all fairness, though. Dexter said, I heard that the twins are going to get double-crossed by Roman tonight. Ashley said, no Judgment Day. No, Judgment Day runs WWE with Liv and Finn and the GOATs, Dom and Carlito. Dean said, I'm very excited for today. Shout out to you, Dean. Cecil said, is anyone having trouble with Peacock? I can't get mine to come on. Hello, Days. Hello, mate. Mine's okay, but I'm not on Peacock. I'm on WWE Network, but WWE Network's okay. So I don't know if anyone's struggling with Peacock. Cody had a fatal four-way with Dolph, says Fernando. Did they ever face one-on-one, though? Because in my head, I can't remember seeing a match, but they must have. There was enough Raws and flipping SmackDowns and whatnot, so... Days, is it adrenaline? But that adrenaline wouldn't go down there, would it? It boosts your energy around your body. Yeah, I can't answer this, Uncle Howdy, because I don't know that it. I don't know how often it's happened, and I don't know that it's a regular thing. So do you know what I mean? It's kind of hard to say, to be honest. I mean, is it adrenaline that has an impact down there? I don't know. I don't know, to be honest. It's a hard one to answer because we're talking about something that I can't think of any examples of, or I can't say I've heard anyone talking about. So it sort of makes it a bit difficult. I'm just completely in the dark on this. This is a topic I really don't have much to bring to the table. And I don't mean that way, because actually I've got loads to bring to the table, so I certainly don't mean on that front. But I mean conversation point of view, yeah. AB, don't mention a fire stick. I'm going to have a panic attack, says Maggie. I do believe John Cena said it happened to him in a Howard Stern interview. Well, there we go, Uncle Howdy, check that out. Apparently John Cena might have had an incident and he might have gone into details for you. So you need to watch John Cena on Howard Stern. Ajax said, when Cody loses tonight, it's going to be hilarious if the crowd chants hit the gym. Yeah, those body shame comments were wild, weren't they? I did have a good comment. Someone said, no. He said, body shame me all you want. Right? He wasn't talking about everyone else. But I did reply to that comment and I was like, yeah, I hear you and I agree with you. But he did also say before that, there's like a contingent of fans online that say you shouldn't body shame wrestlers. What are you talking about? And so he's kind of implying there that it's okay to body shame wrestlers. Like, people are saying you can't body shame wrestlers. What are you talking about? As if, like, no, that's crazy. You can body shame wrestlers. So it is true. He does kind of go on to say you can body shame me all you want. But the bit before that, kind of suggested, kind of implied, you're wrong to not think you can body shame wrestlers. Like, you can, because we should be putting in that work. Now, this is going to divide opinion, and we're certainly not going to get stuck on this topic because we're 6 minutes away from Crown Jewel, right? But I don't know. That whole thing is just a whole can of worms, isn't it? It's a whole can of worms. I do think wrestlers should make an effort. I think having a presence is important. Having an aura is important. And, you know, if you're Dusty Rhodes, if you're Bam Bam, if you're Yokozuna, part of your presence is your size. So I certainly don't think people in that regards should worry about, you know what I mean, losing weight. Well, you probably need to lose a bit of weight. Certainly Yokozuna was told to lose some weight. It's not good for his health. But, you know, for your Bam Bams, your Bronson Reeds, you know, that's all part of their character, really. That's who they are. They are big Bronson Reed, you know. He is a Yokozuna. So it is part of their characters. But, yeah, the one everyone uses as an example is Adam Cole, isn't it? Adam Cole is the one that people tend to use a picture of. I certainly don't think you should still body shame him. I certainly don't think we've now got free reign to send him a load of grief online. That can't be what Cody meant. So I certainly don't think that. But should he be putting some work in and working on his physique as a professional wrestler? I would say yeah. I would say yeah, but I certainly don't think that gives us freedom to body shame. I think it was a really misguided comment, to be honest. But anyway, we've got Michael Cole coming out in a white suit. Look at this. Saturday Night Fever. Michael Cole making his way down to the ring. Uncle Howdy, why have you now chucked this in the question about men? Men getting excited. We've addressed it on the stream. I don't need it in my Twitter feed. Okay, Michael Cole making his way down. We are getting closer. Days timed out a Hall of Famer. The disrespect is massive. It's true, I did. But no, I didn't. I don't know what you're on about. I don't know what you're on about. I'm calling it a Triple H promo is going to start the show, says Barnaby. Okay, Michael Cole making his way down. Adrian, shout out to you, my friends. Said first time watching here. Welcome, buds. Yeah, it should be good. Really looking forward to this show. Really looking for... Oh, hello. Corey... I've never seen Corey Graves' Titantron. Corey Graves has got, like, roses on his Titantron. And I don't even know what those are that are under the roses. But, yeah, I've never seen Corey's entrance. Who's he looking at? What's he doing? He's pointing to someone saying no. You lot, yes. You, no. So what is he? What is you, no? What's he having a pop at certain people for? He's coming down going, you, I like you. You, no. No, no. I wonder what they're saying to him. Well, there we go. We got a little countdown clock. We got 2 minutes 56 to go. Corey Gray. It's kind of fun to see the commentators coming down, getting their entrance musics and their Titantrons. This is part of, like, if you go to Raw or SmackDown, if you've never been, we get to see the commentators coming out. So this is all part of the show. Mel Mama, hello! Oh my God, she got it working! Oh, that's so good. Metal Mama, shout out to you. Metal Mama said, are you going to allow me back in the chat? Yeah, of course. You're always welcome in the chat, but you're a Hall of Famer. And, you know, it's always lovely to have you around. I'm pleased you figured out how to get it working. So, welcome back, bud. Just in time as well. It's good, isn't it? Drew said, is Sheamus testing out as a commentator tonight? No, he's on the kickoff panel. He looks like older wrestlers are going to become pre-show analysts. Miz, Big E, Sheamus, thoughts? Well, eventually he will, but he's still an active superstar. So I'd imagine he's over because he's going to be used for the Raw taping. So he's around, so they're just using him on this kickoff panel. Southern Zombie said, what's up, Days? Can't wait to see Cody versus Gunther. Hope you have a good watch. Yeet! It's Casio. It is quite nice, actually. It does measure your steps, and I picked it up at the airport when I went to Florida, so it's It's about £100, but don't need to change the battery for 2 years, and it actually measures your steps, and it's got like an alarm, and you know what Casios are like. If you ever watch any like watch YouTubers, they always bang on about how amazing Casios are. Even if you've got the greatest watch collection, you should have a Casio in your collection. You know, people, you get respect off people for having a G-Shock Casio. So cheap, affordable, does the job, reliable. People love them. So shout out to you, my friend, Southern Zombie. Kojiko said homemade lemonade. Scratch that body-made lemonade. Yum yum. Jesus Christ. You do know there's people joining us for the first time. We've literally just read, like, Adrian saying, hey guys, I'm new here. And he's got to put up with this nonsense. Can I just say, the streams are only ever going to be as good as the people that are, like, you know, joining them. We have to put up with this flipping Kojiko. Homemade lemonade. Scratch that body-made lemonade. Yum yum. Want to try some? It's free. That means you don't need to pay a fee. No more until November 4th. I don't even know. What am I meant to do with that? We're going over to Crown Jewel. Could you not have, like, saved it for a different time? Why is it late as well? Where's Crown Jewel's meant to have started? Why am I sat here and it's 1 minute past and Crown Jewel hasn't begun yet? Oh, God. Kojiko, shout out to you. Where's the show? All right, there we go. There is Solo. There is the Bloodline. There is Jacob. It's going to be Bloodline, kids. It's going to be Bloodline. Carl said, at least I'm posting good stuff. Carl, you're one of the real ones. OTC Sime said, Brony. Right, looks like Jacob's not in the match, said Adam. There was that rumor doing the rounds, yeah, that Jacob wasn't going to be in the match. William said, Days, seeing as Saudi loves Sami Zayn, do we think he'll come in as a surprise to even up the Bloodline numbers? I don't know, to be honest, because we do have Raw that's being taped in Saudi Arabia, so they might not use him here and they might use him for that Raw instead. So there's no guarantee that he'll be on this show. They do love Sami Zayn, it is true. But, I don't know. They might do. He might come down and make the save. The only problem I've got with it is we were off with him. I mean, he doesn't like Roman. You know, of course. He doesn't like Jimmy. And the only person that I could see him coming down to help would be Jay. And Jay had a pop with him on Monday. Had a go at him. So, storyline-wise, I'm not sure that it makes sense for Sami to come down to help. I sort of feel like they're going to have to go and approach him and apologize. And I could see that happening on the taped Raw. Them going up to him and, listen, I need you. And listen, if they're taping Raw in Saudi, they're going to want that Raw to be good. So I'm going to lean towards no. I'm going to lean towards no Sami on this show for the reasons I just said. There is the Crown Jewel Championship. Some boomer just looked at it and went, yep. That's it. Yeah, I've seen it before and that is definitely it. Right, here's Cody getting out the car. I think we saw this footage earlier. Right, we've got Gunther and Cody just being shown. This is all stuff we've seen earlier as well. The beautiful belts, said Roman Reigns. Congrats. Winford, shout out to you, my friends. I hope all is well. Same to you, buds. Dexter said, I heard there'll be Tongans that beat Jay and Jimmy up, said Dexter. Miss Clown laughing at the briefcase. Little Fuego said Paul Heyman is tagging himself in as the 4th person. So we're just seeing people arrive, but this is all footage we saw earlier. For all we know, this might be the best PLE in history with 7 fights planned, said Lisa. Yes. Let's just say yes. It might end up being the greatest PLE ever. I don't think it's going to be, but it could be. There's Kevin Owens with his Cowboy Bob Orton shirt. It's a sick shirt, that, you know. It's a great shirt. It's a really good looking shirt. So here we go. We're going over 5 minutes later than we thought we were going to. But we are going over to the start of Crown Jewel. Welcome everyone that's joining us. We have got 532 likes. I mean, it's honestly 532 likes. If you're watching and you've not left a like, leave a like. It's greatly appreciated. I've tried being nice. I've tried being nasty. I don't know what else I need to try at this point. Don't put the likes in the thing. Don't press the heart on the chat. That's not the button. You know where the like button is on YouTube, and it ain't that one. Every time we ask for likes, all these hearts start appearing in the chat. That's not the one you're meant to press. Do you know how YouTube works? You don't press that one. Stop pressing it. People are like pressing that. That doesn't do anything. All you're doing is putting hearts on the chat, and that doesn't make any difference whatsoever. You're just wasting your time, and you're wasting my time. That's all you're doing by pressing the button there. Yeah, you can put your laughing face emojis, but it don't make no difference. There's no point me sitting here going, guys, can you like the stream? And then people put heart emojis there thinking they're helping and they're not doing anything whatsoever. Oh, it's infuriating. Honestly. It's so simple. You know where the like button lives. How? Oh. Honestly, I'm wasted here. I'm wasted. Look at them. Look at the amount of them there. Yeah, you're funny. Yeah. Oh, well done, everyone. Yeah, well done. Yeah, oh yeah, put it in the chat as well. Yeah, well done. Very good. Yeah, do you know what? It would be funny if we didn't only have 500 odd likes. Yeah? If you lot had figured out how to actually do it correctly as well, then maybe I'd be in on the joke. Yeah, very good. Yeah, well done. Right, here we go. We've got lots of pyro going off as we are going to get underway with these entrances. I pressed the heart on the chat days. You can't make me press the other one, said Going Ghosts. No, well, I'll just take anything at this stage, mate. Honestly. Give it up. I've just given up. I've been wore down. Right, we've got. I don't even know. Like, has WrestleTix told us how many people are actually there? WrestleTix. Right, here we go. Here's the new bloodline. Have WrestleTix given us information as to how many people are Crown Jewel? I don't even know if they can get that info. Can they? AEW, Dynamite, Monday Night Raw, Collision, Friday Night SmackDown, UFC 309. I don't think they've got that info. So yeah, I don't know how many people are there. Here is Solo. Here are Jacob, Tonga Loa, Tama Tonga. Here is the Bloodline Days. Goldberg has announced next year will be his retirement match. And this comedy gold, your reaction to the chat. Goldberg has announced his retirement. Where's he announced that? Where's he announced that, buds? I've got a Suma Brata has sent over a thing from Luigi Wrestling. But where's he announced next year will be his retirement match? Oh my god, honestly. We're getting so many of these flipping things in the chat. It's so irritating. You found a way of just really winding me up. Because I'm sat here and I don't even think we're at 644. We've been live for over 4 hours. Okay, we've got the new Bloodline in the ring. I hate it when I can't watch, said Benjamin Gaming. How come you can't watch, buds? What you doing? What you doing that's better? Oh, he announced it. Oh, right. Look. He announced it here. WWE 7 minutes ago. Goldberg just announced his retirement match will take place next year. So he announced it here with these people. Oh, look, a woman. Wow. Oh, look. You let women in the NFL. Respect. There we go. Good for you. Okay, there we go. We got the new Bloodline in the ring. OTC, 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 OTC. Metal Mama says, are you going to let me back in? I haven't... you're not out? Oh, yeah? You came back? I haven't done anything. I haven't blocked you. You're not blocked. I only timed her out for 10 minutes. That was like half an hour ago. So she's not blocked. I haven't blocked her or anything. She was only timed out. Ah, she's probably playing the game, isn't she? Metal Mama, you should be able to... Metal Mama, put up your acknowledge. You should be in the chat. Tommy Toy Travels. Shout out to you. Look, here's Roman. Here's Jimmy. Where's Triple T? What did Triple T just say? Triple T, have you moved into your new place? I'm currently in my flat with my beautiful girlfriend. I love her so much. Oh my god. Oh my god. Honestly, I hate that. I hate that woman. Actually, do you know what? I probably shouldn't say it right now as Roman's coming out, but I did find her profile on Instagram. Tommy's girlfriend. And she's only 17. And you've just moved into a new flat with her. And you say you love her. Bit awkward, isn't it? We'll talk about it more on Tuesday, but I did find that she might not be as old as she claimed she was. It's a bit awkward. Why not start the show, said Pasang. They are starting the show. It's because Cody is going to be closing the show. Wrestling fan said, so she's underage. Tommy said that's an obvious lie. I'm not British, I'm American, so I only date overage. Yeah, I know that you think you are doing that, but what I'm trying to tell you is that she's not told you the truth. All I'm saying is that you've moved into a flat with a woman who's not as old as she claims to be. Why are you finding that so difficult, right? I'm trying to help you out here. What you have to do is you've got to leave her, or just kick her out. Just kick her out for lying to you. That's done. Let me know when you've done it, and we'll say no more about it. Oh my god, the announcer messed up. They said Sammy instead of Jimmy. Did they? Oh god, I was too busy trying to fix Triple T's life. Jay is getting the last entrance. Yeah, there is no Jay. Jay is going to come out on his own, isn't he? This is pretty big. Maggie said, Days, you're going to cause a riot. I've not... listen, I'm only trying to help my friend. I'm only trying to help my friend out. You know that, that I care about his well-being. So there we go. We got Roman throwing up the wands. We got the Bloodline on the outside. There is Jimmy in the ring, but no Jay. Jay is going to get a separate entrance. Why are there accounts saying streaming on PPV HD? How do bots get away with this? I don't know. I don't know that that's true. We've got people acknowledging. We've got children acknowledging. There we go. That I'm not sure if that is Tommy's girlfriend, to be honest. But there is Jim. Shout out to you, my friend. Jey Uso getting a separate entrance. Oh, Metal Mama, where are you? Like, why are you not around? You're like borderline making me feel a little bit guilty now because, like, you should be in the chat and you're not in the chat. And I didn't do anything wrong. I only timed you out for 10 minutes. You're not banned. I'm going to check the banned list. Jay is actually coming through the crowd. This is why he's not come out with them. Because he's coming through the crowds. Jey Uso coming through the crowds. Guys, what's happened to Metal Mama? Why is Metal Mama not able to comment what's happening? Here's Jay coming through the crowds. Buy it on Ringside Collectibles. Use discount code DAYS for 0% off. Well, I don't know what we're talking about. Yeets. Rob said what Days is trying to politely say is she's a liar. So, okay, so Jay making his way down to the ring. They were loud, man. The crowd are loud. Come down like this. So Roman in the corner looking out. He's got a little snarl on his face. What was that look from Roman? Roman was looking over at Jay and he was like, what was that about? Look, Jay desperately trying to find his way through. People trying to get pictures with him and he was getting mugged. So, Jay making his way through the crowds. That was really... I mean, like, I wonder if Roman was actually looking at Solo and that's why he was snarling, you know? Loud, loud crowds. Big reaction for Jay. He's yeeting away. Yeah, lots of excitement here. Lots of excitement for the start of this show. It's a big way to start the show. If anyone was still half asleep, I'd imagine they're awake now. Metal Mama, if you're watching, feel free to share your thoughts. So Jimmy was dancing, apparently, as Jay was making his way down to the ring. Yeah, this crowd going absolutely bananas for Jay. Jay getting his own entrance was, I think, definitely the right way forwards. They have really enjoyed singing his music. Really enjoyed it. Main event Jey Uso making his way down into the ring where Roman and Jimmy were waiting. If you are joining us, it wasn't that long ago we just had word that next year is going to be Goldberg's retirement match. No one's talking about that commentary gaff. Can't see any word on that about Sammy. OTC chants. Loud OTC chants. So Ulafala being removed by Solo. He gives the Ulafala a little kiss. Boos. It's a really interactive crowd, this. Yeah, definitely worth it. Definitely worth giving Jay that moment, because it was a great moment, actually, on the start of the show. I really like Jay's look as well, kind of. Everyone's wearing dark colours, blacks, and then you've got Jay in, like, blue and pink. OTC chants. Why can't Oldberg just retire without the last match that no one wants to see anyway, said James. Okay, looks like Roman might be starting things off. Roman wants that Ulafala back, said K-Dub. A snarl from Roman. His acting skills. No wonder Hollywood didn't want him, said TJF. Roman playing the crowd damn good. He's so good, said Maggie. Done a good job of retaining Jay's momentum, said Tony. Yes. Toby, shout out to you. I agree. Okay, so it is gonna be, it looks like it's Jacob. Jacob is gonna be wrestling by the looks of it. So there was word that Jacob would not be one of the participants. That looks like it's incorrect. So it looks like it's Jacob, it's Tama, it's Solo against Jay, Jimmy, and Roman. Botchaloa on the outside of the ring. Really loud crowds. I'm guessing they've been inspired by what they saw from France. I mean, they're loud anyway. It's normally a good crowd anyway, but yeah, making some noises. We're starting with Jay and Tama Tonga. So Jay down on his knees. Tama Tonga behind him. Kim Shane said, typical Mike Rome, always botch him. First Stephanie, and now he can't tell the difference between Usos and Sami Zayn. Was it Mike Rome that botched it, was it? That bit really passed me by. I think I was trying to really help Tommy at that point. Michael Cole Corey, you play by pay. Mike Rome is the commentator. I wanted to have a look, see if there was a tweet of people saying that. People are saying he killed the introduction. Honestly, people are not talking about Mike Rome botching. Interesting. Right now, tag being made between Jimmy and Jay. In comes Jimmy. Against ropes, boom, down he goes. This stream has got 4 more times interesting now that Tommy Toy Travels is here, said Lisa. Well, listen, when the GOAT joins us, then, of course, things are going to get more interesting. Said before, Tommy Toy Travels, he is the man. There would be no wrestling days without Tommy Toy Travels, so as much as I give him a hard time / really valuable life advice, I will also occasionally hand him his flowers. So, if you've not subscribed to Tommy Toy Travels, definitely do it, as he is well on his way towards that big 100,000. That big 100,000. We're going to get there. We're going to do it. Boom, big boot there by Jimmy. Do we think that we will ever get Usos against Gorillas of Destiny? I can't see why not, to be honest. I can't see why not. I've got to think that it is something that will be on the table next year. Maybe even like towards the build to Survivor Series. If not, I could see us doing it after. But, oh, super kicks. We've got Jimmy and Jay working together. The Usos reunited. TJF, shout out to you. Christopher, hello. Tommy said that he's shucking whilst watching this match, which isn't going to mean a great deal to people unless they watch the Wrestling Escape Pods. And we know there's only about 5 people that do that. Rob said, so it's Tommy's fault. Thanks a lot, Tommy. That's right, Rob. That is right. This well-crafted community that can't even figure out what a like button is would likely not exist without Tommy Toy Troubles. Poppy Croc said, it should be Solo on the outside. This makes no sense. I'm already mad, said Poppy Crocs. Well, if you're mad, how do you think Metal Mama's feeling? Because everything was going great until she got timed out, and now she can't come back. And there's nothing I can do. And you know what? I do feel a bit guilty, but I also get over it quite quickly. Jay is working on the arm of Tama Tonga. Oh! YouTube is broken. Flip this. I'm going back to my PC. I knew it wasn't my fault. I knew it wasn't my fault. I knew it there. There you are. There you are. Roman doesn't call the shots anymore, says Michael Cole. Roman having a word there with Jay. It looks like there's going to be a little subtext that's going on. And as we said, I totally understand that these guys are not going to be totally on the same page. Like, you know, not... They might be working together for the sake of this match, but they're still not like, you know, there's still underlying issues. So they said it's like Jay is trying to test Roman Reigns. Really interesting how Michael Cole said that Roman doesn't call the shots anymore. Tag there, Jacob tagging in Solo. Solo stepping into the ring. Jimmy in the ring. Jimmy down at the moment. Yeah, so Roman wanted tagging in, but Jay didn't do it. And they just made a little bit of a deal of that. We want Roman is the chance. Jimmy having to play peacekeeper between Jay and Roman. Solo throwing up the wands right in the face of Roman Reigns. So Jimmy is up against the ropes at the moment. Right, nothing like watching some wrestling whilst eating some pizza and drinking a nice cold Dr. Pepper. Dr. Pepper, eh? That's your beverage of choice. Right, Solo's Bloodline will win due to Roman and Jay going back and forth, said Mark Firefly Forever. Yeah, it could be that they need to get back onto the same page. That is true. That is true. It could be that could actually, those little petty differences could, could make a difference. Big shot there by Jay. Jay's in the ring. Crowd are restless for Roman. OTC on top, said Brony. Here's Jay. Big clothesline. Down goes Tama Tonga. Jay looking over at Tama Tonga. This has got to be a great vibe for Jay. Getting such great support here in Saudi Arabia. Lovely kick there by Jay. Tama Tonga goes down. Jay looking out at the crowds. Jay charging over. Collides into Tama Tonga. And looking for the pin. 2. Shoulder up. I wonder if anyone else in the Bloodline will debut tonight, said MK420. Would you see Tonga Loa being the breakout wrestler, said Lisa. Not more so than Jacob, to be honest. I think Tonga Loa is breaking out in a whole different way. In a meme way. Rake of the eyes there by Tama Tonga. Back elbow there by Jay. In comes Jacob. Oh, Jay! Boom! Yes, Samoan drop. And Solo enjoyed that. Solo enjoyed that. Jacob shouting at Roman. Roman just staring at Jacob. So Jacob is... yeah, really intense. Doing what Jacob usually does. Solo coming in. It's Jay that's in trouble at the moment. We haven't seen much of Roman. We haven't seen much of Roman in this match at all. In fact, I don't even know if we've seen any of Roman. It's all been Usos. He's going to get that sweet hot tag though, isn't he? Maggie said, if anyone messes with my tribal chief, there shall be vengeance. We've had over 3,000 votes, which is great, but I wish this poll could be flipping not as big on screen. I'm really tempted to get rid of it. We'll get through this match and then I might get rid of it. MK said, thanks for describing the matches. Me and my fiance are both blind, so we appreciate that. Oh, MK420, shout out to you, my friend. That makes me feel like I want to describe it even more now, rather than goofing around like we do from time to time. At the moment, Jay is in there with Jacob. And he's got him right in the middle of the ring. He's managed to grab a hold of his... Are these the traps? The top part of the shoulders? He's kind of grabbing a hold of those. And he's keeping Jay in the middle of the ring. Jay reaching out but not able to make that tag. Crowds really invested in this match. No sign of Roman at the moment. He definitely wants in. And the crowd have been chanting OTC. But at the moment, Jay in the wrong part of town. A lovely suplex there by Jacob as Tama comes over the top, comes crashing down on Jay. Yeah. And the crowd join in with it as well. Tama might be a few fries short of a Happy Meal. Might be a few fries short of a Happy Meal. Coca-Cola on ice and brownies, said Trini. Pepperoni pizza here with an RC Cola. Tonga is in and he nails Jimmy. Oh man, Roman really wants to get in. Really wants to get in. We want Roman, said Brony. Dexter said he is going to have 2 new members coming in. Yeah. It's so dumb, said Alistair. It's over with the crowd, though. Oh, I don't know what that was. It looks like Tamatonga's got a little bit of Botchaloa in him today. I don't know what he was trying to do there, but it didn't work. Roman is taking this moment to really get the crowd fired up. He's taking this moment. Tag is made. Roman gets in, so does Solo. It's just Roman and Solo in the ring right now. Look at Roman pointing at the ring. Hot tag is made. Solo and Roman are going at it. These two exchanging big blows with each other. Oh, big right hand there by Roman. Big shot coming back there by Solo. These two exchanging shot. Lovely uppercut there by Roman. Headbutts. Roman against the ropes. Clothesline by Roman. And again, Solo goes down. Solo against the ropes. Reversal. Roman against the ropes. Boom! Comes down on Solo. Solo goes down. The crowd reacts. Yeah, everyone else on the outside of the ring. No one's even on the edge of the ring. This, to all intents and purposes, is Roman versus Solo for a minute. Uranagi. Solo is slammed down. Roman throws up the wands. It's a great shot, actually, with the green lasers kind of shooting out behind the ring. Here we go. Locked, loaded, Superman punch. It's ready. He's in the corner. I feel like something might save Solo. Charging over. It's Solo that saves Solo. Roman on his shoulders. Gets the rope, goes Solo. Superman punch! He did get it. Solo goes down. Solo goes down. Roman back in the corner. Here we go. Doesn't feel like it's going to finish in this moment. He wants to hit this spear. And he runs over. Kick there by Solo. Oh, Samoan Spike. Samoan Spike. Roman down 2. Was that the 3? Was that the 3? Was that botched? Was that the 3? I don't know if it looks like it was the 3, but the match is carrying on. The ref says that it was just a 2, but it looks like 1, 2, 3. Did they botch it? It feels like it was botched. It really feels that was 3. It was definite 3. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Super kick there by Jey. Listen, the ref counts the 3. The ref has to count the 3. They won't show a replay of that. They won't show a replay, but oh my god. I think that was botched. I think that was botched. I think Roman got pinned. I think Solo pinned. Yeah, people are like, bro, what just happened? That's a massive talking point. That's a big talking point. Oh, wow. Tama gets thrown in the ring. Lands on the ref. Superman punch. And one to Jacob, but Jacob stays standing. Gets ropes, goes Jacob. Oh, he collides into Roman. Oh, my God. There's no two ways about it. I mean, it's lovely. Top rope moonsault. It's hard to focus after we've just seen what potentially should have been a pin to end the match. And the match just continue. Roman is down. Solo is down. You can't be serious, ref said Charles. That is going to be a big talking point, man. That is definitely going to be one that people are going to analyze after. Samoan Spike. Roman down. Solo. Boom, another one. Goes for the pin. 1, 2, 3. And Solo does get the pin. Solo does pin Roman. He has to nail him with a few Samoan spikes. The new Bloodline do win. It's kind of what we predicted. We thought the new Bloodline would win. But I feel like the talking point here is more, should the match have ended a bit earlier than it did? Either way, the result is still the same with Solo pinning Roman. Well, there we go. Wow. That was like 2 out of 5, said Kaz. Well, do you know what, Kaz? I do need to end this poll. Because, of course, we need to get people's thoughts on the matches. So, let's get match scores in, shall we? What did you think of the opening contest? Oh, now they're beating up Roman. Now we've got a Sammy chance. I was saying that they would save Sammy for Raw because Sammy doesn't like Roman. He doesn't like Jimmy. He might still have a soft spot for Jay, but Jay was off with him the other day. Are they just going to send a message? Are they just going to send a statement? We want Sammy is the chant. We want Sammy is what's being chanted. Right now, we've got Roman on the outside is about to be put through a table. So yeah, Solo pinning Roman Reigns. It's big, isn't it? Wasn't Jimmy that took the pin? WrestleMania said that Jimmy was late with that breakup. So there is a clip which I can't play, unfortunately, for copyright reasons, of course. But apparently he was late with that breakup. Back in the corner goes Jay. Roman's on the outside. They're going to put a chair over the neck of Jay. And Sammy is coming down. Sammy is coming down. Sammy is making his way down. So Solo's like, yeah, come on, make your way down. Sammy getting into the ring. Good reaction for him. So Sammy in the ring with Solo. So how's Sammy going to beat up all this bloodline on his own? Crowd are chanting for Sammy. People are saying, is he going to turn heel? Sammy Uso is the chant by the crowd. Sammy Uso is the chant from the crowds. Sammy Uso. Sammy Uso. Jay is slumped in the corner. The chair is over his neck right now. Sammy comes over. He's got his arms outstretched. And boom! Suplex to Solo! Suplex to Solo! Shots coming in by Sammy. Sammy, though, he knows he's outnumbered. He goes down, but that has bought enough time for Roman and Jimmy and Jay. They chuck the bloodline to the outsides. And there we go. For the first time in a long time, we have got Roman, Jay, Jimmy and Sammy all reunited as the crowd are olaying away. Oh, this is so big for Sammy. It's going to be such a great boost for him. Solo is on his feet and he is looking around. Roman in one corner, Jay in another. Oh, Sammy and Roman collide accidentally. Sammy accidentally, which is a hard thing to do, accidentally haluva kicked Roman in the face. Oopsie. Oopsie. Sorry about that, everyone. Now there is arguing and bickering. Yeah, so Jimmy is arguing with Sammy. Yeah, sorry about that. Oops-a daisy, said Trippy. Yeah, oops-a daisy. My bad. Yeah, sorry about that. So Roman went for I think a Superman punch. Sammy went for a haluva. I think Sammy really connected with that haluva as well, you know. I don't think there was any half measures that were there. Sammy walking away, so we don't get the moment. We don't get the moment where we get the group all together. There's maybe a chance we get that on Raw. But Roman's down, he's holding his head. I think he did get walloped. Sorry about that. Well, there we go. Shelf Present said that was a terrible angle. They should have went for it. Sammy's work is down and the Oscar goes to, said Derek. That was AEW terrible, said Zoom Station. Seems like people aren't crazy about what we've had go down so far. Where are we with the match score, actually? Yeah, people aren't really massively crazy by that. At the moment, good is winning rather than great. Not what you expect from the Bloodline story, is it? The wise man is going to bring them together, said James. That's a good shout, actually. Perhaps he is the missing piece that can restore harmony to this group. Without the wise man, they're all just individuals. But maybe the wise man can bring them together as a cohesive unit. Is it wrong that the botch outshines the rest of the match for me, said Penny, for your thoughts? No, I don't think it's wrong that the botch... I don't know if I'd say outshines the rest of the match, but it is difficult if you have a botch. I mean, like, if you have a botch and it's just a bit of a silly botch, you know, like someone tries to do a springboard and they slip, you know, and no one's hurt, whatever. It's just a bit like, oh, you know, oops. You can sort of get past that. But when it's a botch where the match probably should have ended, you know, it's 1, 2, 3, oh my God, the match should be over. Anything after that then does become a bit distracting because, well, the argument's going to hang over the match, isn't it? I mean, thankfully, it was Solo pinning Roman 1, 2, 3, which is exactly how it ended anyway. So it doesn't feel as bad now. In my mind, it doesn't feel as bad because, you know, Solo pins Roman a few moments after he pinned him, and it should have got that. So we get to the same destination, you know. So yeah, thankfully the botch was there and it wasn't on, like, you know, Tama pinning Jey or something. So we still ended up in the same place, but yeah, I agree. It definitely took a little something away. It sucks so much that was a major botch that it did distract, said Glimt MB, from what happened before and the moment after. Do we think that Sammy made the right decision or a bad decision, says Connor? No, I think he made the right decision. I wouldn't have done it on this show, and I didn't think they were going to do it on this show, to be honest. I thought that, you know, the Bloodline would get beaten down, and then we would use Raw to say, listen, we need him. We need Sammy. And then we try and get Sammy back. But instead we're going in a different direction, you know. So, you know, okay, it is what it is. And I don't think this is, you know, going to be remembered as a highlight of the Bloodline story, unfortunately. It really, I feel like, if I'm going to be truthful, I feel like we're on the road to Survivor Series. And I feel like what we've just had is going to make up a good portion of the video package for Survivor Series. So I feel like we're building towards something bigger and better that is coming a bit further down the road. So that's my feeling on it. It was a great Roman and Sammy spot, though, said Nando. Still putting up the ones for the bravery that was shown by Roman, Jimmy, Jay, and Sammy, said not JPEG. Ronnie, shout out to you. Shout out to India. Ghosty Toasty said, I have been to better matches at Butlins than that. Roman should not have been pinned. Uncle Howdy said, I thought I was tripping. He pulled a Tonga lower. It's true. All they have to do is just watch the footage back, says Miss Clown. Dro said, I had a feeling he was going to be buried because he's around with jobbers, said Dro. Solo's move, and that's how Roman got hit by Sammy. Solo moved. Total Tonga low point. Uncle Howdy, Sami Zayn comes to save Jay from Solo and is now officially involved heading into 4-on-1 major. Well, I mean, it's major in the sense, but it's not surprising either. So, like, Sami getting involved, we all expected it. It's just, would it happen tonight? Would it happen tomorrow? Would it happen next week? When are they going to do it? They did it tonight, and I suppose it's a bit of a surprise that we're still teasing that there's issues. Like, you know, they could have had Sammy come out and it could have worked, and, you know, they could have dealt with Solo, and then they could have kind of looked at each other as in, like, well, that felt good. That felt like it used to feel, you know, and they could have sort of like looked around. But then Sammy could have turned to Jay and said, I can't do this. I came to help you. I didn't come to help them. And then he gets out the ring. Like, we could have done something like that. Instead, we've gone with this quite weird, but still interesting, Sammy haluva kicking Roman. Roman sort of Superman punching Sammy, but he didn't really connect on Sammy. It was Roman that took the damage. Sammy didn't really take the damage. It was Roman that got the worst of it. It was the haluva that got through more than the punch. And if you think about the history between those two, if you think about Montreal, if you think that Roman was the person that stood in the way of Sammy becoming world champion, there's a real history there. So I don't know. I mean, I suppose the point I'm making is that there's lots of ways that you can take this story. We're definitely going, as we have done many times, down roads that I wouldn't necessarily have gone, but I'm still interested to see how it's going to play out. I'm still interested to see where this kind of, you know, takes us, and I'd imagine it sets up quite a big segment for Raw. You know, there's going to be a lot of conversations and fallout from what we've just seen, of course. So, but just because we got that Sammy moment, it's not enough to say that that match was amazing or this open was amazing. I suppose that's the point I'm making. Like, that botch, and you have to look at, like, the stuff which didn't land, as well as just going, oh, Sammy came down, so, you know, this was a great open, you know. You have to weigh everything up. Here's the women anyway. We're going to move on to our next one. I do need to just get the score, though, for that opening match. So, Bloodline. It ends with Roman being pinned. And boom, boom, boom. I don't think this is going to get a great score. Just looking at what I can see so far, it looks like it's going to get... It's gone into the good range, you know, which is so unusual for Bloodline. So, it is good 89%. 11% of people said it was bad. So good 89%. Gaming in real time said good morning, days. Morning. I'm glad they opened. That was not main event worthy. Do you think that Roman will be on Raw since they're in Saudi? Yeah, I do. They're in Saudi. There's no reason to not use him. I think that they definitely need to. I mean, listen, they've just took a big L. I felt good that they could get that victory. I felt good that they were going to win. So, yeah, definitely an L there for the OG Bloodline, and they're going to want to get the dub. They're going to want to get back to winning ways. So, they're going to need to get on the same page, and that is definitely going to involve Roman Reigns. I need to change this as well, don't I? I'm being a boomer. Okay, match number 2. Women 4-way. There we go. So, gaming in real time, shout out to you. Shout out to everyone that's joining us. What is this boomishes that we're dealing with? I hate technology. I think there was just a momentary little lag. Just a little touch. Here's Jade Cargill making her way down. Massive lollipop that Jakara's got. Massive lollipop. Okay, so Bianca making her way out. We've had Bianca, we've had Jade, we've had Lash. We've had Damage Control. I never needed you at all. I never needed you at all. William said, called it. What did you call, buds? What did you call? Chelsea herself now does the Chelsea green for her entrance. It's odd they didn't work with Samantha for that staying. 63 days. They're quite nice outfits. That look at that. They're quite bejeweled, aren't they? Bianca and Jade looking goods. Never needed you at all. So Bianca Jade holding up those championships. Here is the giant Jakara lollipop. That's seriously big, isn't it? She looks great, actually. She's done her hair. She's changed her hair. She looks great. Respect. Okay, so all the women are out and they're in the ring, and we are going to our next match. We are going to our next match. Needed you at all. Corey said, how you doing, buds? Can't wait for Crown Jewel. Corey, shout out to you, my friends. Hope you're enjoying the action. Really fun. All these costumes, apart from Jakara and Lash, are all quite dark, which is a bit of a shame. I think there was an opportunity here to get a bit of colour. Bianca and Jade have got like black, but with lots of like coloured gems on their bodysuits, which I think it might even be falling off because there's loads of bits in the ring. Okay, Bianca in there with Io. Obviously, Io coming into this match with loads of momentum following her win yesterday. Is that momentum going to give her victory here? Springboard handstand into the moonsault, but Io moves out the way. Over the top. Duck underneath. Against the ropes goes Io. Io cartwheeling, backflipping. She goes up. Head scissor takeover. Drop kick there by Io, who kips up. So Io is in there with Bianca. Here comes Chelsea. I'm the star. Open palm strike by Io to Chelsea. Chelsea's got a little bit of colour, actually. She's wearing green. Shot coming in there by Bianca. She's unloading on Chelsea and on Piper Niven. Piper Niven slumps down on the outside. Backflip there by Bianca. Chelsea gets slammed down. Spinebuster. Bianca against the ropes. Boom! Lovely! 1, 2. Shoulder up. Shoulder up by Chelsea Green. Uncle Donk said all the best to Baron Corbin. I thought he should have stayed in NXT that second time around. Uncle Donk, shout out to you, my friends. Yeah, I didn't think we quite cracked it with him. I mean, we did, but unfortunately, he was in that tag team with Bron Breakker, and that was never going to be Bron Breakker's future, being in a tag team with Baron Corbin. So I really felt sorry for Baron Corbin, because he sort of got somewhere, but it was nowhere that was long lasting. So yeah, it just wasn't good, was it? The writing was kind of on the wall. Right now, Chelsea is up in the air. Jade has actually got her up, and she chucks Chelsea at Lash. Lash slams Chelsea down. Chelsea's just being chucked around here. We've got Jade trying to get in the face of Lash Legend. Look at the size of Lash Legend. I mean, don't appreciate how big she is. We really don't see these girls that often in NXT, you know. I mean, they tend to be in, like, backstage segments, or, you know, Jakara's, like, sucking on a lollipop at ringside, but actually getting to watch Lash and Jakara competing as a tag team, they don't feature all that often. If you don't watch NXT, you would think these two are, like, on TV all the time. Chikara charging over. She collides into Chelsea. Lash gets tagged in. Chikara hurls Chelsea into Lash. So it's Chelsea and Lash that are in the ring right now. Suplex and a kip up there by Lash. And a kip up. Charging over. Lash collides into Chelsea. Tag is made. Here is Chikara. Chikara. NXT chant breaks out. Crowd a little bit subdued for this one. Still to come, Seth Rollins against Big Bronson Reed. Oh, hello, what's this? Nice. Chelsea goes back to the corner. Corey said, I'm very excited. I'm still so happy from when you commented on my short 5 months ago, said Corey. Corey, shout out to you, my friends. I hope you're enjoying Crown Jewel. I really appreciate it. We've got EO in there with Chelsea. EO getting round the back. She pushes Chelsea into Chikara. Right now, EO has got Chikara and Chelsea, and she goes up, over, lands on her feet, and she drags both women to the other sides. Duck underneath by EO. EO against the rope. Spear. Down goes Chikara. And tag being made. In comes EO. Right now in the corner. EO. A little bit botchy. Little bit botchy. Kyrie tried to help EO kind of push her up, but she sort of lost her footing. EO, I mean, I know EO does do a lot of like high risk moves that have got the ability to be botchy, but she is kind of slipping up on a fairly consistent basis at the moment. She's just sort of lost that crispness a little bit. I mean, look, these things happen. It's no drama. These things happen, but... Oh, Piper with a crossbody. But we saw her slipping the other day when she was on that top rope. And then there's just been a little slip up here as well. Okay, Bianca is up. She goes over and she takes Piper down. Lash getting in the ring. Oh my God, Lash absolutely wipes out Bianca. We've got Lash in there where Lash looks so good. Honestly, looks so good. Forearm strikes. Shot there by Jade. Oh my God, big chop there by Lash. And a lovely strike there. Super kick there by Jade. Lash screams. Oh, goes for a big kick. Boom! Boot there by... I think they were good to change that camera angle. Jade just threw a kick. It looked like it missed by about 1,000,000 miles, but they changed the camera angle, so it didn't look like it missed all that much. Chelsea is trying to get a hold of Jade. Jade rolls out the ring. Have you noticed the overseas shows tend to have a lot of botches? I honestly think the travel might have something to do with it, said Dad Stuff. Maybe. Maybe. I don't know the science of it, but you might be onto something there. Guys, if you are watching and you've not left a like, leave a like. And that does not mean pressing the heart on screen. We've already been through this. We're on 700 and something. I keep having to make my screen bigger so I can actually see the number. We're on 735 according to that. Kyrie is going up. She's perched. Oh, wow. She launched herself to the outside to deliver an elbow with some real speed. Like she really chucked herself to the outside there. Now we've got EO. She's going to look to do a moonsault. She's up and boom. She might have just caught a little bit of Kyrie as well. Now we've got Lash and Jakara. Jakara going onto the shoulders of Lash. Jakara is nodding. Big smile on Jakara's face. She gets launched to the outside. So we've got like a big multi-person spot. Lash against the ropes as Bianca charges at Lash. Both Bianca and Lash go to the outside. There was a moment where I think Io might have got a bit tangled in Jakara's hair or something. Or Chelsea's hair. We just saw a moment where they were sort of like fiddling around. Big splash. We've just seen a replay here. Quite a spot-heavy moment. Phantom67, shout out to you, my friends. Really, really appreciate the support. As gifting 10 memberships, which have been gobbled up. Chelsea going up. Oh, she's planted by Jade. 1, 2. Io makes the save. Io makes the save. Right now, this match continuing. Big forearm strike. And again. Right now, in the corner. We've got Io, Bianca, Kairi. Oh, spinning back fist there by Kairi. Io looking for a suplex. She gets it. Even that was a bit sloppy. She kind of hit like quite a slow German suplex. I thought she was going to bridge for a pin, but she didn't. So Bianca in the middle of the ring. Kairi goes up, drops an elbow. Now Jakara's going up. I sort of feel like with this match, I can see the seams, you know? I sort of feel like it's sort of descended a bit into like a weird sort of training match. Oh, that was pretty sick. Lash had, but now Kairi's rolling out the way, even though she just got powerbombed. Driver by Piper on Lash. Codebreaker, Piper, Sentons. Doesn't that hurt Chelsea? Chelsea's lying down with Jakara over her knees and then Piper lands on Jakara. Would that not also crush Chelsea, who's underneath? Chelsea is... Piper didn't realise and she ends up splashing her partner. This is one of those where you're like, right, what are we doing now? Why are we doing that? We just got a really sick moment where, like, Kairi was planted with this massive power bomb. Absolutely huge. She should have been absolutely dead. And immediately she just starts rolling out the ring. I mean, like, she should have been dead to the point where that's 1, 2, 3. But she immediately started just rolling out the ring. The conclusion of it is that Bianca gets the pin on Piper. Does that mean that the match that Io won yesterday, that gave her all that momentum, does that mean that that didn't mean anything? What? But I thought winning that match was super important yesterday. They were so excited winning that match yesterday. But now they've not won this one. Look at that. That was brutal. And immediately she rolls out the ring, Kairi Sane. And then we get that senton, which crushes Jakara, but must have had an effect. This certainly had an effect on Chelsea. Boom. I mean, look, we didn't have high hopes for this match. It was a like multi-woman, let's get as many women onto the show match. But I don't think that was it. Although there was a few nice moments. I think Lash looks like a star. But it is a win for the champs. The champs retain. Oh, yeah, God. NXT. 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 That's going to be ECW on Tuesday. Looking forward to that. This is the kind of match that Saudi deserves, said Mr. Cardinal. Oh, I don't, I know they've got human rights issues, but even I don't think they deserve this. I know they treat women bad and whatever, but even I don't think they deserve this. So there we go. It is a win for Bianca and Jade Cargill. I don't know why Lash is never in the title picture in NXT. It's a good question. I mean, she's got such a good look. I mean, it is pretty bonkers that she's here standing toe-to-toe with Jade Cargill, looking like, $1 million. And as you said, she's nowhere near the title picture. You've got Julia, you got Stephanie, you got Roxanne, you got Cora. There ain't no Lash legend in that mix. It's true. You're absolutely right. It's just funny, isn't it? How, if you didn't watch NXT, you would really think those two women are, massive in NXT. Oh my God, they must be, on every show. It's nah, they're really not. They don't get used that often. We really don't see them competing that often. You might see them pop up on a show in the background, kind of doing some talking segment, whatever, but really, with Noam Dar getting injured, Metaphor has took a bit of a backward step, hasn't it? Did a little something with Oro Mensah, but Noam Dar's injury kind of has certainly hampered things. Right, we're done with match number 2, and we're just having a look around the WWE experience. I'm just glad we are having a week with no pre-recorded shows. That match was better than Saudi deserves, said Twisty. Leo said, I don't know what match people were watching, but considering it was a 4-way tag match, they did extremely well. So it seems like Leo enjoyed it, and that's good. Okay, Seth Rollins against Big Bronson Reed. Seth Rollins against Big Bronson Reed. This is going to be match number 3. We're at our 3rd match, and we've already been going for an hour and 15 minutes on this show, We've already been going an hour and 15. Brody said they probably noticed how stacked the NXT women's division is, so they decided to try and test Lash and Jakara on the main roster to see how they did. I think they've been solid. I agree. I also think they've been solid. I think they've had a few nice moments, actually. To be honest, Lash was someone that I was really worried about in NXT because she's been in NXT for a good few years now, and when she first started, it was not great. So yeah, I think she's really developed. I think she's really come on. That wasn't a bad match. I enjoyed it. I wish that Chelsea and Piper wouldn't have won, though, says Kelly. Well, it's interesting how people have got different opinions on it. I thought that there was some good spots in it, but I thought that it really descended into sloppiness. There's times where you can really see this thing sort of really creaking at the edges, and there was quite a few spots where you're like, why are they doing that? Or why has that happened? Or, I go back to that Kyrie powerbomb and then she just immediately rolls out the ring. Or, the little botch with Io in the corner. It just felt like towards the end, there was kind of a steady stream of those types of moments where, there was a little bit of a mistiming, I think, where, I think Kyrie kind of went over to kick Jade out the ring, and Jade didn't move. Kyrie went back and Jade ended up rolling out herself. It's not a massive deal, but it's it would have been better if Jade had rolled when Kyrie kind of tried to kick her out the ring, rather than Kyrie going over, kicking her, Jade lying there, and then as Kyrie walks away, Jade just rolls. Like, it's that kind of slightly off timing. It's that kind of slightly off little moments that just make the match like, okay, I'm done with this now, you know? I'm done with this now. I would not say that that was a very tight match. I would say that you can see through it in places, and yeah, you know, it's one of those where we didn't go into it with very high expectations anyway. But I certainly can't say I've got a great deal of praise for it. But I didn't go into it with much high hope for it either, you know. Okay. We are just looking at the build for Bronson and Seth. Bronson Reed against Seth Rollins. This is going to be match number 3. This is going to be match number 3. And this should be good. I've got high hopes for this. I think the build for this has been really interesting. Right, we are going over, and we've got Seth Rollins making his way down to the ring. And, wow, he's got big, spiky shoulders. Looks like he's got quite, well, it's interesting. His ring gear is, or his entrance gear, it is still elaborate, but it's not crazy elaborate. Like, it's still pretty wild, but it's not as offensive as, like, some of his more elaborate gear. Sometimes he can wear stuff that's so outlandish. You're just kind of like, oh, I'm not sure about that. But this is got a little bit of outlandishness about it, but the colours are subdued. It's kind of black and denim. It's kind of like a long entrance jacket, and it's got kind of like spiky shoulders. If I can find a picture of it, I'll show you. He does seem to have sort of tweaked the clothes that he wears now. So, Seth Rollins making his way down to the ring. I wonder if I can find an image of it. I mean, it looks pretty fun. Bailey is tweeted a picture of her watching the action. Seth is probably worried Saudi might think he's female with that long hair, says Mr. Cardinal. Oh, he's been enough times. I need Seth's jacket in my life, said Kaz. So it seems like there's a little bit of love for Seth's jacket. Crowd are singing away. Days, I'm convinced when Alexa returns, Alexa and Nikki will beat Bianca and Jade for the women's tag titles. Alexa will get her revenge against Bianca. Yeah, I could see that because that was her last match, wasn't it, at the Royal Rumble? In fact, Seth's gear is an extension of that jacket. Denim patches on, like, leather pants. Here's big Bronson Reed making his way down. Big Bronson Reed. I'm not sure how we're doing for time, but I must admit I am surprised that we're only at match number 3 and we're already an hour and 20 minutes in. I mean, in actual fact, Seth has come running up the entrance ramp. Big Bronson Reed hasn't even had a chance to get his full entrance. So we've got Seth and Big Bronson Reed fighting on the ramp. He is the Ozzilla, apparently. Big clubbing blow there by Big Bronson Reed. He's got something on his ring gear, which looks a bit like... I don't know. I don't know what his ring gear is meant to represent. Does anyone know? It's got like an MF Doom kind of mask on the front of it. But I'm sure it's probably more superhero related. Shots to the midsection, so they're fighting on the entrance ramp at the moment. Seth goes rolling down that entrance ramp. He's keeping true to the style he's created since COVID, but it is now toned down, says Glimmet MB. He's trying to find himself again. Yeah. So it is still outlandish, but I agree with you. It's a bit more, I don't know, acceptable. It's a little bit more. I always felt like he was being outlandish for the sake of being outlandish. He wore like truly like he wore stuff to shock, and that was fine. But I do think it's better if he kind of tweaks it and makes it cool. It'd be better if he wore outlandish stuff that you looked at and you went, yeah, that's cool. I like how he looks in that. I didn't really feel that way about a lot of the stuff he wore. He just tended to just... It's like he walked into like a random wardrobe and just grabbed the first things he could find, you know? Whereas now, I think there is a bit more thought behind it. Oh, wow! Big Bronson Reed hurls Seth into the Timekeeper's area. God, that was pretty brutal. That was pretty... He just chucked him, man, and Seth went hard onto that chair. Seth went hard. Then he goes into some ring steps. So now we've got Seth Rollins getting thrown around. Yeah, that was pretty brutal, man. That was pretty brutal. Seth getting chucked back into the ring. Big Bronson Reed is in there. The bell has sounded. I'm really interested in Big Bronson Reed's ring gear, you know. I'm so interested. It's black predominantly, but it's got a bit of colour to it, a bit of character. I really want to know what it is. He goes up. Big splash. Oh, my God. Big splash by Big Bronson Reed. So we've seen Seth chucked in the Timekeeper's area, chucked into the steps. A big splash. Seth moves out of the way. He's going for the curb. Curb connects. But we know that he kicked out the other day when he got curbed on the car. And he kicks out here as well. Big Bronson Reed gets his shoulder up after being hit with a curb. Wow. May have snatched defeat from the jaws of victory. What have we got? Bronson Reed with... oh my God, it was MF Doom gear. Oh my God. That's what it is. It is MF Doom gear. I know MF Doom. I've got one of MF Doom's albums, but I wouldn't have said that this was MF. I would have said it was superhero inspired. Here, I can show you the gear in question. So it's black. It's got this mask on the front. And apparently, according to Fightful, it is MF Doom inspired. Who is a hippity hopper. He does some of that hip-hop stuff that the kids like, so... Yeah, I'm really into MF Doom. Love all of his albums. MF Doom 1, MF Doom 2. Big fan. You suck. As Big Bronson Reed is in full control right now. Trying to become a member, but it's tweaking. It won't let me at the moment, said Fernando. Gotta earn it, Fernando. We don't just let anyone in. I kind of wish that Seth had sold that tsunami a little bit more. AB Jobson said, now this match is cooking. Seth and Bronson are stealing the show, said that's what she said. I completely agree. This match has been a lot of fun so far. It's just been a load of big spots. But they've been quite brutal. Crowd are chanting, you suck, right now. Chop coming in as Seth goes down. Big Bronson Reed in control. So we've got 13%. So that last match, good 87%. So the first match was good 89%. That second match was good 87%. Right now, Seth trying to find a way of getting up as he's just getting absolutely massacred. Big shot. Right. I love that. Right in the ribs. And Seth is really selling that. Seth lands on his feet. Big boot there by Seth. Bronson is getting picked up, but Seth couldn't slam him. Seth managed to get Bronson up, but then ends up going backwards. Big Bronson Reed landing on top of him right now. So Seth is down. We got a lovely shot of the crowd making noise again. They're saying that Seth's back is already starting to show signs. I mean, that was probably from that chair spot, you know. Or maybe when he got hurled into the steps. Those two spots were brutal. Look at that. That does not look fun, does it? That does not look fun. Trick Williams has sent a message to Lash Legend saying you did your thing. So, and she did, man. Lash Legend, I thought, really showed out. So, shoulder tackle there by Big Bronson Reed. And again. So, right now, we've got Seth in the corner. Big knee by Seth, and chop coming in there by Seth as well. Right hand coming in by Seth. Chop by Seth. Kick coming in there by Seth, but Bronson back in control, looking for a power bomb. Seth goes up into a DDT. Big DDT. That was pretty sick, man. That was a lovely little reversal there by Seth. So a power bomb got reversed into a DDT. Let's flipping go. Crowd are singing. Singing away. Seth's theme song. Did you see the Wyatt 6 picture on the pre-show? I didn't, no. Was it like someone in the crowd or something? That looks like the arm from the chair mark on his back, says Adam. It could be. That was pretty brutal when he got hurled into the timekeeper's area. Clothesline by Seth, but Big Bronson Reed stays on his feet. Seth goes up, nails Big Bronson Reed, who stumbles. Seth again is climbing up. Bronson Reed pushes Seth onto that top turnbuckle. Sonny said, I've got the We Are the World album on vinyl. Oh, very good. Enjoy it, my friend. Nando said, this pay-per-view already feels a bit too long. I'm sorry. There's still so many matches to go. Real American Nightmare said, Solo's Bloodline won the first match. Bianca and Jade won the second. Dad Stuff said, outside of any titles and Punk Drew, is this the best feuds? That's interesting. Outside of any titles, so that eliminates Rhea Liv. Is this the best feuds? And Punk Drew. Big Splash. My gut says no, only because the story was Bronson hitting some tsunamis on Seth. Seth then went away for ages. And it's only been a couple of weeks since he came back, so there hasn't really been loads to this feud, to be honest. But what we have got has been brilliant. So I'm trying to think of the other feuds that we've had this year. I'm trying to think of the WrestleMania matches and the SummerSlam matches and how we kind of built to all of those. I'm struggling to think of a feud outside of titles, though. That's not Drew and Punk. Got him up. Oh, big slam down 2. Shoulder up. Shoulder up. It's a really good one, that. I struggle to say that this is, only because we haven't had loads of a build. But it has, what we have had has been really, really good. Boom. I mean, is this better than, say, Bronson Braun? Bronson Braun, I think, might be ahead of this. It's a really good question, though. It's really got me thinking. I can't compare this to other feuds like Punk or Drew or Rhea Liv, because they had stories. This is just a spot fest, but it is still great, said Adam. Tony said Dave Meltzer posted that Goldberg has announced his retirement match. He has. We spoke about it. This match is quite awesome, said Eric. Well, it's still Bronson that's in control at the moment. Seth is in the corner. Bronson has got Seth in the corner. Bronson goes up. Bronson looking for a superplex. He's got Seth, and he hits it. Wow, big superplex. Bronson going for the pin too. Oh, really close. Really close. So, yeah, big Bronson Reed. Superplexing Seth from the top. And he can just slowly, methodically. We have slowed the pace down here, and that's absolutely fine. Crowd are chanting, this is awesome. So the crowd are really into this match so far. Stay down, said big Bronson Reed. Look, he's slapping Seth on the face, telling him, stay down. And he was like slapping him on the face as well. Wow, Seth throwing in some shots. Seth gets clotheslines. Bronson was telling Seth to stay down. He's now climbing up. Metal Mama said, this is the best match. I'm enjoying it. Great builds. Seth rolls to the other sides. Oh, sent on there by Bronson. Bronson going to the outsides. Crowd's a little subdued, but I think that's because Seth's getting, like, beaten up. Seth rolls to the outside. Bronson has to climb back down. Bronson getting out the ring. You can see people in the front row applauding Seth. Definitely feels like there's a good chunk of people in there that have traveled to this event. I mean, maybe they live in Saudi Arabia, but I don't get the impression they do. Into the commentary table goes Seth Rollins. I'm back, said Maggie. I ate too much chocolate. I got Dialinka now. What's that? Is that like... Ah! Seth just got Bronson's leg. Bronson went down. He ended up kind of smashing his head into the ring steps. Seth with a curb stomp. Bronson onto those ring steps. Referee is counting. Bronson, though, getting back up to his feet. Bronson gets into the ring. Another curb in the ring. Wow. Seth nailing Bronson. He might keep getting up, but you gotta just keep curbing him. Wow, I think Seth's gonna go up top. I think he's gonna hit a super curb. Here's Bronson. Look, here's Seth. Boom! Super curb! Off the top. Surely it is. 1, 2, 3. And Seth gets the win. Seth beats Bronson, but he had to keep nailing him. With, oh, and there's blood as well, you know. There's blood. Look at the bloods. Bronson got hit with so many curbs, he's actually bleeding. Yeah, bloods. We've got bloods. Wow, Seth getting the win. I wasn't expecting that. I thought they would go with Bronson this time, and I thought that Seth would get the win a bit further down the road. But it took an awful lot to put Bronson away, and Seth had to go through an awful lot to get that victory. So, yeah, I don't know at what moment he got busted. Boom. Right, I think I would have given that to Reed, said Miss Clown. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, I think the blood is quite a big talking point there. That easily. It's not even close. That is the best match of this show so far. A super stomp. People are saying the wrong guy won. Nightbird Beastman said Reed should have won. Is that Suave all day? It's hard to try and read it when I think it's a few different words combined. But what's the point of building up Reed if Seth didn't need the win? He's already a star. Well, it is a fair question. Yeah, look at the blood pouring down his face. Look, Bronson's like, ah. I'll make you famous, said Seth. If you come for me again, the same thing will happen. I'll make you famous. That was a good image at the end with Bronson standing in the ring with the blood pouring down his face. Reed lost in a monster versus monster as well. It is a real shame. Oh, hello, Wyatt 6. Little advert that they're a part of. Fernando said, how can I be a member? I listened to, but I've been watching you more. Fernando, shout out to you, my friends. The membership thing, it seems to pop up on different devices. So I really appreciate the support, but honestly, it seems to depend on what country you're in and what device you use as to whether the join button shows or not. It seems like YouTube has got a few glitches at the moment. I thought the issues Metal Mama had earlier, all joking aside, was really interesting. Because I do get a lot of people getting in touch with me saying, like, why don't my comments show on your stream? I do get that from time to time from people, and so it's really interesting to see that actually it might be something to do with the devices that people use. Right, we're seeing the Women's Crown Jewel Championship. So that is very much making me think that this might be next. Yeah. Here we go. Are we about to get Tiffy time? Is it Tiffy time? Let's have a look. Let's go. Match number 4 of 7. Tiffy time! Liv Morgan versus Nia Jax. Dream match. Don't worry, Punk will be driving Seth insane shortly, said Mr. Cardinal. All right, let's jump into the chat, see what people are saying. Jacob said, I think people are overreacting a bit. I don't think that's the end of the feud, said Jacob. Raven said, I love Seth. Lol. Dexter said, great match. Miss Clown said, fun match. Terrible booking. Bronson needed the win more, said Maca Rice. Can I just say, we are obviously around for the rest of the show. Loving it. We will do an unseen. I mean, I'm literally just, like, you know, popping stuff into folders as I'm watching the show and chatting away with you guys. So unseen hopefully won't be that late. Hopefully we can get on it pretty much as soon as the stream finishes. But I will want your thoughts and opinions as well, because not only am I doing unseen, but I'm also going to try and do opinions. So we will get that done as well. So we'll try and get thoughts and opinions video done. So I want to do an unseen. I want to get reaction clips up. I want to get an opinions video done. And then we're back for another stream. A little nice way to end the evening. We'll do a bit of UFC just to round things off. It's a crazy day today. Crazy day. Is this going to be a crazy match? Metal Mama said, I really love that match. He will fit Braun and then get the belt. Becky comes back first. I really love that match. He will fit Braun and then get the belt. A little, you know what I mean? We said it earlier. I think we all knew, but... That's right, Metal Mama. Yep. He will fit Braun. Uncle Howdy said, Days, as we've seen lately, Seth Rollins' value to Monday Night has been sorely missed. When he begins to feud with CM Punk, you will see that magnified. Yeah, well, it's good to have him back, I agree. Bronson will get his win back at some point, so it's not some burial or anything, but Seth shouldn't have won, says LSW. LSW, hope you're well. Mr. B, hello. What happens if Tiffany cashes in during the match? Does it become a three-way? Yes. If Tiffany wins, will she win the title of the title holder? Yes. And will she win the Crown Jewel Championship? Yes. That's my understanding. The only question I have, if she pins Nia, does she get Liv's championship? Because all of a sudden, she is in a match where both belts are up for grabs, right? And both champions are fighting. So does it become that all the belts are immediately up for grabs, whoever wins? Or is it a case that if Tiffany pins Nia, she only gets Nia's? I think it's that. I really think it's that. I think if she pins Liv's, she gets Liv's. If she pins Nia, she gets Nia's. But as the winner of this match, she would undoubtedly be the person that gets the Crown Jewel Championship as well. So that's my understanding. That's what I'm expecting. Anything different to that will be a surprise. I don't think she can leave with all three titles. I don't think she can. I don't think if Tiffany cashes in and pins Nia, she's all of a sudden got the women's title, the women's world title, and the Crown Jewel Championship. I don't think it's that. But we're kind of fumbling around in the dark because obviously this is the first time we've had a Crown Jewel Championship. And it's very rare for us to do two world champions going up against each other. Right, so Nia Jax making her way down to the ring. The women's, this is the one we've all been waiting for, kids. The Crown Jewel Championship. I've had so many people asking me, Days, have they shown the Crown Jewel Championship yet? Days, I didn't get a chance to watch the kickoff show. Have they shown that amazing championship? Days, have you got a picture of the championship? I just want to look at it for a moment. Days, would you mind DMing me a picture of the championship? I've gone a whole 2 hours without seeing it, and I'm crying. Well, it is in the ring right now. On a plinth. As Nia has made her way down, and here comes Liv. Will Rhea hurt me? Will with Rhea hurt again? It wouldn't be shocked if she pinned Liv. Papa Shango to watch comes running down. Papa Shango style. Here is Liv Morgan. No sign of Dirty Dom or Raquel. She hasn't lost a one-on-one match since March. Liv Morgan making her way down. It's always interesting to see what they're wearing, but Liv's gear is quite interesting. It's black, kind of like catsuit type thing, and it's got a Judgment Day logo in the middle. A Judgment Day logo. I reckon Nia win is on the way, said Wyatt. Got Crown Jewel ring with Tiffany has the championship. Interference in this match. So you think Nia wins, Tiffany cashes in, she gets Liv's belt. There we go. Nia, Liv. Hopefully we don't have to wait too long for Tiffany. Here we go. Doing the intros. I hope Nia doesn't hurt Liv too much. Otherwise, James won't be able to slate her. Oh, James will find a way. Kelly said, my question is, say Liv wins, okay? Then Tiffany cashes in on Liv and wins. Does she get the Crown Jewel belt? No. I'm guessing no. Sign the contract is just for champ. Yeah, no, the match for the Crown Jewel Championship would have ended at that point. The cash-in would constitute a brand new match. If she cashes in during this match, then surely the Crown Jewel Championship is up for grabs. If the match ends and then Tiffany cashes in, she's cashing in for just the women's title. This match is only available, or this title is only available in this match. There we go. Look, we got some CGI camels. Let's go. There is the Crown Jewel Championship belts. We've cracked out the CGI for this. That's how exciting this is. I think Tiffy is going to betray Nia, said Mary. Brony said, Liv is the worst female star WWE has ever had. Worse than Eva Marie. Whoa. Brony, you've had a drink. Come on. You've had a drink. I'm sure Liv Morgan can walk in a straight line. But they won't even get to keep the title, said Rams. That's true. They can visit it. They'll get a ring. Liv has gone down. Do you remember when Riddle came out on the camel? Yeah, that was cool. Slapped by Liv. Liv tries to run away from Nia. Nia grabs Liv's hair. Nia against the ropes. Elbow drop. I don't care for her, but that is a little bit harsh. Nia is in control here. Liv struggling in the early stages as Liv gets thrown into the corner. Right, I need to get the score, don't I, from that Seth Rollins match. 47, 27, 20, and 4. It's our first great rating. Great 67% for that match. Great 67%. Okay, so Liv in the corner with Nia. She's, I don't know what we're doing here. We've got a few boomers moving around in the crowd. There's my theory, Survivor Series. I want to see Seth facing CM Punk. Falls count anywhere, said Andy. Shoulder up by Nia. We got a couple of bodyguards for the belts on the outside of the ring. Kick there by Nia as Liv goes. Let's go. What are they chanting for? Let's go something. I couldn't hear what the chant was. Shoulder up there by Liv. Was it Let's Go Morgan? Was that the chant? couldn't make the chant. Liv going over into the corner. I'm eating potato and egg, said Sonny. Will the ring, they look the same as the belt but small. Will the ring they win look the same as the belt but small? Oh, I don't know. They haven't shown it. To be honest, I feel like it was a last minute idea. Triple H announced it, but I don't think they've actually made the ring. I mean, it would have been good to have shown like what they would have got. Like right now, Liv on the shoulders of Nia. Nia is going up. Is Tiffany in the seats behind the bell? Nia comes crashing down. Liv has been squashed. 1, 2. Shoulder up. Daze, who is your favourite wrestlers? I like Sammy. I like Gunther. I like anyone that makes me believe that I'm watching a real contest, you know? I think Sammy's good at that. I think Ilya Dragunov's good at that. I think Gunther's good at that. I like people that, you know, lay it in. Really enjoyed Drew CM Punk. That was a really fun match. That's definitely up there with match of the year conversation. I think you lot have got it as the second highest rated match of the year, just behind Cody and Roman at WrestleMania. Liv in the corner. They don't get to keep the belt. They get a ring. The only thing that saves this match is going to be a Tiffy time cash-in, says Mark. Liv goes over, looking for a powerbomb to Nia, and she does. Liv was in the corner, and they used that as a way of... here we go! Here we go! It's Tiffy time! It's Tiffy time! Look at Tiffy coming down! Look at her in, like, gold and pink! Right, she's come down, she's jumping around, she's given her briefcase... She wants to do it. What's happening? What's happening? What's happening? Nia's like, what? I was going to cash in on Liv. I was going to cash in on Liv. Nia's telling, like, what? It's not the time. Nia says it's not the time. Oh, Tiffany's having to, like, walk away. Like a kid that's been told off. Nia's like, it's not the time. Oh, look at her having to walk away. Look at her having to be, like, walking up the entrance ramp. Oh. All right, Liv Morgan. Oh, my God, gets planted. Oh, reversed by Liv 2. Kick out by Nia. Tiffany's not totally gone. Tiffany's not totally gone. She's coming back down. No, she's thinking, is she? Isn't she? Will she? Won't she? She's on the outside. She's looking at the crowd. The crowd are cheering for her. They're like, yes, yes, yes. Tiffany's like, okay, she's warming to the idea. She has stayed around the ringside area. 1, 2, shoulder up by Liv. Oh, what is Tiffy going to do? Now she's on the edge of the ring. She wants to cash in again. Oh, who's that? Sonya Deville? No, Raquel Rodriguez. Raquel Rodriguez has just emerged from nowhere. I thought it was Sonya Deville for a second. Double knees there by Liv. Nia goes down. Liv with a pin. 2. Shoulder up there by Nia. Dominic's come out at ringside as well. Some boos. So, yeah, Nia sent Tiffany away, but Tiffany didn't go away. Tiffany's on the outside. Raquel lives surrounding her. Nia goes into Liv and Raquel. Nia looks at Tiffany. She's so disappointed. She's so disappointed. Boom. She collides into Liv. Against the ropes. Leg drop there by Nia. There might be an Annihilator coming now. Liv. Oh, the briefcase is put into the ring by Dirty Dom. Dirty Dom is distracting. Dirty Dom distracting. Liv rolls out of the ring. Nia in the middle of the ring. Nia against the ropes. We're going to get a... Boom. Oblivion 1, 2, 3. Liv gets the win. Yeah, Liv gets the win. I said the one that would surprise me the most would be Nia. So Liv gets the Crown Jewel Championship. So there we go. Liv has got the victory. We didn't get the cash in. And there's just more for Liv Morgan to gloat about. There we go, kids. Cry about it. Cry about it. What else can you do, eh? What else can you do? She could still cash in on Nia if Nia's still down, though, to be honest. She could cash in. Boo! Tama said this is the worst show of the year. Well, let's get the scores. See what people thought about that match. Have we got a lot of Nia crybabies? Didn't want her to win. Oh, look, that girl was really upset at Liv getting the win. What was she a Nia crybaby? Triple H in there, and he gives Liv a hug, and there we go. Liv, she's crying. Liv's crying. Oh God, she always cries. She's the most emotional criminal I know. So Liv holding up the both of the championships. Your inaugural crown, and I bet the world is thrilled. I bet the world is absolutely thrilled. There we go. Liv Morgan has made history. The girlhood dream has come true. Someone check on Brony. She's crying. Oh God, I love it when the heels cry. That's the best. Do you remember when the Iron Sheik used to come down to the ring in the 1980s and he used to cry? Oh. Do you remember The Rock when he was the final boss earlier this year, bursting into tears? Sorry, but the storyline booking of this one, it just doesn't do it for me, said Dad Stuff. Raquel clearly hit Nia right in front of the ref, and no DQ. Why would the ref take time to get distracted by Dom? Well, you know. That's that, innit? I love that Andrade shirt. The handprint with the... They're selling them in the shop. That's pretty good. Samuel said Liv is the GOAT. Wrestle Night said the match was a lot of fun. Right, Randy Orton, Kevin Owens. It's wrestling. That's why, said Roman Reigns. That's why. The ref sucks, said Ghost Rob. She cries at the slightest of things, said Mark Firefly Forever. She's a fake person, and she thinks she's better than everyone. She and her lackey are like watching a soap opera. It's boring, said Stally. Stally, shout out to you. Okay, we're moving on to match number 5. And this is Randy Orton versus... Randy Orton versus Kevin Owens. Now, this should be good. This should be good. Right, this is going to be my favourite match now, said Penny for your thoughts. Yeah, looking forward to this. Looking forward to this. I like Liv, but she is being booked a bit too strong, in my opinion, said Krista. It's her in the rest of the women's division. Metal Mama said, I'm still happy for her. Jacob said, this could be match of the night, and the main event could be too, even though it doesn't mean anything, but Cody Gunther could be a banger. I agree with that. I agree. I agree with both of those comments, actually. I think this could be match of the night. And the next match could also, or the main event could be. What's the other match we got? Oh, we've got 3 matches left. So we've got this match. We've got the United States Championship match. And, of course, we've got the main event, Cody versus Gunther. Liv is a crybaby, even for Don. Watching Liv haters cry brings me joy, says Chris. Liv is not fake. She is now Livy Two Belts, said Leonard. Only simps wanted Liv to win. She's a bad wrestler. She's got a voice that you want to hear. Better a promo from the guy. WWE was fired for an hour. You don't live your partner for success. She is a living bee. Hang on. Only Simps wanted Liv to win. She's a bad wrestler. A voice that you want to hear. Better a promo from the guy WWE has fired for an hour. I don't get that bit. And you don't live your partner for success. Oh, you don't leave your partner for success. Who are we talking about there? Are we talking about Bo Dallas? I actually don't know why they split up. If that is what we're referring to. I don't know. But, yeah. Well, she divides opinion. Let's put it that way. She divides opinion. Okay, we've got the video package right now. Livy Two Belts. I think KO takes this one. I would think KO takes this one, but to be honest with you, I thought that Bronson would take the other one, and he didn't. So it has sort of got me second guessing as to which way this is going to go. Okay, Kevin Owens coming out first. And he's got his cowboy Bob Orton shirt on still, which is pretty fun. Pretty fun. Okay, so Kevin Owens making his way down to the ring. This is Kevin Owens' 80th career premium live event match. There's a guy in the crowd with a sign that says RKO, and Kevin Owens just stares at it for a bit. He doesn't really show any emotion. He just looks at the RKO sign and then makes his way down to the ring. Amethyst Pieces said Roman lost. He did. Uncle Donk. Liv was a bad wrestler, but she has worked her ass off to be a legit top-tier female wrestler. I am happy for her, says Uncle Donk. I think Liv, people are always a bit surprised at how old Liv is, because she's been around. I was surprised how old she is. She's actually 30. She was, you know, going back to June of this year, she was actually 29. So she's now just, like, ticked over into her 30s. She is someone that has legit got another 10, 12 years ahead of her. And yet she seems to have been on the main roster for so long. Because she has been on the main roster so long. So for her to be in the position she's in now and to still have so many years ahead of her. And, you know, she grew up loving, like, wrestling. Like, she's not like some cheerleader that doesn't give a flip about this. So I'll give her a props for all of that. But it is hard to kind of shake that tag off, isn't it? About her being, you know... She got brought up too early. I do feel sorry for her for that. She got brought up way too early. She wasn't quite ready for her call-up. But I agree, she is definitely improved. And I think that this heel turn is definitely getting her heat. So what I would say is, if people really do not like the fact that Liv has won this, if people really are not fans... that is what she is going for. People shouldn't really like Liv winning this because she is a heel. Randy making his way down to the ring, and we've actually got the decibel counter. This thing is flickering around 107, 105, 107. Crowd making lots of noise as they sing along to Randy's theme. Making his way down to the ring. The women getting no respect in Saudi Arabia. They won't allow them to have the same rights as men. It's disgusting, said Joseph. Yeah, but there is a lot of, like, religious stuff that goes on, and, like, there are cultural differences as well, so it is tricky. It is tricky. There is movement there. And there is more movement that is required. Definitely. But, I don't know. It's hard. It's hard when it comes to culture kind of differences, isn't it? And religious differences. But I don't disagree with you. I think the fact that we have seen some movement in that area kind of implies that they know that there is movement needed in that area, you know? For example, they wouldn't let the women wrestle. Now they let the women wrestle. Now they're actually asking, can we get women on the show, you know? So, as Triple H revealed on the kickoff show, so there is movement. Wow, this is a loud crowd, isn't it? Loud crowd. Like, this is a big part of the show, actually. This crowd singing along with his entrance theme. Zoom Station said, Liv used to have a green tongue like George the Animal Steel. Could you imagine if she ate the turnbuckle pad like George the Animal Steel? He used to rip the turnbuckle open and eat the stuffing, eat the padding. Well, there's no doubt who the crowd want here. Randy is crazy over. Fernando said this crowd is amazing with the way they interacted with Randy's theme song. They're loving it, aren't they? Really enjoying it. Bum, 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 bum. So Randy putting his arms out. Oh, Kevin with the chair. Kevin with the chair. The bell hasn't sounded. Kevin attacking Randy with the chair whilst he was going through his entrance process. So we've got Randy on the outside. Kicks coming in there by Kevin. Kevin chucking the commentary table around. So this thing underway. Big right hand there by Kevin Owens. I thought Liv Nia was good, said George Vlogs. Most people seem to disagree with me, though. Oh, well, I've been there, bud. I've been in that situation many times. Boom! Kevin planted on the commentary table. James said, I just noticed there's no Prime logo. Was there one when we went there last time? That's a really good point. Was there one for King and Queen of the Ring? Can I search? King, Queen, Ring, WWE. It might be a Saudi thing. There was. No, that's a video game. I searched it and an image came back. And then my brain went, no, that's actually a video game you're looking at. I don't think there was. Just looking here at like this image. Oh, stunner to the ref by Kevin Owens. Is that King and Queen of the Ring as well? And there's no, doesn't look like there's a Prime logo there. I'm wondering, yeah, look, there as well. I'm thinking it might be because we're in Saudi Arabia. Chair shot there by Randy. It's a good spot, though. That was interesting, him hitting that stunner on the referee, on the official. Kevin Owens going outside the ring. Big right hand there by Kevin. Oh, Kevin getting planted on the commentary table. So what's happening here then? That stunner to the ref. What does that mean? The refs, I mean, we've got loads of officials out there. They're trying to stop this thing. So is it a DQ? Crowder are olaying away. Randy has grabbed a chair. Yeah, Daivari grabbed the chair off Randy. Orton hurls Daivari into the corner. He goes to the outside. There's no referee in the ring. We've had officials trying to come in. I sort of feel like this match is just done. Yeah, Adam Pearce and Nick Aldis have come running down. They're telling them to stop. I want to know what the official decision is. Yeah, both GMs have come down. Oh, wow! RKO to Adam Pearce. RKO to Nick Aldis just gets out the ring. Wow! RKO to Adam Pearce. Oh, man, there's going to be serious repercussions for that. Serious repercussions. This thing has absolutely descended into carnage. Both GMs are out there trying to stop this. Yeah, Adam Pearce is down in the ring. Nick Aldis on the outside there. Over, fighting in the crowd now. And now they're going into the crowds. This is carnage. Nick Aldis is trying to go out after them. Wow. This thing is just a fight. It's not a wrestling match. It's just a fight. Big right hand there by Randy. Oh. Look at me. Randy. Oh, he blocks that. He manages to block that. Randy is down. Another big shot coming in there by Kevin. And again. So Orton is on top of some table. No Prime logo. Should have a Mass Plus logo, said Durham. That's the messy one, isn't it? RKO to Adam Pearce. Ah, big spot! Huge elbow! That was massive by KO! Massive elbow! Kevin Owens jumping off some railings, coming crashing down on Randy. That was really cool. That was a really cool spot. Crowd are chanting, "This is awesome." That was a really cool spot. Randy not moving. God, it's actually the screen fades to black. Screen fades to black, so I don't know as to, I mean, I'm guessing it's a DQ win for Randy. Or maybe the match just got thrown out, I'm not sure. Amin said, is Raw taped tomorrow? I believe it is, yes. I believe it is. Is Cardi B Met Life? Hell yeah. Okay, so Adam Pearce takes a stunner. It's pretty cool. I need Adam Pearce to be in a scooter with people power side on. The match never started. Oh, I thought they had rung the bell at one point. I thought they'd actually got to the bell. So, no result then. Because no match, no bell. I don't know why I thought I heard one. Okay, good 88 was Liv Nia. That was just a scrap. Lovely, lovely. Well, do you know what? I mean, I don't know if that was the plan or not, but that was a good way of just getting one of the matches done, wasn't it? Never started. Kevin Owens is deranged. He went off the deep end. We'll promise to do our best to keep you updated on Orton's condition. This could get worse. They're just showing us replays here. Boom, yeah. So, Kevin Owens stuns the referee. There's going to be repercussions for that. Randy Orton with a RKO on Adam Pearce. There's going to be repercussions for that. Then, obviously, we had that spot with... that was a good spot with Kevin. That was good. That was good. Both Adam Pearce and Nick Aldis have both eaten RKOs now, said Eric. Amin, shout out to you. So, 2 more matches to go. We are running out of time on this show. 2 more matches. I'm guessing this is going to be that triple threat. LA Knights versus Andrade versus Carmelo. Oh. LA Knight, Andrade, Carmelo. This is the match I'm most pumped for, said Kada. It's a shame, innit? Because that last match was the match I was, like, really excited for, and then we didn't end up getting it. Right. Someone call Omos and Carly to stop these animals. We are going to crush SmackDown at Survivor Series. You'll see Aldis run away from Pearce after Pearce at that RKO. My GM can beat up your GM, said Xavier. My GM can beat up your GM. Bro, we are going to crush SmackDown at Survivor Series. Did y'all see Aldis run away after Pierce ate that RKO? My GM can beat up your GM. Those are the words of Xavier Woods. I knew I couldn't trust Triple H with 7 matches. Yep. It's too much for him to handle. He had to dial back on at least one of them. This could lead to Survivor Series, Pierce against Aldis. Pierce could call out Aldis for not controlling his talent. Yep, you are correct. I like that theory. James, shout out to you. It could add fuel to that fire. Okay, Carmelo making his way down to the ring. 2 more matches to go. United States triple threat. And, of course, we have got the main event, Cody against Gunther. That match should bang, man. Really looking forward to that. Really looking forward to that. Okay, we've just got the intros for this one. I don't even think there was a video package for this one. I think they really are struggling with time. I mean, I don't know if the Kevin Randy plan is what we got. It probably was, to be honest. Here is Andrade, but it is interesting. As soon as we don't get a video package for this match, it shows that time is pushed. Liv crying isn't as good without Becky there to say, "Are you going to cry, Liv?" said John. Orton paid the fine already, so he shouldn't be fined, said Tall Guy. That's a good point. Actually, didn't he pay the fine? Who did he pay the fine to, though? He might have paid the fine to Nick Aldis. I don't know if he paid the fine to Adam Pearce. Uncle Donk said Randy's RKO on Adam reminded me a bit of Austin and Vince. Which one? The first one or the most recent one that sucked? Hopefully not the most recent one. Guys, have we hit 1,000 likes yet? Oh my god, we're on 806. Honestly. This is like trying to push water up a hill. We're on 806. Have a word. Sort yourselves out. We need to get that to 1,000. Operation 1,000. Okay, Andrade is in the ring. Carmelo is in the ring. We're just waiting for LA Knight. Not sure about Andrade's graphics. I'm not sure they really fit. Did you enjoy SmackDown main event? Yeah, look at that. Look at the laughing emojis as well. You see, the thing is, people pressing the heart thing on the chat, I really believe that's people just making a mistake. But you ain't making a mistake if you put in a laughing emoji. You're doing that on purpose. And you want me to know that you're doing it on purpose as well, just to wind me up. Here's, and it's not working. I'm not bothered. I don't care. I'm over it. Here's LA Knight making his way down. Connor said, what happened with the Randy Kevin match? Didn't get started, apparently. I thought I'd heard a bell, but I don't know. I didn't. And so it never got started. So there was no match. Does him stand for hi, I'm mellow? Said yes, it does. Him stands for hello, I'm mellow. It's exactly what it stands for. Okay, Carl and Dawn said that's me with all the hearts. Wow. We know that you are a lover, Carl. That is definitely one thing we know about you. Okay, so triple threats coming up. So the United States Championship up for grabs. I wonder how long they want this show to go for. I mean, it's quite rare for us to go over 3 hours, and we've already been going for 2 hours 24. Big shot coming in there. We are underway. Amazingly, this stream is going to be, you know, clocking in at over 7 hours. Easy. I can't imagine this will be longer than an hour, though. 2 matches left. From a weird perspective, I've enjoyed the show. Like, it's so wrong, it's right, said Toby. Well, I'm really interested to get people's thoughts and get people's scores. That is genuinely going to be interesting to see what people thought about this. I don't know what to expect, to be honest. Kicks coming in. I mean, it is lovely. There's been moments on these shows. I don't think it's lived up to the lofty expectations that people had. But there's definitely been moments here. Okay, crowd are singing away. Crowd are olaying away. Crowd are cheering as Carmelo goes against the ropes, but he gets tripped over, pulled out the ring by LA Knight, smashed into the commentary table, and again, repeatedly getting smashed into the commentary table. Face first. LA Knight with Carmelo. And one more. Carmelo face first into that commentary table. Up over the top, shoulder tackle there by LA Knight. Here's Carmelo on the edge, going for a clothesline, slingshotted in, and he comes down on Andrade. Boom! DDT there by LA Knight, and Andrade breaks it up. LA Knight goes over into the corner. Andrade grabbing Carmelo. Carmelo, oh, goes up. Spanish fly, maybe? Oh! Spanish fly. Gets caught by LA Knight. Against the ropes. Nails LA Knight. LA Knight goes down. LA Knight wins this, said Connor. Days, I got a quiz. Who wins tonight? OC Bloodline or the new Bloodline? Oh, we've had that match, buds. That match has been and gone. Boom. Collides into the corner. Oh, to the outside. LA Knight got dumped hard to the outside. Andrade is climbing up. Here we go, Andrade. Oh, wow! Yeah, I thought he was going that way. Andrade, like, pointed in the ring like, I'm about to hit you. And then he just went backwards to the outside. He actually jumped off the top. You really don't see that often. That's quite rare, that is. For someone to go up top and actually go to the outsides like that. You get, obviously, the moonsaults that you get from EO and whatever, but... Oh, no, BFT didn't connect. Oh, God, that was so good by Andrade. Oh, the back elbow, that was sick as well. I love the blocked BFT. Oh, my God, there's some good moments here. Block BFT. Ah. 1, 2. No, no joy. No joy. What are the results so far? Oh, God. We had New Bloodline beat OG Bloodline. Liv beat Nia. Kevin and Randy didn't have a match. It was just a brawl, so the bell never rang. Bianca and Jade retained. Is that everything? Oh, no. Seth beat Bronson. I think that might be everything. Now we've got this match, and of course we've got Cody Gunther still to go. This is excellent. So, oh! Destroyer there by Andrade. Crowd are seeing there's a bit of blood on the elbow of Carmelo. Yeah, this has been really fun, actually. I feel like these guys have just gone... Here we go, Andrade. Oh, lands on his... Oh, I love that spot he does, man. I love that spot. He does that moonsault, and then he misses. I don't know why he always misses with his moonsault. I don't know why he's so bad at those moonsaults. But he does a moonsault. He always tends to miss it. And then he does his standing moonsault. David said, do we get Orton Owens Saturday night's main event with Austin as referee? I'm not sure about the Austin as ref. But I like the idea of them doing that at Saturday night's main event. But I don't know. Could they do some at Survivor Series? Kicks coming in there by Carmelo. There's some really good stuff here. Andrade in the corner with Carmelo. What are we doing here? Carmelo is up top. Andrade is up top. Spanish fly there by Andrade. Shoulder up. Shoulder up. So LA Knight in the corner. Some really fun spots in this. LA Knight looking round. LA Knight, yeah. He goes up. Oh, double elbow from LA Knight. 1, 2. Shoulder up. So he jumped off the top, hit a double elbow on Carmelo and Andrade. And they both kick out. Duran said he does miss a lot of moonsaults because if he outshines his wife, he's sleeping on the couch. Very good. Very good. Okay, Andrade. This has been really fun. Crowd are chanting, this is awesome. Back elbow there by Andrade. Kick there by Carmelo. What's he going to look to do here? We're back up top again. Oh, LA Knight has botched. Oh my God. LA Knight tried to... He does struggle with doing that. He can nail it, but sometimes he botches it. He just jumped and got his nuts caught on the top rope. LA Knight just jumped. Oh my God. Leg drop off the top there by Carmelo, and Andrade makes the save. Oh my God. How is LA Knight? If someone had done that to LA Knight would be like, oh my God. He'd be really selling it. He'd be like, oh my God. My penis. My penis. I've just split my penis in two. He'd be selling it if like a heel had done that to him, like put him on the road. But because he did it to himself, he's not selling it. Well, at least I don't think he's selling it. There is a grimace on his face, in all fairness. But he did just manage to chuck himself onto the top rope, which is pretty hilarious. Carmelo is in the corner with Andrade. Against the ropes. Round the houses. BFT! BFT by LA Knight. 1, 2, 3. LA Knight gets it. Even though he managed to low blow himself. Then that is LA Knight. Yeah. That was pretty fun, wasn't it? LA Knight gets LA Knight retains. I want to see a picture of LA Knight caught on the top rope. Okay. LA Knight has retained. So, just one more match to go. Our main event. I wonder if that did get some time cut from it. Good finish. I've got a lot of love for Andrade. Last few months been incredible, said Toby. Last few months have been incredible. I agree. Andrade's done great work. Carmelo is so much better than Knight, said Tama. The botcher's made my night. The way he speeds out of nowhere and then onto the rope on the... I'm crying, said Miss Clown. I'm crying. It was great. As botches go, it was great. I like Andrade, said Raven. Did Randy or Kevin win? No one. We didn't even get the match. We didn't even get the match. Days, did you hear about the $2 million VIP ticket for Jake versus Mike Tyson? No. I mean, you know, think about some of those rich influencers. It's Mike Tyson as well. So, listen, there's people out there that have got stupid money that would pay it. I mean, see you later, my friends. After that crotching, he should be renamed LO Knight. LO Knight. Days, will Randy and Kevin have a rematch? Oh, definitely. Defo, mate. Defo. Okay, one more match to go. Chelsea Green's performance debate. Chelsea Green was the MVP. She's so funny. Don't know what people are talking about. Chelsea Green is a gem. What did Chelsea do to deserve this? Her getting splashed by Piper earlier. Survivor Series War Games getting a mention. So, a lot of love for Chelsea on social media. Following Crown Jewel, LA Knights, the new Bloodline, Cody, Gunther, Bianca, Jade, and Seth are all going to be on the post-show. LA Knight just gave himself a DIY castration. Okay, there we go. It is Sheamus, Dominic, Damian, Seth. Fatal 4-way, which was rumoured by WrestleVotes. There is the men's... It's huge, isn't it? Yeah, that is definitely bigger than the Andrade belt. That is, like, ridiculously... I didn't even realise it was that big. I haven't seen it put in front of someone. It's ridiculously big. So, Cody, Gunther. Okay. You guys think that Cody's getting this. Could we see Goldberg get involved? We do get the video package for this one. Almost every match has had a botch in this PLE. It's been so sloppy, said Shelf Presence. Trips has got to be peeved. Goldberg, people thinking that there's a good chance Goldberg might make his presence felt. So we've just got a video package at the moment. Days, I've enjoyed the stream, but I can't wait for UFC later. I believe there's too much money being put in for it. The Saudi shows, they're just not for me, said Kian. Gonna give him a 3 out of 5. Yeah, I think this is definitely one that's had high points, low points. I think there's definitely a lot of talking points coming out of this one. I do think that match, though, was the second best match. Some people might say it was the best match. I think it was the second best match. Goldberg's not in Saudi. The finish would suck. I think Kevin gets involved, and I think he'll cost Cody, said Elistub. Word Wrestling said, who thinks Goldberg costs Gunther? They've got to keep him looking strong. I don't know. I mean, I think Cody gets it, but don't know. I think Cody gets it. That was my pick. But I did think that we would get Gunther. But I agree. Goldberg, the rumor was. I thought we would get Goldberg, and the rumor is he's not there. Goldberg screws Gunther, says Fernando. That's what I thought in my predictions video, but I don't think that now. Please don't say it, Days. Not Oldberg. 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 Well, you'll be pleased to know that the rumor, and it's nothing but a rumor, is that he's not here. How true that is, don't know. Dustin isn't signed anywhere. He could show up, said Duran. I've been thinking Cody might turn heel, said Kaylee. I love Cody, but I think he will lose due to outside interference by Kevin Owens. I think the Kevin Owens thing's a good shout, actually. I think the KO thing is a decent shout. Do a poll about who does and doesn't want to see Goldberg. Okay, that's a good shout. We can do that. Let me just jot down the scores for that last match. Let's get our scores in. 48, 31, 15, and 4. That is great. Ooh. 63%. Oh, God, very close. Bronson, Seth, great 67. That triple threat, great 63. Very close. Okay, let's ask, do you want to see Goldberg? Is Gunther. Gunther making his way down to the ring. State of Crisis, shout out to you, my friends. Appreciate the support. Have you lot, we're at the main event now. Have you lot sorted out that flipping like situation? Where are we? 855? We still need 145 likes and we're at the main event. What the flip? After everything I do for this community. After everything I do for you, that's how I get repaid. This will not be forgotten. Here is Gunther. Main event time. Gunther versus Cody Rhodes. I'm sure they're going to give this some time. Oh my God. Look how upset you've made me. I can't even get my caps lock right. There we go. Uncle Dunk said, all the old heads don't want to see Goldberg. If you know, You know, says Uncle Donk. I don't think the young heads do either. I don't think any heads do. I don't think the edge heads do. I don't know that anyone does. I don't know. We'll have to see. We will have to see. Here's Cody Rhodes. About to blow. Start the show. Whoa. Wrestlandy said, Days, Google ASP Dub Ultra Weight title. ASP Dub Ultra Weight title. Not the flip. God, where did you discover that? What else this? Look at this. I should imagine as soon as they put it on him, he just went... And he just collapsed with the sheer weight of the thing. I mean, that's ridiculous. What the hell? What is this? Look at it. That's his head. What is it? ASP Dub Ultra Weight Championship. I've never heard of it. I've never heard of it. Wow. There we go. Yeah, very close. Very close to the Crown Jewel Championship. This thing, I can't believe how big it is. It's hard to get perspective when it's just on a cushion and it's kind of in the background and you can't quite, do you know what I mean? It's only when someone has it like next to them you go, oh my God. Yeah, no, that's way bigger than the Andrade belt. Scrap what I was saying. That's way bigger than the Andrade belt. It's funny. I've always thought that it was closer to me, which is why it was so big. But it's just a ridiculously big belt, isn't it? Okay, Gunther in the ring. If you put all the world titles on Goldberg tonight, maybe they will. Maybe they will. The Ring General. Gunther. His opponents. So we're getting intros. Solo is the real tribal chief. Cody Rhodes getting his intro. Will be underway with this soon. Randy looks okay. Might change. Be on SmackDown for rematch. There it is. There is that championship. This is our main event of the evening. And we got the CGI back out again. Crowd are making a bit of noise. It's not a very big... I don't know what the capacity is here, but it's not a huge capacity, is it? If you actually look at the building, it's quite... It's a lot of noise coming from not loads of people. It's only one tier. I thought it went back quite a bit, but... Nah. Pretty much what you see is what you get. Like, that's it. I wonder what the capacity of this is. I'd love to know. David said, does Dustin or Gold Dust come out after Cody sleeps? I'm really not expecting that, to be honest. There's been no word about it, no rumors of it. I also think whenever he's been asked, he's always said that he really enjoys working in AEW. Loud. Crowd are really loud for this. This match could really bang. I mean, honestly, this could be a match of the year, couldn't it? They're going to give this time. They're not going to cheat this match. We all know how good Gunther is. We all know what Cody can do. This could be really good. So yeah, David, shout out to you. Not something I'm anticipating. Crowd again making loads of noise. I don't know what they're chanting, but they're chanting something and they're really making noise. They're on their feet. They're bouncing around. Cody locking up with Gunther. Over against the ropes. Gunther in control in the early stages. It's right now, the big story about this match are the fans. Right now, it's the fans that are stealing this show. They are so loud. They are so vocal. They are olaying away. Cody is keeping Gunther grounded in the middle of the ring. Gunther should win, but Cody will. Cody working on the arm of Gunther right now. Gunther trying to get round the back of Cody. Cody, arm drag. And he keeps Gunther down. Damn loud fireworks outside, said Maggie. Mr. B said, Days the crowd are saying for people watching this live to hit the like. Well, I've given up on that. I've given up on that, Mr. B. My top of my jobs list after Crown Jewel and maybe after the UFC stream is to start building a nicer community. Yeah? That's actually willing to hit the like button. That's priority number one. Cody has got Gunther in the middle of the ring, and he's still working on the arm at the moment. Cody down, Gunther down. Cody keeping a hold of the arm at the moment. So it's going to be quite slow, methodical. We're going to be... Against the ropes goes Cody. Over the other side, shoulder tackle. Cody goes down. Nice takeover there by Gunther and keeps Cody down. Yeah, this is going to be a bit different from what we've seen. And we've seen a lot of brawls on this show. This is going to be some actual holds and wrestling and... Crowd are into it, though. They're right there with it. Chanting away. Headlock. David said, Cody's dog pees on him after he loses. Going heel, said David. Yeah, I could see that happening. Nice takeover by Gunther. And again, headlock keeping Cody grounded. Right now, we've had 344 votes. Do you want Goldberg to interfere? 50% say yes. 50% say no. Word of Wrestling said it's a weird match. Because how are they going to end it? Batman Big Fan said, we are close to 1,000. Here we go. We got Gunther against the ropes. And in the middle of the ring. He's keeping a hold of Cody. He manages to get Cody. Cody up, lands on his feet. He grabs Gunther. Gunther taking Cody over. Look at that. Lovely. Getting a sleeper hold on. Cody flips him over. Both guys on their feet staring at each other. They're both trying to outmaneuver each other. And this crowd are really adding to this match, you know. This crowd are really adding to this. Look at that. The camera pans out. Everyone's on their feet, like dancing away. And clapping. It's got a lovely atmosphere. Big fight feel. Corey said the fans are so passionate here. They lock up. Gunther and Cody lock up. And they're chanting, Cody, Cody Rhodes, Cody, Cody Rhodes, Cody, Cody Rhodes. Jabs coming in there by Cody, firing in some shots. Or bionic elbow. No, chopped there by Gunther. Cody goes down. The beatdown is on. Gunther in control. I'm honest, I voted yes for Goldberg. Now, who disliked the stream? We're now getting dislikes, eh? That's the game we're playing now. Now you've turned proper heel on me. I can't say I'm surprised, to be honest. I sensed it was going that way. Clotheslines by Cody to Gunther. Gunther goes out the ring. Crowd cheer once again. Lots of noise being made. Oh, Cody. Lovely. Disaster kick. Gunther goes to the outside. Cody looking to the outsides. He's looking to go against the ropes. Gunther on the outside. Gunther comes in. Sleeper holds. Sleeper holds. Gunther to the outside. Cody against the ropes. Suicide dive. Yep. Gets caught. Oh! Into the edge of the ring. And a big chop. Gunther with Cody. He picks up Cody. Cody planted. Gunther gets in the ring to break the count. Referee starts counting. Do you know what's really exciting is that the pace of this has been a lot slower than a lot of, like, you know, if you think how crazy Kevin Owens and Randy was, and you think about how crazy that triple threat was, and you think about how crazy the women's fatal four-way match was, and you think about, you know, just how crazy Seth and Bronson was, and you kind of go through, and like Tiffany on the outside and all that. This match, which has really slowed the pace down, I don't really think we've seen like wrestling like this since the first match. Maybe there was parts in Liv and Nia before Tiffany came down, but this has kind of really slowed things down, and the crowd are right there. The crowd are cheering away. The crowd are really enjoying themselves. It is kind of heartwarming to see a proper wrestling match with, like, just not with like high spot, but just a proper wrestling match, and the crowd are just lapping it up. The crowd are just absolutely reveling in it. That's good. They are really enjoying this. I mean, obviously a big part of it is the star power. The star power is definitely making a big difference here. Cody is on his knees. Getting, shot coming in. Another shot there. Big uppercuts being exchanged. Cody back on his feet. Slam by Gunther. So, slam by Gunther. What's Gunther doing? Oh, we've got a ref cam as well. I didn't realise we had the ref cam. So we've got Cody in the corner. Elbow there by Gunther. Cody goes over to the other side. Big boot there by Cody. Gunther in the middle of the ring, and he tries to pick up Gunther. Gunther lands on top of Cody. Cody goes down. Crowd are olaying away. They've got their phones out and everything. Yeah, the crowd are really making this. We got ref cam. We've got ref cam. Mitchell said they're beating the beep out of each other. They've got the decibel counter on, but unfortunately, the decibel counter's not even flickering over 100. But people do have their phones out. They're waving them away. I suppose in a way you could say it was fireflies. Elbow coming in there by Cody. Big chop coming back there. Yeah, good, really good from this crowd. Gunther is the one that's now back in control. Kick coming in. Gunther getting back into the ring. Yeah, it is true that Raw is going to be taped tomorrow. We've now got a Mexican wave. Gunther with a big right hand on Cody. This is bonkers, man. This is like France. Crowd are now just making, like, you know, their own entertainment. Really good, really passionate. Is this a pay-per-view event? Well, it's a PLE, yes. Crowd are really fired up here. Gunther even joins in momentarily with the Mexican wave. Cody on the outsides. This is incredible, said Uncle Howdy. Mr. B said they're called Saudi flies. Guys, the Saudi flies are out. Very good. Chop there by Gunther. They're doing the wave, said Mitchell. Do we think the Philly crowd at NXT will chant, where's out past us to the D'Angelo family, said Not JPEG. I think that crowd is going to have a lot of fun. I think that show is going to be a lot of fun. Look at the marks on Cody's body. Look at the marks. That's really interesting. That is really interesting. There is something quite interesting, but I can't show you. Gunther gets slammed. Gunther slams Cody. Days, I think this is much better, but it's a smaller arena full of real fans. It's not the huge stadiums they used to do. I'm a bit torn. This is better. The atmosphere is amazing. We've just got like 99% real fans. And the atmosphere is fantastic. Still feels big. It's ticking all the boxes. The only criticism, or the only thing, is it is a bit of a shame that, like, it sort of suggests that WWE is not that popular. You know, because undoubtedly, if we wanted a stadium, they'd give us a stadium. So the fact we've moved to a smaller building just sort of makes me think, oh, that's a little bit of a shame, isn't it? That WWE, with all the shows we've done in Saudi Arabia, the fact that the WWE experience is open over there, like that we can't fill a stadium over there. But I don't know, is that a big ask to go to Saudi Arabia twice a year, to go to Riyadh all the time and keep selling out stadiums? Maybe it is. Maybe it is. Maybe it was a bit too much to ask. That's the only thing. Other than that, brilliant. This is a good space. It's got a big show feel. And the crowd are fantastic. Cody getting out the way. And lovely power slam there to Gunther. Cody is like rotten flesh in every match, said Pinky Chabra. Pigeon Poo said, what channel is this on? Well, I'm watching it on the WWE Network. It'll be on Peacock in America. Elbow there by Cody. Elbow by Cody. Cody looking out at the crowds. These two have definitely laid it into each other. It's really good match. Really good match. Cody Cutter connects. Goes for the pin. 1, 2. Shoulder up by Gunther. Shoulder up by Gunther. Yeah, really good. Gunther is knackered, said Toon. Xavier just tweeted, did y'all see Gunther counter that Crossroads with a snapmare? Luckily, Cody didn't have a mask on. The reason why he's saying that is because he tried to counter a move from Ray using a snapmare, and he accidentally pulled Ray's mask off. And people thought he did it on purpose, and he's turning heel, and... disaster kick, but doesn't get it. Turns it into a Boston Crab. Boston Crab by Gunther. Boston Crab by Gunther. Middle of the ring. He ain't going to get a finish using a Boston Crab, but... what a match. Come on, Cody. Get that old school momentum. Let's might as well end this poll. We're well underway with this match. Is this match a championship for championship belt? No. It's champion versus champion, but no belt is on the line other than the Crown Jewel Championship. The winner gets that, but whoever loses still keeps their world title. A. Jobson said, I keep going back and forth with Cody. Sometimes I like him, sometimes I don't. He's fine doing what he's doing right now, but we want more. I think Cody just needs the right creative. I think when the bell rings, Cody can perform. I think Cody can cut decent promos. I don't think he's a bad promo. I don't think he's the greatest promo. But he can cut decent promos. He's got a lot of material to work with his dad and, like, you know, history and leaving and being Stardust. And I think there's enough material there for him to use to come out with a compelling promo. And his delivery is okay. His matches are better. His matches are where he really shines. And he's got a good connection with the fans. I just think that his creative's not been very good since WrestleMania. Cody on his feet. And Michael Cole says, has the damage been done? Certainly not, because right now we've got Cody fighting back. Cody. Oh, Crossroads coming in. Boom! Gets it! Cody with a Crossroads to Gunther. Cody down. Gunther down. So both of these are down and the crowd are chanting, this is awesome. I think they really appreciate the fact that both guys have really given their all here. Crowd are chanting, this is awesome. Gunther down at the moment. Yeah, that was nice the way that he managed to get that Boston Crab on. The disaster kick into the Boston Crab. Now he's going for a power bomb there by Gunther. 1, 2. Ah, shoulder up. Kick out by Cody. Kick out by Cody. They're giving this time. As long as Cody makes dollars for WWE, he'll be the champ for a while, said Uncle Donk. Again, we've got another little this is awesome chant that's kind of breaking through. This is awesome. 943 likes. Guys, if you're enjoying this match, hit that like button. If you're not enjoying this match, let us know by hitting the like button. We've got Gunther on his feet. He's standing tall and he throws in a big chop there to Cody. Yep, Cody definitely feeling the effects of that. Cody in the corner, Gunther slowly making his way over to him. And he's pushing him in the face. And again. Look at all the laughing emojis. Well done. Well done, everyone. Big chop coming in. Oh, man, look at this by Gunther. Gunther just chopping away at Cody, but Cody was getting more fired up. Big shot coming in there by Cody. Cody, lovely suplex there to Gunther. Gunther goes down. I love that sequence where Gunther was chopping away at Cody and Cody was getting more fired up as a result. Big clothesline there by Gunther. Gunther goes against the ropes. Oh, no joy. It's going to be a crossroads. Boom! Crossroads. 1, 2. Oh, kick out. Kick out. Ah, oh, this is good. This is good. Dare I say, match of the night. I mean, I don't think it's a very high bar, but this is good. Felix, shout out to you. I would give a 7.5 or an 8 so far, but I'm not mad at anything. It's been a fun show, said A. Jobson. I just yelled at a kid at work that kept running from his mom, and I made him cry, said Corey. You're a real one. I love that story. You yelled at a kid that had run away from their mom and you made them cry. That's awesome. That's all. We need more people like you in the community. These kids have it too easy. Chop there by Gunther. Duck underneath there by Cody. Cody going up, looking for the Cody cutter. Oh, he gets caught. He gets caught, but he rolls through. 2, 3. Cody gets it. Cody wins. But it was not a very satisfying conclusion. Yeah, look, Gunther's livid. Gunther's livid. No, Goldberg. Cody wins it clean. Cody wins it clean. Yeah, Cody cutter reversed into a sleeper. Cody flipped over and managed to basically get Gunther's shoulders down. It's one of those where he steals it, you know. Gunther is livid. Gunther is livid. What a finish. Cody did not need this. Well, Cody's the face of the company. He will continue to main event shows. I could understand there being concern that if Cody was to lose Gunther, you might damage Cody's popularity a bit with the kids. Like, all of a sudden, he lost. He lost. He's not the best. He lost clean to Gunther. I could understand them being like, oh yeah, we don't really want to mess with it. I'm sure they'll get a rematch one day, and I'm sure that Gunther will get his win. Gunther puts his hand out and he shows respect. He's having a word, Gunther, saying to Cody, you hear me? I think he said something like, we'll run this back or something. I don't know what he just said to him. Yeah, I don't know what he just said to him. I'd love to know what he just said. Oh, look, we've got people coming into the ring. Are those women? Are we letting women in the ring? Oh, man, this country's changed. Cody is the first men's Crown Jewel Champione. Yeah, look, we've let some women in the ring. Jeez. Saudi Arabia fell off, man. Do you remember when they had? Had their morals? Do you remember when they had their beliefs? And now what's this? Letting women in? I mean, in all fairness, we're keeping them at the back. I mean, they're in there, but we're not. You know, we're not showing them. There we go. He's holding up both of those championships. I want to show you something, right, that is a bit fun. I'm going to show you this. No way are they this dumb. I'm crying. 23 minutes ago, the graphic showed Cody with 2 belts. 23 minutes ago, they botched it. They botched it. Can you hear me? They botched it. They botched it. This is broke now. I don't know how to fix this. Yeah, it's pretty fun, isn't it? Ladies and gentlemen, oh look, Liv's back in the ring. Liv's back in the ring. They've brought Liv back out. Is she crying? Oh, she's not crying. I don't want this non-crying Liv Morgan. Oh, guys, they let another woman in the ring. Only this one's allowed to stand in the front and not the back. There we go. We got Cody and Liv in the ring. I hope the question is asked. What did Gunther say to you? Triple H. Liv goes over to the one corner. Keep an eye on her, Cody. She is not to be trusted. There we go, blame. Kisses. Cody is retiring at 45. He said in an interview, Gunther can carry WWE. He should have won. Well, I mean, I'm not too worried about Gunther losing if Cody's retiring in 6 years. You know? Guys, Cody's out in 6 years' time. We need to start planning for the future. He's actually wearing the belt, you know. Jeez. Hey, do you know what? Do you know who will love these belts? Mattel. Flipping Mattel will love these belts, won't they? Because now they can make new figures. So, Cody is holding up that... that was a really fun final match. That was a really fun final match. Cody posing with the fans. That is the show. I didn't think much of that show. On the feet. Yeah, it's good. The show is, well, yeah, I mean, we're probably just... I do love how we seamlessly move into the the post show or the countdown show, or, you know, we just kind of go from one show to the next. We don't have like loads of ad breaks. There's Liv as well. She's holding up the 2 championships as she's walking up the entranceway. He beat Gunther. This is huge for Cody, says Big E. He is the guy. Right, Triple H is going to force him to be quick. Days, chin up, chest out, said Toby. Toby, shout out to you, my friend. Right, people get in your scores, because we are going to run away. But, I know there's going to be some stuff said in this thing. I kind of feel like they're about to say some stuff that I probably need to be aware of. Do you remember last time, actually? Was it last time where we had Drew McIntyre fighting on the post show? That was kind of a big talking point. These things, I think, can sort of be about half an hour long, can they? Many people are upset about the show, said Halim. Yeah, I mean, I don't think it was, you know, one of the best shows I've seen, but it was okay. It had its moments. I don't think it was a dumpster fire. 6 for me. It wasn't the best, but it wasn't the worst. The last match brought it up. What about you? Yeah, I'm probably in the 6s. I mean, for example, match number 1, and don't forget, there wasn't any backstage segments. We weren't going backstage for anything, so really we're basing it on the in-ring. So match number 1, Bloodline. You lot scored it good, 89. Women's Fatal 4, you lot said was good, 87. Bronson against Seth, you said was great, 67. I agree. Liv Nia, good, 88. We didn't get Randy KO, but that was really fun. Great, 63 for Andrade, LA Knight, Carmelo. And I think Cody is going to have got a really good score. So we had 3 matches that were good, and I think we're going to have had 3 matches that were great. So I don't think it's unfair to say that for a premium live event, just basing it off those scores, this is going to come out as a kind of 50-50 average. You know, there's no all-time matches in here. I thought it was a really fun main event, and I think they allowed them to cook. And the crowd were fantastic. But I don't know, does that get into a match of the year? I don't have a feeling like that I've just seen a match of the year. I think it was really good, and I really enjoyed that main event. But I can't really make an argument for it being a match of the year. I can't really make an argument for any of these being a match of the year. So, yeah, I don't know. I don't want to be, like, overly harsh. But, yeah, in the 6s. In the 6s. I think that this was, you know, not the strongest show I've seen. But I don't think this is a 2 or a 3. I think there was enough in this show so that it avoided being, like, you know, a bad show. What did you think about Crown Jewel? 1 comment per person, please. Crown Jewel and Saudi Arabia are going to be a scapegoat for Triple H bad booking, said Sauce48K. They're in carts. Wow. Liv and Cody are in carts right now, being whisked over to the area they need to go to for the interviews. So Liv and Cody in these golf carts. Look at that. They're actually outside the venue, and I don't know where they're going. I don't know where this thing is. That's pretty good, isn't it? That we're getting to see them in these golf carts being... It's fun to see Liv and Cody just, like, exchanging a few words. So they're making their way over to this post-interview area. It seems to be really far away. God, where are they? Going to America? Big E said, we need something like this WWE experience in the States. There we go. They finally stopped. There we go. But overall, the weekend is like a D+, said Blue Will Sonic. Oh, they've gone to the WWE experience. That's where they've gone off to. They've been whisked over there. So they're going to go into have a few words. Kathy Kelly is around as well, apparently. A very solid show, 6, but probably a very forgettable one, said Curtis. I feel like we might be sort of on the same page. There we go. We got Pyro going off from the building of the WWE experience. And they're making their way inside the building. Liv is going to steal Cody. Okay, Kathy. I'm hoping to get a word. Here's the Bloodline. Okay, Kathy's with the Bloodline. Shocking conclusion. Kathy's with Solo. They're nodding. They love the fact that Sammy accidentally kicked Roman. He got kicked in the face by his so-called family member. Why is it shocking I beat Roman Reigns? I'm the real OTC. Who's the real tribal chief? It's true, he pinned Roman tonight. Jacob's like, yeah, I love you, Solo. Oh my God. Hey, listen, things happen in this world. People win, people lose, you know, babies are born, and, you know, horrible things can happen. But one thing that never changes, Solo will always be acknowledged and loved by Jacob. I love you, Solo. Let's go, man. Let's go. Right. We do need to go because I want to get Unseen done, and I've got to get ready for UFC as well. So 47, 25, 7, and 20. Can I just say a massive thank you for everyone that helped us get to 1,000 likes tonight. It's so appreciated. You know, the work of this community coming together, really helping this stream achieve its targets, helping this channel achieve its targets. A massive thank you to all of you that did that. So, you know, I mean, what more can we say? It's just a community that keeps on giving. It's a community that always shows up, shows out. And I just think we make each other stronger, don't we, as well? So big thank you for helping to make that dream come true this evening. So much love, man. Much love. Wrestling Club, shout out to you. Shout out to you. Dork Knight said, shut up, Days. Yeah, I mean, none of what I said is true there. I don't mean any of that, because we're actually on 990 likes, because you lot can't do even the simplest of tasks. You can't do the simplest of things. There was like, at times, there was like 1,000 people that are joining us live. At one point, there was 1,000 people here. If just everyone that was here left a like, that would have done it. But no. Even now we're on 994. Even now we haven't got there. Honestly, I'm livid. I'm livid. Everything I do for this community. This is, how long? 7.5 hour stream. 7.5 hour stream. And some of you have sat there and gone, I don't know. We'll see. Well, do you know what? I've got a timeout option that probably should start getting used more. Let's see how much you like it when I'm the only one here. Yeah? Let's see how much you like it when I still do the streams, but I set them to private. So it's literally just for me. Yeah, let's see how you like that. Eh? Well, this isn't how I wanted to end the stream. This isn't the vibe I was going for.